Go. It's not too bad. Well, that was a change. Does it do that? Weird.
You'll have to come and find me, Domingo and Fuego. I think I lost my halo. I don't know where you are. You'll have to come and find me, out. My friends and I problems.
You say hi to Jim.
What's up, Jim?
I'm just wondering if this is going to get me in trouble. That's all.
I hope not.
Well, I haven't got shut down yet, so.
It's a great song. We're giving it props, man.
I've seen the one where they're on Big Wheels, their video. They got popular.
Yeah, they are. Well, they're for good reason. I mean, pretty good. I like every song they've written so far, I think. I don't think this one I don't like.
I told Jim.
Think about what he says.
Home, so.
If you think about what he says in that song, it's not. There's not really much to the song. But if you think about what he's saying that we're all basically screwed up, and we all try to polarize, which is basically him saying, I think what it means to me is it's like he's saying that everybody has to be polarized in order to be normal. Like we try to fit in with the rest of the world, and we try to polarize all of our problems, even though we all have problems and we're on that staircase going up and down and escalator, but we try to like polarize and we try to pretend like, shit ain't really getting to us and it ain't bothering us when it really is eating us up.
Yeah, I gotcha.
That's what it feels like to me anyway. I know maybe I'm making too much out of it, but that's what it means to me. I think it's a beautiful song. Even though it's kind of like it's kind of like a rapish, rockish, it's kind of an interesting song, but give it time. It warms
really
up.
Started, do you want to go poke Sandy right quick?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Poke Sandy.
Yeah.
Want to go poke? That didn't sound right, dude. It just sounds like two bachelors gonna go over and hang out with some girl,
What do you think my intention was, dude? She's doing Aliens tonight, of all things.
Aliens, oh boy, I can't wait.
No.
Oh boy, okay.
Here's Boston Ray. There, he's in there. Okay.
Yeah, he's my favorite.
Let's share this son of a bitch. Yeah. Hey, Sandy Diva, how you doing tonight?
Well, I mean,
you looking mighty cute. All right. No, I wouldn't say that to her. I would have an adult conversation. with an adult glass.
I never have an
Recognize it.
adult
I know
conversation with
Morgan
anybody,
does.
really.
Morgan,
Not really.
No, not
come
really.
on.
I
Now
try to
let's
make.
turn her
I
over
try
to
to
what
make.
she's
I
doing.
try to make
Yeah,
everything
that's
funny.
the
Why not? I
alien
mean,
that Morgan sees every night. It's
the
called.
You do
reason
that a
being
lot, yeah.
stuck over. Oh,
Now we'll
sorry.
turn
Okay,
her
so
up. You ready?
frowning is 1. Number
We're turning
2
her up.
is no emotion, just a straight line, or 3 smiling.
Are these
1,
aliens?
2, or 3 in the chat.
race,
And if you've never seen this book cover before,
Here, let me
that's fine.
type in chat.
No emotion, says Morgan. Morgan is from my reality on this book.
Oh no, actually, that was Morgan's hit R&B song in high school. No emotion, and then he wrote one called Straight Line. He was right. He's no emotion, no emotion, no emotion. Yeah, honey. And then he has another one where he's like, walk in a straight line, walk in a straight line, walk in a straight line. I know it. Oh, Martin's my friend, man. Yeah, Martin. Did he shout her out? Did he do it? He loves us. Martin's my buddy.
GT 1982 says 2. Hey, Woo Riders.
Hey, Sandy.
All right,
Bit of
so
like and share.
Yeah.
You know.
it was 2 for me, just like Morgan, just like
I have
Ryu,
no
but
idea
never saw
about
that book.
Roger, what up?
Just like GT 1982. Hey, Roger.
1982. What's going on, my man?
Okay, I'm
So this is
in
100%
the chat,
wrong for me.
or I'm in the
He's
background
smiling.
on my
Nice.
other computer. Let me in.
That is so wrong.
Garrett Jaguar.
Okay, hold on.
Oh,
Give me a
the
second.
guitar. Yeah, I figured out my guitar situation, guys. Let me tell you guys a story, okay? All right, so like my whole time, like I sound.
Damn,
really
I got 4
good,
things in here.
like, but what happens
There you
is
go. You're in.
when I hook up to the computer, it never comes out right. Like there's always like the drums don't line up, but they're lining up here. If you guys were here and you could hear
Are they
it,
lining up
it
there?
sounds
They're lining
perfect.
up.
But then when it comes through the computer, like, because it's a digital thing where, like, you know, it's not like how it works, like how like a radio works where it sends a radio signal through the air. It's like, I don't know how it works, but it's different. And you need like all this equipment, right? So like to be able to play live. That's my whole thing. I want to be able to play live for everybody, and I want it to sound good live. And I see other people do it. There's other musicians like Chief Crow and like Richie 007. They make it sound good. They get it to come through right. I've seen Christian Knapp do it. So it can be done. So for a while I've been like messing around with like different things. I got a couple software, some programs. Mr. Super Sidewinder has been helping me. He helped me get a guitar. He helped me get a interface.
Good man.
He got it for me. So like we've been building this equipment up for a long time. Now I got
at least he's playing music.
Really
I gotta
nice
give him
guitar to make music. I got the interface that hooks it up. That was like 2 giant pieces that I never thought I was gonna ever get the money for again. So today, this kid that I know, this guy, traded me, gave me basically he had an extra amp laying around his house that he didn't need, right? And I needed an amp because I just got a brand new guitar and I had no amp. So I told him, and he was like, "Yeah, I can give you one." So I gave him like some money, a couple $100, and then I brought it home.
I don't know hardly anybody.
And I'm looking at the amp, and I'm checking it out, and it works good and everything. It's a great amp, sounds good, but it's like it basically has like a desk on the top, what they call a desk, and it's like what I needed. Yes. I didn't realize that that's what I needed to live stream. So I'm like reading about the amp, and I'm researching it, and I'm studying it, and I'm looking at videos on it.
I don't want to even try to spell that.
There's a little a port there for live streaming. All I need is a USB. I need a USB TTR. One side TRR. What is it called? I don't know. Either way, I know the cord. It's a $17 cord. So tomorrow I have to go to like, Walmart, Target, one of those stores, and pick one up. And then after that, whatever my amp sounds like here, it also takes a microphone. So whatever my microphone and guitar sounds like here is how it's going to sound for you.
No, that's boring, dude. I'm telling you.
I was going to say, you're going to put me to sleep, bro.
Yeah. Well, Ray was putting me to sleep. Had nothing else to do with it. Good God.
Nothing to say bad about him. It's just
No, it's just what he's talking about is it's just everyday stuff, dude. It's a day in the life of Boston Ray, whatever that is. I don't think they work. I can give you that much, or have families for that matter. Not that it's a requirement. Like, you know, if you do, that's just my opinion. Like, what would you do if you weren't a dad, Ryan?
what would I be doing, or what would I do?
Yeah. What would you be doing?
I find it hard to believe that I'd still be alive. To be honest with you.
I think so. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I do. I wonder if I wouldn't have, because I mean I was not. Let's put it this way. I was a kid that I was the quiet kid because I got picked on and everything. So I got abused young. You know, I didn't get along with everybody else. I got along with most adults as a child, but then as I got older, I didn't get along with adults because adults were just as dumb as children were. Most of them were anyway. At least I felt like it was. Anyway, it just I was confused because I didn't know it was because I was smart. I thought it was because I was dumb and I didn't understand people. But when I started to realize as I get older, is that in my wiseness and in making mistakes over and over and over in different ways, I kind of learned to understand what I was doing wrong, how I should be doing it right. Not necessarily following it very well, but at least I understood it. And I kind of lost my train of thought. But
Did you?
um,
You can find it. It's there.
I know. Remind me where we were going with this. You were talking
I don't
about-
know. What were you talking about? I'm going to share our show because nobody's actually come in quite yet. I think Anus left.
Did
Seems like it.
Okay, well, I'll have to go in and find out what's going on. Are we still on? Or are we actually?
Yeah, we are. We're on, dude.
Did everybody think we were going to start earlier or something?
No, I don't know. I kind of let Flats know that I was going to do a show. Didn't give him a time. I should have put a time in. I'm going to start posting my link in the chat.
You're
for all of
live.
you.
Those you being live.
Mhm.
Yep, there's my ugly face. Yeah, I don't look too bad. I guess the lighting.
I just shared the show.
Put me on the spot.
Jim, are you there? It's only showing me 2 people in here. So.
Yeah, but usually
And
it takes a little while before people start filing in because there's also other shows going on.
Sandy's going on. Saab's not got a show on.
No.
And
It is Sunday night.
Ironworks.
It is Sunday,
Sunday, yeah.
and it's Monday morning for some people too. So remember that. There's a lot of people probably going to work. So we might catch up with them when they're like on their way or on break or something, but we won't necessarily.
Well, I'm going to put on a song and go use the bathroom, sir.
Okay. Jim Haynes is still here.
Yes, nice.
Shit, Will.
Hey, Jim. Here, I'm just going to put John Levy on.
Anus is definitely shitting while he's talking. That's funny. Right on.
What do you say?
Shit happens, bro. Love you.
I know.
Love be love. I love be love.
I love you, London. Hey, girl.
Socialists? I don't know. What about him?
What should you say about those socialists, you know? I can't think of one thing I could say good about socialists, but I can't say anything bad with them because I don't know too many people who claim to be socialists.
I agree.
Mhm.
I completely agree.
Well, John Levy's got a new theory. Talk to the puppy dog. Ready? I'll be right back.
What do you mean you got a text tonight? What does that mean?
In this week's video, I will propose a new theory. I thank you for joining me. I love you all. God bless. And of course, welcome. I want to look at this showcase today. It's part of the app. It's a little feature at the bottom the Old World catalog, and these are all things that community members have shared. One of the best parts is this community tab, and we can see a bunch of subcategories. It's almost overwhelming. It's really, really good. Good snapshot of the old world. And again, it's free with the app. It shows just how vast this body of work is. I'm almost glad all of this was put on the shelf for so long and given a very simple-minded explanation as far as the mainstream is concerned, but I also worry that it's ripe for misinterpretation by myself and others. Most often I say I don't know.
What happened?
I'm on mute. I paused it. I was talking.
Oh,
Like a dumbass, I forgot.
oh,
to
I
mute
see. All right. Just making sure. I was like, what's going on, bro?
it. No, I was going to say, don't you love his voice? He almost puts you to sleep, doesn't he? He'll put you to sleep pretty quick, dude.
No, yeah, the monitor, I'll put it on fast play, and I'll just watch it quickly because he takes forever, too. He talks too slow. But yeah, I'm Irish. I talk very quickly, usually.
Yeah. So you blame that on being Irish?
No, I'm sure that somebody out there is probably thinking that, so I just thought I'd yeah, you're probably Irish. That's why. You know what I mean? It's a joke.
I talk fast. I'm Irish.
I am Irish,
It's
though.
funny.
Actually, I am. My grandma was very Irish. My wife's actually very Irish, too. You know what I mean? And I've been to Ireland, so yeah, I'm pretty Irish.
Hot damn. Do you got any 4-leaf clovers at the house?
No.
Why not? Yeah. My grandmother used to find them all the time, dude.
I know how to call you an asshole in Gaelic.
Oh, that's amazing. I've probably never heard it before. Please enlighten me.
No, it's okay.
You sure? Come on. I know some people who actually speak Gaelic. I'm not fluent in it, but I can pick up on what you're saying.
Hold on, I'm texting. I'm talking to the person in the chat saying that something happened.
What happened? I'll read it. Don't worry.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Well,
Trying to read it.
let's take a look at his new.
It's very distracting when you're trying to read and text and somebody's talking in the background and you're supposed to be doing a show at the same time. It's really frustrating.
I imagine so. I want to see his new theory.
I know somebody's probably in the background going, "Shut up and stop doing that." That's why it's driving everybody crazy. No, I'm kidding. But it is what it is, right?
You think it's like day-to-day life where you can multitask
It would
and
be
nobody's
easier
really
if I could
watching you?
put the screen up here so that way you could see my face like I'm looking at you and talking to you, even though I'm actually trying to text and talk to the people in the chat too, because I'm trying to do both, and I know that seems difficult, but
So you
everybody's
text
doing
on
it.
your-
Everybody's doing it. It's just usually they're not showing their face, or they're really good at it and they've got like 5
Hey,
screens.
Mr. Banner.
Anyway, what?
Sorry. Banner's in the house.
What's up,
The Hulk.
David? See, if I keep up with my normal thing where I say hi to everybody in the chat, like everybody, almost everybody. There's a couple of people that I think that I might have missed, but it wasn't deliberate, by the way. If I didn't call you out when I saw you, I apologize. But yes, now see, I told you, once we've been on for a while, and people will start to notice, and they'll start to come in and see us and say hi.
Well,
So-
just because Banner's here, I'm going to play a song.
Okay,
Regardless.
good idea.
It's one of his favorites. No, his one. I tried to get him to play on when I went over there one night. He wouldn't play it.
Oh,
Not that he's going to play every song that everybody throws at him. You know. Would you?
would you? What? Say it again.
So everybody tries to request David to play songs and stuff all the time.
Is he good?
And well, he does. He spends all night long, basically, and he comments in between them. So, and he's played some of my songs before. So.
Oh yeah.
And he even played a clip from Saab when I went to go over see Duffy.
I know
Put it on the
soccer.
show.
I can sing well, but I have to, like, I can only sing. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm not as good as I think I am, but I always think that I'm good because I've heard people say that I sound really good. But then I've also heard people say that I try too much to sound like the person I'm singing like, and then it ruins it. You know, it makes me not be able to hit the right highs and lows because I'm not really good at. I'm not good with the middles. I'm more better with the lows and the highs. There's just a weird thing, and when I go from one to the other, I break, and so it always screws everything up. So I'm better at doing like Guns N' Roses sometimes, and then but I'm better at like lower voices, like Alice in Chains and stuff like that. I'm really good at Alice in Chains. I can sing like that, and I can sing pretty close to like the lead singer of Incubus, but he's a lot harder to sing. But when my voice is good, like when I'm not dehydrated and my stomach isn't hurting all day, then my voice isn't all messed up. Then I can usually sing pretty good. And I should practice more. Anyway.
Look on the screen. What do you see?
Okay.
But banish your thoughts. I thought I'd play it for. Ready?
Okay. Oh boy.
Well, this is this song's been done twice over 2 different ways. I'll play both of them for you.
Zombie rounds galore, and things that go right through the wall. I keep them zombie rounds galore. These motherfuckers really must be illiterate. Trying to read me a little bit, don't consider it. My business is a bit too intricate. While you are limited to simple shit, whoever permitted it is an indigent, morally destitute, chapter 11 idiot. These rappers hate me like the parking authority, cause I'm ripping it right in their face. You take up my space and you will be ticketed. It's no coincidence, I'm so attributed to the most ridiculous flows administered. There's no equivalent, I've been blackballed, that's for real. Blackballed like Rugged Man when he told Jive Records, fuck your whack deal. But that's okay cause I proceeded to wreck it without allegiance to record companies keeping me vetted, investigated for lyrics I'm writing, tightening budgets cause they don't like it. I love it, boy, here's my pipe, you can suck it. You think you're rocking, but you're dealing with pebbles. I am the holder of boulders and the revealer of levels. You catch me funneling weapons to Palestinian rebels, so there should not be a question of how I'm dealing with devils. I got them zombie rounds galore. It only takes one shot to fuck your whole head up. Props to R.A., he gave you your turn. Rest in peace, it's Staff Sergeant Thorburn. I got them zombie rounds galore. It only takes one shot to fuck your whole head up. Props to R.A., he gave you your turn. Rest in peace, Staff Sergeant Thorburn. This is a rapper bash fest, you can bet your cash, yes. 10 to 1 when I'm done, your paradigm is a smash mess. Unless your brain was injured in a crash test, you will walk away when I'm done saying to yourself under your breath, that's fresh. But lyricists that's fucking with me, they do not exist. And if you think somebody's coming close, then you should tell them this. My rhymes are toxic, it's only dummies who try and stop it. When I grip a mic and spit, it's like I keep defying logic. Keep telling yourself you're fucking with me, son, you're lying, stop it. You would have a better chance to fucking miss a wine tropic. These major labels can't give me a proper appraisal. They push an anal, I'll come in the office and give them a facial. Better yet, pop them with cranial shots to the fatal, slice the navel, and still they lift the fuck up. And I'm making it happen for anybody faking the passion. I'm taking your rations, blatantly confiscating and smashing. Enough debating and asking, sitting, waiting and flashing. Taking it back to scraping and scrapping. Graffiti DJing, breaking and rapping. I'll awaken assassins. Zombie rounds galore. It only takes one shot to fuck your whole head up. Props to R.A., he gave you your turn. Rest in peace, it's Staff Sergeant Thorburn. I got them zombie rounds galore. It only takes one shot to fuck your whole head up. Props to R.A., he gave you your turn. Rest in peace, Staff Sergeant Thorburn. Definition of a rap flow, video. Gotta be the livest shit I've seen since Run DMC on Arsenio. It better win an award across the board. If not, we know the judges were paid. It's nothing but fraud. And I ain't talking out my neck. Give me that. Where's Lock, to Live, Tone, Gene, and Vinny at? Rap contests are made for suckers. Just so happens half of the rappers that I fuck with are among the judges. In addition to the fact this beat is Jurassic, and the legends never die, LP is a classic. And this is not a dick ride or an ass kiss. Respect to everybody involved is massive. And be on the lookout for the media midget. You see that? Pull out the toolie and load it with Z-Max. I got them zombie rounds galore. It only takes one shot to fuck your whole head up. Props to R.A., he gave you your turn. Rest in peace, it's Staff Sergeant Thorburn. I got them zombie rounds galore. It only takes one shot to fuck your whole head up. Props to R.A., he gave you your turn. Rest in peace, Staff Sergeant Thorburn. Zombie rounds galore. I got them zombie rounds galore. I keep them zombie rounds galore. Them things that go right through the wall. I got them zombie rounds galore. 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 I keep them zombie rounds galore. I got them zombie rounds galore. You better start popping. Start popping. Every time I see a zombie. Start popping. Every time you see a zombie. Start popping. Every time you see a zombie. I'm gonna start popping.
Well, what'd you think of that one?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
You're not too bad for a flat earther rapping, dude. I'm telling you.
Not too bad.
I guess there's a couple of flat earthers that have rap
There's
songs.
a couple of really good flat earth singers, but I mean, I'm not saying nothing bad about anybody that tries it. That's, I'm sure I couldn't do any better, but just saying. There's also some bad ones too.
Are you having a yard sale? Are you putting numbers on your house?
No, actually, I, for some reason, I have this affinity for collecting things like this. I have a whole bunch of numbers and letters because I plan on marking all my stuff. Once it's all fixed up and painted, I'm going to mark everything with my address and my phone number underneath, like where you won't see it, but like with letters that are reflective and stuff like that, to where
Anus liked
if somebody
it.
ever steals my stuff, it doesn't necessarily have a license plate on it. It doesn't
Got a thumbs up.
have a tag, but because it's mine, it's got my name written on it. Usually it's engraved somewhere on the frame, and it's in little decal. So my stuff's all marked.
You're not
So there
possessive
won't
at all.
ever be
Right?
there won't be ever a question unless you can find all the stickers I put on.
I hear you.
You know what I mean? Or if you
I'm
can
gonna
get
start digging through your stuff now. Were you interested in John Levy's new theory or not? We didn't really get into it.
Well, if you want to get into it, yeah, we can get
Yeah, just
into
for
it.
a
I don't
minute.
have a problem with that.
Take a look at it.
I'm trying to think of what else we could talk about. It. We didn't talk about that.
Yeah.
I don't really want to talk anymore about the usual thing that everybody else is talking about. Stupid stuff about baby oil and everything. Dumb
We're not
stuff.
talking about that at all.
Okay, good.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
I wasn't either until it just popped in there all of a sudden. I was just like, damn it! I was trying to keep that out of my head, but damn it if it didn't pop in there. My bad. Sorry, everyone.
You
Forgive me.
weirdo. We forgive you.
To avoid this, to attempt to leave everything on the table. I think a notion in this community is that it was all very beautiful and harmonious, and what a wonderful world. And it may have been, and I've said it before, but it may have also been a horrible world. I mean, everything has this perfect symmetry. It's a world of perfection, and as a world of perfection, so great. Many of you know I built my house, and one thing I love about my house is the imperfections, the lack of planning, and making up for that lack of planning in the finishing stages. Something can always be finished, but if you allow it, it takes on a form of its own. After looking at so many of these buildings, again, I think we see a perfection. Oftentimes we're told these belong to royalty, and I appreciate beauty
later, Mr.
and
Banner.
intricacy, but I do think it's a little cold. It's a little too large. Take this photo, for example. This is fine if you're in a warm climate, but if it's cold out, snowing, this is a stupid building. So beautiful, of course, such good quality, but it's clearly been repurposed. These people are primitive. They've turned these arched windows or entrances into stoves. It makes sense. You don't need so many windows and doors. This is going to be very difficult to heat. At the highest point, my house is 12 feet tall. I built it that way so that I could have a sleeping quarters, a loft, and that's a pretty good feature. Even in a structure like this one that we're looking at, you could have a whole second floor, perhaps 3 floors. But these people
You got
and
4
myself
floors
would
in there,
never
dude.
build such tall ceilings unless you had the ability to recirculate the
Giants.
air, like a modern ventilation system,
necessarily,
ducting that
maybe.
would move the
You know where
hot
they're
air
aiming at.
back
You know where he's
down.
going.
And there's
Well,
no
this
doubt,
big empty
again, that the
warehouse, it might have
people
just
do
been a
not
warehouse.
match the
And then they just
buildings,
decorated
are
it later. They
merely
wanted to cover it up
tourists.
and make it look like it was more than it was, because it was a beautiful building on the
Lacks
outside, but it was just a warehouse
soul,
on the
and
inside. So
clearly people could build
had to
whatever
decorate
they
it. I don't know.
wanted.
Who knows?
Material procuring
But all
and
these buildings seem
transport.
to have huge, like big, huge areas, like huge, like open areas, like they would have court or whatever in there, right? They would have a court, or they'd have people in there selling things and whatever. It seems to me like it would be like a big, like a, what do you call that? You know, your local, like people selling groceries and farm stuff and all that, farmers market, whatever. That's what it seems like it would be to me. And people would just bring their wares in, like they bring animals, they bring all kinds of things in through these big doors, and they'd sell them. They'd sell them in auctions or whatever inside the building. I don't know. Who knows, right? I mean, it could be that, or it could, maybe there were giants, or maybe there was people that were bigger. But why would they continue to? Why wouldn't they have just separated the 2 floors apart once the short people became short and all the tall people were gone? Why wouldn't they have just retrofitted it? It doesn't make any sense.
They had quarters for both, though. I'm thinking. That's
Well,
the way
yeah,
I'm
maybe,
looking at it.
because it seems like there's different sized doors, but maybe the different sized doors are simply just so you can bring equipment inside the building. Maybe these were big military buildings. Who knows? I mean, we really don't know what they were. Right? I mean, we all
Yeah,
have our
the thing-
fascinating ideas and thoughts and all that about why there was clocks, towers, and all these shapes in the windows, and were they filled with glass or were they just open? Were they some kind of a electrical? Was it? We don't know, right? We
Well, I'm just
can't
going to
be,
throw something in there, like the doorknobs, like the height of them and the size of them. Like it makes it seem, and some are antique as hell. They're old.
but I've
They
also
actually,
seen some newer stuff that's built, like in
Yeah.
different buildings, like especially like the Cow Palace here. And anyway, there's places around here where they have concerts all the time, big huge places, and they build them to look kind of weird like that, where they have these big oversized. It's so they can bring the whole equipment in right through the back door. You know, it's like it's a stage set. You know what I mean? Like I think that's what a lot
Yeah.
of that was. But like I said, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not a scientist. I don't know a lot about history or any of that shit or maps or none of that. But what I do know is that what makes more sense is that maybe there was a lot of people with a lot of time on their hands, or maybe they had technology and it got taken away from us. But that doesn't necessarily mean that all the people in the world just disappeared all of a sudden and we replaced them all either. You know what I'm saying? Like, does that make any sense either? No, not really, because wouldn't there be more evidence for it? I don't know. I just
No.
have a feeling that
I think we
regardless
killed a
of
lot
who
of
built
the a lot of the
things,
giants off, dude, over a
but
period of time.
regardless of who built these buildings, obviously they were very, very skilled workers. And regardless of how big they were or how small they were, it looks to be like as if they were probably at different sizes. Either that or they just had technology that allowed them to just build at whatever scale they wanted. And they just showed it off. That's why they made these big entrances and made a big show of it. Because it was meant just to be a big show, like in the summer or something. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? You know, like that. I'm trying to think logically. But I know that when I go in and I see these huge buildings in San Francisco and it's just like an office building, I'm thinking to myself, why would you build a building out of solid rock and steel and like all this stuff? Why would you have done this to make it look so beautiful and perfect? And like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make logical sense. The money that seems like would have went into that would be so much, it would just outweigh the fucking use of it, right?
I'm gonna give you a rundown of why a lot of these things were built. There were people that were obsessed with certain parts of culture, like the Rockefeller family themselves.
Right.
They wanted to build a Gothic cathedral in Manhattan. This is back in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the Twin Towers are actually standing. Was supposed to be a Gothic temple.
Right. I remember that. Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. There's
But-
a lot of obsessed people, especially the upper class and the royals. They are obsessed with the culture so much that they dedicate their entire lives to it. They would actually build a cathedral like that, or Twin Towers or skyscrapers and stuff like that. There's two different kinds of people. There are people that are obsessed and people that enjoy it. I like the ones that enjoy it, who live it. The ones that are obsessed with it, there's something wrong, dude. Something doesn't connect, you know.
I agree.
They want everybody to be like them, I think.
Yeah, how dare
And that's a lot of the problems with the world, that
How dare
people don't. Yeah, how dare them?
Well,
How dare you? How
Don't
dare
we
you?
all want people to be like us so that we can feel normal?
Not
But
really.
when you force people,
I would get bored.
That's the whole idea.
Dude. So let's check out his new theory right quick. Let's see what he's got. He's got a new theory, is what he's saying. So
Okay.
his new theory about the bigger buildings and the old structures. He's got a new one. So let's check it out. He refreshed his ideas out.
Seemed to have been no problem, but yet everything has this very beautiful, castle-y, Greco-Roman, whatever terms you want to give them, style. Nothing really original. I mean, yes, the features will vary, but pretty much repeating themes. Domes, spires, arches. Super, super, super
shit, dude.
beautiful and intricate. Don't get me wrong.
Huge.
But again, cold. Beautiful yet cold. And I think, and of course I don't know, that there is something slightly oppressive about such a perfect architecture. It seems painstaking and oppressive even to ask somebody to build something like this. Like insulting, pompous, and egotistical, and yet tends.
Hey, Flats, how are you doing tonight? Flats Boy's here.
What's up, dude?
We're just checking out a new theory from John Levy. He's got a new theory about the giant structures. I'll find out what he's got to say about it. I have no idea yet. What do you think so far, Ryan?
I don't know. I'm kind of like want to know where he's going with it. I don't see it. I mean, I've heard a lot of his stuff. I haven't studied it or nothing, but I've watched a lot of his stuff. I've been sub to him for a while, and like I said, even though the monotone thing, I think he could probably fix that. But
It's
besides
gonna
that,
be hard to fix.
his work is pretty interesting though. It's a lot of the stuff that he said has added to the stuff that I wonder about. The theories that I've come up with is a lot of it. Yeah. So I hear him. I mean, I hear what he has to say and everything, but I don't know if I'm convinced of it. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm convinced that this whole mud flood idea is and this reset thing is really true, or whether it's just another deception to convince me otherwise that or something else. You know what I mean? I don't know. Sometimes I just wonder if maybe I shouldn't put a lot of energy into any one thing because it's probably going to deceive me, right? It scares me a little bit.
Well, what he does is he goes around to like the local Hagues and he digs into the archives and he finds out who's the architecture, who built the building, how old it is, and then he compares it to everything he finds, and he finds a lot of falsehoods and a lot of lies. So it's intriguing. It's like a murder.
Oh, it
mystery
is.
kind
Yeah,
of
it's
thing.
definitely intriguing. Yeah, because he does look into a lot of stuff, which is what makes him interesting. Yeah.
And he's from Arizona, where I lived for the last 20 years. So
Oh, really? There was a
all
guy
back
that,
through.
there was a guy that I used to listen to all the time. It was called the I can't remember. Oh, I still watch it, I guess, once in a while. But he's from the same area that I was born, right, in Missouri, and he does this basically the weather and stuff, and he like when the fires were happening here in California, like he showed a lot of aerial stuff from the the Satelloons and hey logobs. Now I lost my thought, but yeah, I just he
Your friend, weather
anyway, I
balloons.
used to listen to him every day,
Satellites.
like almost every day, and he would come on and he would show you all the overhead maps of the the electrical map and the weather map and the cloud map and all that stuff. He would show that he would compile all that stuff together, and he would show you all the different movements in the clouds and basically show you how they were making the clouds and manipulating them. And like anytime there was some kind of like weird anomaly in the sky or weird weather pattern, there was always some kind of like weird microwave wave in the clouds and stuff like that. He used to show that stuff all the time, and I don't know if he's still around, but I can't remember the name. Anyway, I used to watch him all the time, but I don't watch a lot of stuff anymore because I'm afraid because it takes me down weird roads, and I've lost myself a couple times, like for months, be just lost in something, trying to figure it out, trying to like, and it turns out to be nothing really, and then most of my friends will say like, well, why'd you even consider that? I was like, well, it sounded good and it fit into this and that. And they're like, well, yeah, but that's still just a thought too. And I'm like, well, yeah, but it makes logical sense sometimes, and it gets you caught up, like I'll spend a whole lot of time researching for it and I won't find much, and it'll frustrate me and make me think, well, maybe there is something to this, like, because they usually do cover it well when there's truth to it. So it's going to be hard to find. So it's like, how diligent do I need to be? And then once I spent, a couple of weeks just spending all day long looking through stuff, then I start to get burned out. And it's like, I can't take it anymore. You know what I mean? Have you ever gotten that way with something? Like just become obsessed with it where you want to know the truth about it and you just keep seeking it until you figure it out. And sometimes God makes you wait a while and it gets frustrating. You know what I mean? You hear what I'm saying?
I do. Uh-huh.
So, damn it, like anyway.
Read the chat.
Logical sense. But my logical isn't logical like everybody else's, so I don't claim that to be. So if you ever hear me say something crazy, then you know what, I might be crazy in that sense. I'm okay with that. What the hell?
Well, you're my obsession, dude. I'm telling you. I'm just funny.
We're the obsession.
That's right.
Obviously, you got to be careful.
What obsessions? Being a healthy, inquisitive mind is not being an obsession.
No, I want to know something. Like when I find out somebody's lying to me, right? I don't just want to know that somebody's lying to me. I want to know why. I want to know who's doing it, where the money goes, how it's funded. So that way, later on down the road, if I ever become have some kind of say in what goes on around me, I can actually do something about it. I at least know who to fight, right? But I have no idea, really. Most of the time, I don't think we're ever going to know who those people are. They're going to put people up there as puppets, but they're just there to play the part, right? They're just actors. Stand up there and say, "Well, I'm in charge, and you got to listen to me." When in reality, it's all going on in the background somewhere.
Well, I think they're just as guilty, to be honest. I think
Well,
they
of
know
course
what's
they
going
are,
on.
but
Yeah.
like I said, you could. I mean, you could go in and you could clear all them out of somewhere, right? Like, let's say you just take them, rounded them all up, put them in prison or whatever, took them out of the country or kicked them out, whatever, right? Whatever
Yeah.
you do. And then let's say you're going to replace them. Well, what's going to happen? Well, people that know what's going on are going to be the people that are left over that are only half bad, right? So they're going to, but it's going to start right back up the same way. I think government is something that we probably do need, but I don't really see a whole big point in it, except for it just basically defends itself. And I don't see the point of that. It's like it either needs to work for the people, or it needs to work for the businesses, or it needs to work for both, but it needs to be fair to where people don't get taken advantage of by the police and from the different, law dictating areas of our lives where we do need, we need civility, we need people to follow rules. Like, I think it's, I don't necessarily think that speeding on the freeway should get everybody in trouble. I don't, because I think there's a lot of people on the road like me that drive fast all the time. I used to have to do it for a job, so I got really good at it. I don't think it's dangerous for me to drive fast, and if I do think it's dangerous, I slow down. Like if it rains or whatever, I'm not stupid, but I mean, accidents do happen. So I mean, and we all have to make amends for that. And we all have to take responsibility, but like. When you do something where you have to drive a long distance and you have to make deliveries on time and you got to get it all done in a decent amount of time where there's not traffic on the highway, you kind of have to figure out to just go in at 2 a.m., load up, and then make your first delivery as far out as you can be, work your way back. And then you don't have to waste a bunch of time working extra. You know what I'm saying? You're done early, and when the traffic hits, everybody else going to work, and you're pretty much done for the day. You started at 2 a.m., So.
Well, but they capitalize on those things as much as they can because lawyers are greedy, dude. I'm telling you right
Of course. But I think that's where Americans and everybody, I mean, anybody who's in a country that they feel like they're free, they ought to be diligent in understanding what freedom is and what tyranny is and fighting against tyranny, not just saying that you're this and you're that and that you're free and that you believe in freedom, but then not being willing to fight for it and stand up for it. Because that's the reason why it's been taken slowly away from us, like our guns and everything else, and whether that's right or wrong, not really the point. I mean, I wish we could say that we didn't need guns, but because now we have them, we kind of have to work backwards. We can't really can't go back and change time. We can't just remove the guns because anybody can sit in the machine shop or usually drill in a piece of metal and make a gun.
You can make a gun, dude, yeah.
It's really easy to make, and it's not that difficult.
Right, I've always, my whole life, always been around guns, had guns.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to buy, bricks of bullets at Walmart, but I mean, you could make your own. Yeah, I could make one out of a piece of concrete, and it's not that hard. You make a cannon out of concrete.
Guns don't bother me, dude. They really don't.
No, they don't. Now, if people were walking around, like young people were walking around swinging guns, that upsets me, bro. It makes me want to get upset because it's like, I don't understand why young people got it. I mean, I get it. They're afraid of that people are going to attack them or whatever, and so they got to defend themselves. But pulling a gun on somebody is a serious thing, and you don't just do that for no good. And you don't go around causing trouble, like going to other people's neighborhoods and doing donuts and having stupid street races and then destroying people's property and then complaining when the cops chase you. And then, why you got to be an asshole about that? Why not just go rent some property, put your money together instead of blowing all your money on getting pulled out of jail? Spend that money on a damn place where you can pay for have an ambulance guy show up there and be paramedics there where you guys can do donuts. And if somebody does get hurt, you have fucking ambulance there to save your ass. I don't get it. Why can't you just, what do you think that all these famous people did? What do you think monster truck rallies came from? They came from people that came up with these ideas. Why not use all that intuition that you have and all that spice and all that rebellion that you have and use that energy for something positive, like making a business out of it and making it safe for everybody to do. So it's fun. Then you don't have a bunch of people hating you for it and being upset with you for it. You actually have people wanting to back you because you're doing something right for the community. See what I'm saying? So do it that way. That's why I like some of these little clubs that do this, because they do good things for the community and they make people think about what they do. They don't just go around pushing people around saying, you need to do this. They show the way to do it. And sometimes that's the best way to do it.
You ever heard of Idiocracy? I know you have.
Yes, I've seen it many times.
That's what it is, dude. They want to keep pushing that macho.
They want it so extreme that it literally looks that way because that's why everybody talks. Even though that's not really true, everybody knows in here that's not true. But we say that because we're trying to defend some part of us that's battered or felt attacked or hurt, right? Feeling. It's all about feelings. And trust me, I get it. I'm an empathetic person. I see someone going through a traumatic time and it makes me cry. And I don't even know why. It just upsets me. It's like there's like a vibe in the air. I can tell it's tense. But at the same time, it's like I understand that we all have to move on and we can't just lay around and cry and complain all. We have to be able to do something. And if we don't manifest that into something valuable, like something good for the community, then what are we? We're just sitting on our asses bitching and complaining like old men. And that's not
or a bunch of old Betties, dude, you know.
We need to like start climbing the ladder. Like if we're wise and if we're smart and if we do believe things, we do know things, and if we can do things, then why aren't we out there doing it?
We got something. Check it out.
What's that? Roger's flyby.
Yeah, it's a video.
Okay. Let's see.
Let's check it out. Mr. Jim, suck it in here.
Mr. Jim.
Oh, nice. You like this?
You were just making sure it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. No, I saw what it was when it popped in, man.
Well, we have to view it first, guys. Sorry. We have to at least get an eyeball at it.
The anus wouldn't do you like that, dude.
It doesn't have anything bad on there because, it doesn't.
The anus would not do anything bad to us, dude. I promise.
Well, I don't. Maybe not directly, but I mean, I send you stuff in your text message all the time that probably isn't appropriate for TV, but
yeah, this isn't TV though.
I ain't gonna send it to you.
Right? You want to check it out?
Nice.
I know. We got a moonshot. I got to save this guy. Fucker, dude. Thanks, Jim.
Let's see. Whenever I look at the moon like this,
Ooh.
Oh, nice. I was just gonna ask, is something gonna fly by?
Yeah, that's the whole idea, man.
Good job. I see you cut that out deliberately. Yeah. I was just gonna say, is it a bird or is it gonna be something else that flies by? That's pretty cool.
That's the
what's cool is that he actually got it to be like in focus too, because you could actually tell what it was. Because I think normally if a plane flew by, unless it was far away, it would probably go by so quickly that you wouldn't even see it, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah,
it's pretty cool that we got it in there.
I gotta save this guy.
I'm wondering.
It's on the list now.
I'm wondering, Jim, did you know that was going to go by there? Did you set that up to where because planes go through there because there's an airport nearby, or did that just randomly happen? I'm just curious.
He's laughing.
Doesn't matter. No, he was laughing before I asked the question, but yeah.
Oh, okay. And Mastodon's on. And the Lamb of God. Anyway, enough Mastodon for tonight.
I mean, it's rocking, but I mean, I just can't deal with it.
You want to hear sultry voices sing
I want to hear
through
somebody
the
that has
night?
some fucking talent, some fucking tone in their voice, like hit some notes or at least just have some heart in there and some soul. Like talk about something fucking beautiful instead of just the world's gonna die, fuck, kill me, die, fucking do drugs, sluts, fucking demons. It's like fuck.
He didn't say that in that song at all. He's
you don't have
telling
to. That's what it sounds like. Everybody knows that when you hear that, it's like, what the fuck are you trying to do, bro?
No, if you listen to that song, he's telling a story about rivers all over the earth.
Really?
Yes, he really is. The rivers run to all the seas, and he's
now name one person that you've ever met in your entire life that's ever met you, and the minute they met you, they shook your hand and said,
yeah, but that's not music. It's different.
I'm just asking the question. Why?
I'm giving you.
Why?
It's the energy that goes with it.
Unbearably screaming, fucking out of tone, fucking. What the fuck is that about? Is it just so you can scream the loudest without sounding stupid, or what?
No, I grew up on metal and punk, dude.
I did too, but I just don't. That part I don't get. Like I get Slayer because there's a lot of really good music in there, and there's a lot of fucking. Even though it sounds demonic, I think a lot of it is pointing the finger at the evil in the world that we don't want to look at. That underbelly.
Before we continue with this, I'm gonna play you something. Okay. You're telling me that none of that the metal and stuff, the screaming stuff.
I didn't say none of it makes. There's some of it that makes me want to jump around and hurt people, but
I'm not talking about doing that neither.
Well,
This has a message to it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But I'm gonna play it for you right now. You'll like it. You'll love it. You'll like it. You'll love it. You want some more of it. You know.
if I don't know it, then I probably won't.
If you don't know something, you can't actually adapt to anything new.
No, when I first heard "Wood" by Alice in Chains, I instantly liked that. Instantly liked it. I don't know why. And I couldn't get enough of them. I think every song they've ever made, I think I like. I don't think there's one bad song. Def Leppard's the same way. I love them. I think I'm trying to think of another band. Motley Crue's pretty much everything they've done. I think is. I mean, even though some of it's cheesy, I still like it. It reminds me of my childhood. Reminds me of my teenage years. I like everything that 21 Pilots has made. I've listened to all their albums and even some of the new shit they put out. I love it. I like all of it. I don't know why I like it. Maybe it's because it's the same shit, but I don't know. There's just something about words and the lyrics that mean to me. Plus, I sat out here in the garage listening to that music, so it's like it's part of me now. You know what I mean? So I'm forever gonna remember, like Polarized, especially, and a couple other songs on that one album that I remember just sitting out here singing along with it, trying to remember the words and stuff, and fixing things and piling the stuff up like I do. But sometimes I get on a nut kick and I start cleaning the whole garage and it looks great for a while, and then it goes back to this thing. It just depends on my mood.
Anus says, no, he didn't plan that one out, dude.
Oh, really? That's pretty awesome.
After he took it.
Right, I mean, right in the middle of the screen. Yeah, that was perfect. The last time I was watching like a live like that, I was watching, I think it was Boogeyman on his Dot Communicator or whatever it was called podcast, and
yeah, I looked for that. I couldn't find it.
I know. I'm sure you have, but he was watching the moon and he was zoomed in on it, really, really big and beautiful. And all of a sudden, this damn hot air balloon went by and it had like a star-shaped balloon on it, and it was floating. And it was like
nice.
It looked like it was like way out there, like really close to where the moon was. You know what I mean? It was pretty trippy. It was really convincing to me. I was like, what? I thought it was a joke. I thought he put it in there on purpose as a joke. And then he's like, what the hell? And then all of a sudden, like the chat started going crazy. I remember I was in there. The chat started going nuts. And I was like, what the hell was that? Everybody's like, what was that? And he's like, hold on. And then he came back on and he didn't even notice it at first. Everybody had to yell at him because he was like wandering around talking. Yeah, it was.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was probably funny. I remember that. And you know what? I have a lot of good memories about it. Even though it was some of the goofiest stuff that happened. Like, I remember, what's his name, that comedian? I can never remember his damn name. Ben, what's his fucking name?
Ben Shapiro.
No, Benjamin, what the fuck is his name? Fuck.
Owen Benjamin?
Yeah, Owen Benjamin, that's it. Owen Benjamin.
Yeah.
I watched that guy right before he even talked about Flat Earth. I don't know why I started watching that. Yeah. It just popped up one day on my YouTube and I started watching him. And when he started going through that, it was so awesome watching him go through that. And I kept thinking to myself, there's no way this is real, right? Is he really going to like come to the conclusion that the Earth's flat? And when he did, I was just blown away. It was like, I watched that almost daily, bro. Like every day I watched that guy talk on there. It was so interesting. And I remember all the people that I met. I met like Sue on there. I met. It got to you, didn't it? Yeah, it did. It got to me really good. It was like watching. It did. And you know what? If I found out that was fake, I'd be really upset. But for me, it wasn't. It wasn't, because watching him be drunk and like, that's real shit. Like you can tell when somebody's being real. You know what I mean? And like his frustration with it, like watching him getting angry and throwing. I remember he was throwing beer one day, and then everybody was like, "Dude, you're gonna tear up your room." He's like, "No, the room's not even real, bro. It's just me in the back room, like against the wall with some fake." Yeah, I remember when he said that. Everybody was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, man, that's my backyard, bro." Like,
nice. All right, I'm gonna play you this little. I'm gonna play you this little tune. Tell me what you think about somebody screaming, and he actually sounds good for somebody screaming. I think.
Oh no.
You ready?
DNC. Okay.
Yeah.
You'll
like the theme.
This serves as our protection. Long live the Constitution. DNC. 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 I'll always be a threat to an unjust government. We should always be a threat to the
was awesome.
Right.
You agree?
If it wasn't for people that thought like that, bro, we wouldn't have a country right now. None of us would. Not one of us would. Even though it might be bad in your country right now. Trust me, it was worse before.
I agree with those boys completely.
Things have been worse.
I'm trying to reconnect my headphones.
Really good.
What you eating?
Nuts.
These nuts?
These nuts.
Those nuts.
No, these nuts.
We got more people in the audience, sir.
Oh, hello, Twilight. And Logog. Very sorry to you. I'm busy munching instead of texting. So.
It's Twilight, yes. Hi, Twilight. How we doing?
You know,
What do you know?
I've always wondered about things. I've always wondered if there was a way that the world could work where we all got along, but we all still had our own freedoms to do what we wanted, you know, in our own sense, you know, like in our own homes or whatever. And I always imagined that that could be possible, and it probably was done quite well. But I think that in this age and era, that I don't think, unless we manipulated our minds or something to not think of evil or not do evil, I think that'd be the only way we could avoid it. But I don't even think that would help. Of course, we still have to believe in Christ. But I don't know. I've just always wondered about like the intent of all of it, and like what's the purpose of Satan's ploys? You know, like why does he do what he does, and is God behind it? You know, like is God allowing him to do that deliberately so that we understand things better? You know, like I always wondered these things, like what's the mind of God like? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Like
Yeah, I got you.
the fact that he gave me the mind that I have, and I'm able to sit there and reason and think about things, come up with crazy ideas, and even figure things out in my head, and then go look them up and find out that I kind of figured out how it worked just based on what I already know. It's really fascinating that he gave me that ability, but yet I wonder, he must be much smarter than that. So I imagine that he's gone through, I mean, just in my short time I've been here, 50 years, 51 almost, it seems like I've learned that the best way to raise children is to be strict and stern with them, and to not try to be their friend, to be their parent first. And then once they can graduate from that point, when they get to their teen years, then you can spoil them, and they already know how to act, right? They already understand what you mean when you say, don't do this, don't do that in public, you know, keep yourself, you know, don't show the worst of you to the world and things like that. Whereas a lot of kids don't listen, and they don't. But if you get that through to them, usually that's what stays with them the best. Like, but nowadays everything's different. So my parenting was different. Back when I was younger, I understood what was going on in the world and the culture. I watched TV all the time, so I could relate to everything. Whereas now I don't do that, so my daughter doesn't relate to me the same way. I'm not into like Dungeons and Dragons and all the other weird video games and things that she's into, that she memorizes all these demons' names, all this crazy stuff, and that's all she wants to talk about, and it frustrates me. But
Yeah, my daughter did the same thing. She got into like cards and spells and stuff, and she started
that's even more.
kind of weird, but she grew out of it. She
I don't
didn't
know.
mind
I
gratification.
think maybe my daughter, I'm just guessing, but I'm thinking maybe she feels like that I won't accept her if she's who she wants to be. And I try to explain to her, it's not about that. I don't care if she finds someone to love, I'll be happy for her. Like if it happens to be another woman, that I can live with that. But I can't live with being forced to call things what they're not. She's always going to be my daughter, and I watch her come out of her mother. You know what I mean? Like it's like,
Yeah.
I think she doesn't understand that until she has her own kids, and if she doesn't, I don't know if she ever will. But I hope she does get that. I really do love her, and I don't care about all that stuff. What I care about though is that I'm not going to be told what to do, and I'm not going to be forced to say something's right when it's not. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to judge everybody, especially my own kids. I don't judge people. I have lots of friends in all different walks of life, you know. But
Yeah, I do.
that's
I know. Now, let's get back to Mr. Levy's theory. You want to do that for a minute?
Yes, please. I'm going off on a rant again, sorry. Well, let's
Where we were. Right about here. No, a little further. Hold on. I know where I was right here. Yeah.
just to get in the hang of it.
There's 3D printed miniatures of many buildings, cathedrals, usually sold in tourist gift shops. This could be 3D printed, anything. But I tend to rule that out
Notice the chemical skies behind them now.
when it comes to buildings with individual.
Yeah. You can see it all through there, dude. That's as bad as Vanilla Skies. Remember that?
Well, that's basically Vanilla Sky to me because I know that's fake. That's a fake sky. You can tell it's fake. You can tell it's a drawing, it's a painting or something, or airbrush, or it's a picture that's been airbrushed over to make it look like a painting. Whatever.
I don't think it's a painting. It looks like it's been airbrushed and it's a painting. They did some.
Or I know they do those, like, what do they call those? Where they take a picture and they actually transfer it over and they use color squares in order to make a painting. Like they make posters out of it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's not a screen printing, but there's something else. There's another name for it. I can't remember what it is. But anyway, I always think of that when I see that kind of background. Because you can tell that the background, you can see the trees are really short in the background. So can you imagine the clouds in the sky being that huge compared to those trees? It just doesn't match up right. It just
the sky was added in later. You can just tell.
It was superimposed, exactly.
Yeah. Probably over the top of the sky picture.
And that's probably what makes the building look fake, is because the sky is so phony that it makes the building not look real, even though it might actually be out of a photograph, but they've superimposed it. You know, like the grass kind of looks real, but I can't really see it that well. But
yeah, I'm looking at the lighting on it. It could be a drawing, even that, or a lithograph.
But even the sun doesn't look right for the sky. Like the sun would have to be almost right behind you for the sky to look like that.
The grass doesn't look real. You see it? Look at the grass.
Well, not compared to the building, no. But if the grass was there and the sky was there, it might actually look right. But the trees and the building don't look right in that comparison. The grass could be real though. But I mean, I think
where he got it from.
It's a lithograph. That's what I was thinking. A lithograph.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Yeah, that's it. Lithograph. I couldn't think of the name.
Well, basically, lithographs are easy to draw, but there's a lot of detail that go into them, man. A lot of these old
basically just
pictures
a photo and you superimpose it on, and you use plates in order to put the color, and then it basically makes an exact copy of it, basically.
You kind of etch it out of it, yeah.
Without having to paint it yourself, basically, yeah. And then you can make copies, and once you have it in there digitally. But now you can just draw it digitally, I guess. But
yeah, it's easier now.
But yeah, I just agree that some of the stuff. I mean, I can't really see it. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here. How much stuff working?
I got it on big screen. I should have it up. That's as big.
No,
as
I know,
but
but on my screen it's not. I didn't click the little hole. Hold on. Okay.
Click the little hole.
Yeah, the little tab at the bottom corner, smart. Yeah, it's definitely a lithograph. It doesn't look real.
Yeah.
But like,
yep.
See how tiny see how the trees in the front of the building. Those are probably normal sized trees or bushes, right? And right along the very front of the steps. And then you got these on the backside that look like they're way bigger, but they don't look right. Like if you think about that, we know that span there is probably like 40 or 50 feet for that first story, right? Because of the building size and because of the steps. You figure people, you can barely see them. They'd be like ants there, right? So if that's the case, then why are these trees so freaking big? They just look what they'd be towering up. That'd be like a 100-foot tree right there. Because it's in the background. It kind of looks. It even looks like it should be in the background, but it's not. It's like over the edge of the building there, even though it doesn't.
Yeah, it's right in the front. It
just looks phony. These over here look like they might be real tree line, because like a tree line might match up like that. That might actually be a normal tree line. But this over here looks like a single tree, like that was just cropped in there. It doesn't match up with these over here at all. These are all a bunch of trees that are matched together in the distance, but this looks like just a straight tree that was just grabbed and stuffed there. You know what I mean? Whereas all the ones in the front there, you can see there's even some shrubbery along the very front of that building underneath there. You can see it, and it looks like normal size, but then this stuff here doesn't match up. Neither does that.
Yeah, the shadows don't look right to me, and the sunlight on the front of the building. The face.
Well, the sunlight. Yeah. The point there is pretty good. Like the lighting there is decent, but it doesn't match with the grass and stuff. You're right. It just like there should be some shadow. The trees should be shadowing the bottom of the steps there, and some other things that aren't there yet. Maybe you wouldn't see it as well because of the height of the sun, but it seems like to me like you'd get some shadows over here on the steps right next to each one of these trees if you were like being real. But then again,
just at a glance, it'll fuck with you, dude.
I can see. Yeah, I know. Once you start like analyzing a photo or like a drawing, it really starts to get out of hand because you realize all the little flaws in it. But
Yeah.
everything's
Let's go
like that.
down. Let's go down further and see if we
Let's
see
just
any more.
watch the news. We can do that all day.
I don't want to watch the news, man.
Rip the news apart, dude. It's so fun.
Yeah, it's all green screen.
It is. It's not even real. It's just like old photographs and stuff that they reuse. It's so bad.
Yeah, this is crap, dude. Yeah. All right, let's give it a shot.
Individual
Let's see any
bricks or individual blocks. A 3D printer would just make these superficial. They wouldn't go throughout the structure. Now they may have had more advanced 3D printers than we have today. Some people believe that
No, that looks real.
angels may have built these structures.
What do you think?
Yeah, that looks like a photograph.
Yeah, it's a photograph.
And the clouds,
The lighting's
and the
proper.
clouds actually look, even though they might be superimposed, but they still look right. And the trees next to the building look right, and so does the car and everything. Everything looks proportionate.
Well, the lighting goes with the cloudy day. You can
It
look
does.
at
It does. And the sun
lighting.
is over to your right, over your right shoulder, because you can see the shadow up there on your upper left. Move your cursor up to your left on that left tower. See the shadow on the bottom half of the tower?
right here.
Yeah, over to your right a little bit. See the shadow there from the other dome, so you can see the sun's over
I
there
got you.
on your right,
Right
shoulder. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can see it. So that matches up. Some of the stuff in the front of the building kind of looks like it could be drawn, but only because when you take a photograph that's that far away, it ends up being that way unless it's a really, really high quality photo. That might be an older
Yeah.
one. Or
Well,
it's just because the transfer on, you posting it, him posting it, and all that, it just messes it up. It doesn't come out as strong. But the poles and everything, like you can
What's
see how
really
the doorways are match up with the pole. See, the doorways are raised, so
Yeah.
and the car, everything matches up on size level, so it looks like a photograph. Yeah.
You can actually see like rust on the copper roof.
But
right
if somebody
here.
was a
You see
really
it?
good artist, they could make it look that real. But I'm assuming
Yeah,
it's a
I've
photograph.
seen realistic paintings, and they're not quite. You can make them out within like a good 5 minutes.
Well, I'm
looking
assuming
at
this
it.
is real also because the person who posted it, it looks like it's in his files of it
Yeah.
shows a photograph there. So I'm just assuming that it's,
He went and took this picture. Is what he
Yeah,
said.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. Or he got it from someone that did or whatever.
Yeah, the Rayleigh criteria is that the objects get
Yeah,
smaller.
someone took the photo.
focal
It wasn't
points.
just someone didn't draw it or a lithograph or whatever and then
Yeah.
fake it.
If any kind of color or lines are going to blend at that point.
Plus, you can see that all those tops of those buildings, except for the very top ones, are all copper because they're all corroded.
Yeah,
You can see the top ones are probably gold, or they stripped it off and they just painted it gold. But the top ones were a different kind of metal. You
I
see that?
think it's brass, dude. By
It
looking
might
at
be
it.
brass.
Yeah.
But you notice how it's not polished, but usually brass turns green too. You ever seen
Eventually,
that?
yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and
It
they
just-
wouldn't be able to
it's
polish
harder
all
than
that
copper.
every day.
Yeah.
Imagine what it would be like just to polish all that shit.
Get up there, boy.
You'd have to have You'd have to literally have like people that work for you constantly all day long, just constantly polishing that shit all day long because it would
Yep.
corrode like within a day or two. It would turn colors again. We've got a building here in right over in the hill in Concord. It's right by the concert hall. Right across the street, there's this little building. It's not very big, but it has a dome just like that, and it's all like corroded like that. It's all, and then every once in a while they polish it up, and it's all shiny again, and then it turns green within a couple of days. I don't even know why they bother polishing it sometimes. But I guess because it starts to eat through it or something. But
You know what Jim said about the last one? Fake.
yeah, this one looked real though. But it's still a beautiful building. I'm not sure it was or always a church, but it does. It looks like one of those old missions, but.
It looked like almost mosque-like because of the dome.
Yeah, but it may not have been a church though. It might have been something. It might have been some kind of concert hall, or it could have been in many things. But
Let's go down some more. Ready?
Structures.
restaurant.
So an angel
wanna hear his
now
theory,
is
though.
like a
That's what I'm waiting
spiritual
for.
3D printer. Same thing. But if that were the case, I don't think they would have used materials that weathered the way we see here. They would have used something more like lapis lazuli, or maybe some quartz. Or
Yeah,
Right.
there's definitely weather. Look at it.
Yeah.
There's some stuff-
yeah, it's well, yeah. And you can
It's
see
real
all
good.
the water. See the water. Well, you can't see on my screen, but
No, I
I
can't.
can see the water damage right here. You can see where water comes
Yeah, I
down
see.
the front of the building right there.
Like
You can
right
see
here.
all the staining. Yeah.
Here.
So you can see all the metal is like oozing and all the little particles of it are being stained on the wall. Well, I wonder
No.
what kind of stone it's made out of, though. I mean, I always thought that was just a facade of concrete and that there was just steel or wood behind it, but I guess it's not. It's supposedly rock, isn't it?
No. Well, it looks like it was poured. It's probably a blended concrete, not aggregate, because aggregate lasts forever.
But yeah,
Or aggregate.
yeah, it does. Yeah, right. Like a cultured marble or whatever you mean?
Well, no, aggregates blended with coral and seashell.
Oh, I
They
see.
blend sand and
So it
concrete.
bonds together like concrete, but it's really strong and it flexes
Yeah.
better or whatever. Yeah, gotcha.
And it's more durable under weather
There's more
conditions
kits,
because
there's more
yeah.
air bubbles or whatever in it to give it strength, flexibility.
It's hard as hell to drill through. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've had to deal with that where it just the corner will break off, but you can't drill through it. It's like a pain in the ass. Yeah, I know what you mean. Aggregate, yeah.
And once the aggregate sets, dude, it's there. It ain't
Yeah, and
going
it's heavy too, and it's dense, so yeah, it stays in place. Yeah, I got you. Usually it's an earthquake or something, foundation giving way that you.
We'll crank it up.
But what I wonder about is like, I wonder what's below that line because I see that there's these little square windows right there. I wonder if there was some level below that, and
Well, they did have ventilated basements, and a lot
yeah,
of
I
people
know.
mistake that.
It could just be the
But-
subfloor, but I'm saying it's just interesting that most of these buildings like this don't have that kind of holes. They usually have like, usually it looks like half the building's under the water, underground or something. Like a hill just formed, like a big old mud hill up against the side, and then, or there's the lean-tos. He talks about that a lot.
Oh yeah.
Well,
what happens with
the
these?
ladders, lean-to ladders, and all that.
The
Where they're
larders and
where they're
stuff,
climbing
they
up
did
ladders to get to the roof to get to the building because it was buried, obviously buried. The first floor was buried, so they just climbed up to the next roof to get to it. And
Yeah,
that,
we got flooded. Yeah.
for me, that could be true. But you know what? A lot of these, like this photograph, you can see there was only one car parked outside, so they obviously got there on a day when there wasn't a bunch of people out there staring at it. There wasn't a parking lot full of kids and everything. It was probably on an off day when there's a holiday or something when everybody was somewhere else. They caught a really good day where there's nobody standing there, right? But when you're that big on a huge complex like that, it'd be impossible to catch a whole day where nobody was there, right? Unless they literally shut the place down every weekend or something. It's not like that. Most places have to be kept every single day, and there's somebody in there constantly cleaning it and polishing the walls to get all, so it gets dirty.
It's work, man. Yeah.
And for it to look pretty like that, it has to be maintained. So you can imagine what the work like. Sandblast.
But I mean, if you have passion about a building like that, you would stick there and keep it that
Well,
way.
usually a museum does it, and then they charge a fee, and then they use the money to keep it. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these buildings just sit out there, and the government owns them, but they don't do nothing with it. They just sit there.
Well, let's see if we can get to a steer. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Here we go.
Pure gold.
Jim.
Why the hell not if you're an angel? Why use a less superior material?
Pure gold's hard to come by.
Tarnish. And again, I don't think that angels are going to concern themselves with the physical world. That's against angelic principles, unless we're dealing with fallen angels. Fallen angels would be more concerned with the world, with the physical, and less the spiritual. I've said it before, but I love the teachings of Jesus, and I also don't think that Jesus would build structures like this. I think they would make him sick. This is of the world. He said, if you love the world, you don't love me, because he represented the unseen, the spirit within, the spirit of God. And though he started out as a carpenter, he renounced this work and died humble.
What were you saying?
Because it's excessive. I mean, look at all the stuff that went into that.
Oh yeah, dude, that would be fun to build though. Think about it.
Imagine how many homeless people and how many people. I mean, imagine the apartments you could put in there, and how beautiful it'd be to live in a beautiful building like that.
Yeah.
But they waste it by just sitting there empty and being not used at all. Or it's a church and they only use this one little section of the building for the worship, and the rest of it's just an empty castle. It's like. It doesn't seem like it doesn't make sense. And I love the fact that he's saying what everybody's been thinking. I've been wondering the same thing. Why would they do that? Why would they spend all that money and blow all that crap just to make this? Why? What's the point of it? You could do it underground even, and it would last forever, and you'd have protection from the sun and the elements. I mean, why, if you're going to build some huge structure like this, why not do it level with the ground? Why not? I mean, why not better protected? Why so big? And it just doesn't seem like it makes sense. Like, where did all the rocks come from? Where did all these supplies? Who spent all the money on this? And who made all the people that had to put it together had to get paid? So where did all that stuff come from? I don't get it. I agree with him. I think there's something wrong with the whole theory. There's a hole in it.
Yeah, I was going to say,
what are we missing? I don't know, but yeah, obviously we're missing lots.
A lot of those lower levels that they keep finding are dug in for larders and storage and stuff, and they're uncovering them. They could have been there.
Well, a
for
lot of this is
so
probably to do with like tourism too. It's like they're trying to keep use of these buildings so they don't want the truth being coming out, because then people will be likely not to care anymore and not want to show up and see them and make a big fuss about them. But at the same time, look at all the resources that's in that building. You could build how many, apartment complexes with all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
But nobody lives in it. It's just a big building where people go once a week to say, oh, praise God. It seems excessive and dumb. It's a waste.
Yeah. Well, if people stop doing it, then
They're beautiful and all, but how many do we really need? I mean,
well, yeah, they're all over the place though. It's really strange, especially in the old country.
and I don't think giants building them really answers anything. It doesn't help answer any of the questions that we still have. It only just says, well, maybe they were bigger people and they were able to do more with better materials, but that doesn't really explain how the fuck they got where'd all this like some of these places are in the middle of nowhere and there's no other rocks anywhere that are like it. It's just in the middle of nowhere. So it's like they either poured it like concrete or maybe it was made spiritually. I don't know. I wonder. I really do. But I can only
we
imagine,
built them, dude. I really do.
imagine how haunted that place is because all the people that died in the process of building it.
I don't know. It's a good question.
He's
He's looked into those things too, like if who built
Trust
it
me,
and who
every
died.
big building, every big, huge, there's some people die. A lot of people die in the building of it. It just naturally happens. Sometimes it's accidents. Sometimes it just depends. But people die, and anytime something big like so, you have to think to yourself when we do this huge construction, like these huge mining developments and all that, we do it all to make money. It's always positive to make money. So what were these buildings really used for? I don't even have any clue, bro. But I don't think it's electricity, and I don't think it's obvious. I think it's probably something that you wouldn't even imagine because we don't know anything about it.
But you know what they're used for now. So
Yeah, they just sit there and look pretty. That's it.
I think this looks like
millions of dollars keeping the fucking places clean. Otherwise, they would just erode. They would just destroy themselves.
I think this one's used for a church, from the looks of it.
Yeah, but I mean, how many people go to that church? I mean,
know.
come on. How many people? And what you're getting 3 floors of people in that church? Nah, most of that church is a waste of space.
Well, you can see where the cathedral is in the center, so the rest of them are just like
the rest of it is just a bunch of empty. What do you need all that? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Well, there's a parish probably.
You know what makes more sense to me is it was a fucking hotel. That's what makes more sense to me. Is it was a ritzy ass hotel for rich bastards.
Okay.
Doesn't it make more sense? And they just like to decorate it with all kinds of gold and silver because they had lots of abundance of it, I guess. Yeah. Or they just stole it from people. I don't know. Maybe things were worse then. I don't know.
Let's see if we can get to this theory eventually. We're still talking about
how they're got a lot to say about it because it's so, but I agree with them.
Yeah.
There is all
homeless, if we're to believe these teachings. So again, I lean more towards this potentially being an oppressive world, the perfect world, not a blemish. And because I do this research, I often imagine myself in this world, in a world where nothing but these structures exist. And honestly,
I want to take a look at that.
Where nothing but these structures exist. And honestly, it seems oppressive.
Go back a little further.
If we're to believe these teachings. So again, I lean more towards this potentially being an oppressive blemish. And because I do this research.
Bottom right corner, the same
stuff like that, dude.
Same burn mark.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah. It makes you really wonder. There's a lot involved.
The statues tell a lot too. Like look
right
at
here,
the molding in the bottom center there, the molding on there, and these little square, these little octagonal, and these little shaped things. These are all like frequency things. And I know that I bet you money these things made. I bet they were musical instruments. I almost bet you money that's exactly what they were. They literally would like put out a sound that like you wouldn't believe, just and just play music. I bet you that's exactly what they were. Big, huge speakers.
Use the wind.
Because if you think about what they made it as, that rock makes perfect. Dude, if those windows were open and there was some kind of amplifier in there, imagine the sound you get out of it. It'd be immense, bro.
There's a girl doing that in Europe now. She goes through she runs white noise and pink noise through the buildings and records it all. And she gets like songs out of it. She plays songs in the cathedrals. They literally have songs in them. They're built like that. It's weird.
That's awesome.
I know.
That means that they might have been built by spiritual power, not necessarily human power.
Yeah. Maybe we are the spiritual power and they're taking it away from you. You just don't know it. We need to be in these cathedrals and
I'd
learn about
almost bet you money that that's exactly what it is. That's why they've been getting rid of them and covering them up.
it. That's why they blow them up with bombs and have wars over these places.
And they tell you that there's lead in the building so that when they burn it down, you'll just let it burn. You won't try to save it.
Yeah. Hey, Juno. How you doing?
What's up, John? How you doing, buddy?
And let's play some more of this guy.
I often imagine myself in this world, in a world where nothing but these structures exist. And honestly, it seems oppressive. Even our world seems oppressive to me. Towering skyscrapers, just as imposing and unnecessary. Since I was 14 years old, I wanted nothing but to live in a cabin in the woods. And that's coming from our world. If I lived in this world, I absolutely would want to move to the woods and live in a cabin. And they probably would have called me a witch. I would have left this organized Star City. I mean, this is a complete controlled system here, walled in. Again, usually we discuss the impossibility of people in this time period to build like this. Let's really consider what kind of life this is. Sure, maybe it's wonderful, but you're in this city. We see windmills on the edges here. We see the absolute controlling and directing of water, irrigation, crops, and organized living. Very socialist. Giant imposing structures, and then just a bunch of regular old housing. Of the massive build in my last video, a building that took up at least 10 blocks, just like a giant apartment building. Yes, it was beautiful and ornate and built of the
Star Forts. You ever dig into any of the how many actual Star Forts there actually are?
There's thousands of them.
Yeah. So I think that this was the giant metropolis of its day. That was the city. That's where people lived. It's kind of like now, but we're a little more spread out. And I think they're trying to keep us from getting back together again in a.
Well, try to imagine. Try to imagine this. Remember this though. Those walls may not have been to protect you from the outside. It might have been to keep you on the inside.
Juno's a funny man. Are you there?
Of course I'm here. I'm used
to hearing at least a little background music. If you know what I'm saying. Your background noise.
I'm doing that anyway. There's noise in the background. So.
Yeah, good. Now let's go back to the theory at hand.
finest quality, hence why it still stands. Do you really want to live in one of those windows? Just one little apartment? I mean, look at this world. Here you go. You just arrived to this city. Where are you going to live? You're going to live in this cathedral. Okay, back here you have a giant mansion with multiple windows. So there you go. You're going to rent a room? Or maybe it's a harmonious world and you just get a room. Everyone gets a free room in this hotel like.
They were prisoners.
Yeah.
Why do you think we had all these babies, dude? Because all these prisoners were having children.
Mm-hmm. It looks like a cell block almost, doesn't it?
He's got a point. Where the hell are all the damn buildings? Where are the houses? Where are the people that sleep on? Where are the homeless people? There's nobody. It's all phony looking.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think they all just look fake. They just do.
Yeah.
Like the people, I think they just put the people there to make it look like it was inhabited by people, when in reality it was just an empty place. They just came upon it. I'm sure there was furniture and everything in there, but the people were probably all gone.
Weird.
But I only say that just based on the fact that it just seems that way. These people don't seem like they're even smart enough to hold down a job that would build a building like that, much less live in one. I mean, you'd have to be, I mean, it costs a lot of money to maintain those buildings. It still does. You know what I mean? And some of them are, gone out of repair. But I mean, I've seen a lot in San Francisco too that they've had to take down because they don't stay up anymore. They won't maintain them properly. And then there's others that are just made out of garbage. But that's how it is. What's amazing to me is that the walls in some of these old buildings in San Francisco have been painted so many times that when you try to like clean the wall or repair something, that there's literally, you pull off, there's like 15 different colors of different paint, and it's all like for 20 or 50, 100 years. Who knows how many times that place has been rented by somebody else, and who knows what they did in there. And the floors are, they're laid over so many times that I don't even think the building can collapse at all. You know what I mean? Like, it's so heavy and dense from all the wood that's gone over, and to make it strong enough to stay, it's insane, bro. Some of those buildings are just waiting to fall over or burn up.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to come to a theory,
It doesn't
dude.
work, and there's rust and everything. It's just crazy, bro.
I'm going to go with it. I don't think he's going to come up with a new theory. He's just getting more dismal with this as we go.
But I get where he's going, though. He's like pretty much exhausted all of his information, right? He's got everything that he can get from it, and there's not really much, and it's not fitting together, right? So he's just like, he's doing the same thing we're all doing. We're looking at all we're thinking, okay, maybe it's a good idea, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit together like a we're missing a cog or a gear or something. We're missing something.
Yeah.
There's something else that makes this all connected, and it explains why it was that way and what it was for. And it would explain everything, right?
Yeah.
And just because they were forts,
you're not gonna find it.
They were to protect you from the outside. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm going to stop
An
watching
animal
it.
that we would have been afraid of if we had fences, and civilization usually scares animals away anyway, right?
Yeah.
Except for some of the bigger, like lions or whatever. But I mean, even African cities, there's places in the city where the animals don't go. So I mean, I don't know. I just find it hard to imagine that this really went on like they say it did. It doesn't make any sense.
True.
Like, the people that lived in were real simple. They didn't, they weren't overweight. They weren't lazy. They were strong, hardworking people that came to this country. At least in my country, they came to this country to make something of themselves and to actually make something great. They get away from their oppressive governments or whatever, and they thought they could do that here. And a lot of them got, screwed over and died and didn't survive. But that's what made America great. But now we don't. Now we have a whole, a whole generation of people that just don't care about nothing. They don't respect the fact that we all had to work hard, and we gave our lives for it. A lot of people work.
Keep going, Brian. I'll be right back. My daughter just sent me a message.
But I mean, if you think about it, like, look at all the people who build these big buildings and these construction workers that work their butts off, and they sacrifice their bodies, and they end up growing old, and they end up crippled, like by the time they're old, and to get this work done. So you can only imagine all the people that suffered just to build that building. Just by itself makes me wonder, like, what kind of person would do that? What kind of a government would organize something like that where that many people could possibly be injured and hurt by it, just to build some fascinating building so that everybody can stare at it and go, oh, look how beautiful it is. It doesn't make logical sense. It just doesn't. Especially the White House. Like, what the hell? Like, give me a break, bro. Like, have you seen how big that place is? It's ridiculous. And back then, there was like a handful of people involved in it. It wasn't like hundreds of thousands of people like it is now, or millions. It was like very small handful of people. Why the hell would they have built a huge stone? It doesn't make any logical sense, bro. None at all. There's no logical reason why anybody would build anything, especially in the middle of nowhere. And most of these damn things are in the middle of freaking nowhere. I think they were deliberately put in the middle of nowhere. But
it was nice, Ryan.
I can also see like how people would even start to think that it was a prison planet, like that this was just a place that was sectioned off for all the prisoners, because it seems like, if you look back in the history and it's all Starfordish looking stuff, it's possible that's what it was, and that's the reason why there weren't like bedrooms. It's because the people were being rounded up and kept as slaves and prisoners, right? And maybe that they just figured out a way to brainwash us well enough to where they don't have to keep us in cages anymore.
TV.
That's the way it always seems to me. Yeah, the television, right? And now that they have that control, and they keep the few of us that do start to figure it out don't ever seem to make a difference, because we can't seem to convince all the dummies, and it's because they have an active weapon against us, and that's the television, exactly. And believe it or not, 99.99999% of what's on TV is bullshit. not a bit of it's true, except maybe the weather, and that's only half right.
Well, here's Tom with the weather. Yeah.
And I'm being honest with you, but I'll be damned if they don't predict everything anyway. It's still, I mean, every movie you watch is going to be a prediction of what's going to happen next year or the year after. That's why when you start seeing all these movies about aliens, I knew it was coming. I knew the government was going to start claiming it. I knew when fucking Independence Day came out. I remember the first time I seen that movie, I was like, "Yep, the government's going to admit it one of these days." And sure enough, I knew it. That was the prequel. That was the prequel to it.
Yeah. The thing is that, like, I watched the British.
One of those kind of movies that kind of like set the stone, right? Because it's like no one really talked about it. There was a lot of ghost movies and a lot of movies about ghosts, but there wasn't any real movies about what it would be like if it really was true, right? And so when they did that, it was perfect, bro. It was perfect timing. It was perfect everything. And the music soundtrack was awesome.
Well, dude, I watched the British Parliament vote whether they should bring it back. And they were talking about alien research and UFO research. And right after they did that, boom, here comes the UFA thing or whatever the hell they call it.
Remember, we had, and remember, the next generation, in the next 20 to 40 years, the Buffy the Vampire Slayer generation is going to be in control. That we're getting close to that now. Like, I grew up with that. You know what I'm saying? So people my age, 50s, it's about the time where they're going to start taking over, and things are going to get weird, bro. Because we have people that believe in vampires and Wiccans and all this goofy shit that's really just a bunch of dark back bullshit is what it is mostly. There ain't no real proof or no evidence for it. It's just all like bullshit. They just make stuff up, and it's all about crystals and all this. I don't know. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it seems silly to me, bro. Like, it just does. It's like, just because a crystal is what it is doesn't mean that every crystal that you find in the world is some kind of special magnet towards good and positive energy. It's like, get out of here with that crap, man. And if it's true, show me. Show me the proof of it. Show me the scientific evidence for it. Otherwise,
they don't have it. Yeah. I get it, man. And there's a lot of mystics out there in the world. And I've
never met a true fucking psychic. Never. Even though I believe my grandmother and my mother are both psychic in their own way. And I believe I might even have some kind of a knack for it. But I don't really, it's not like I can just ask for something and to know something. It's like I'll just get a message like the day before it happens, or the day it happens, I'll have a dream about it or something, and then it'll happen. But I can't explain that. I wouldn't even say that it's something that, I don't even know if it's even a sign. I think sometimes it's just a random thing that happens. Like, it's just a thought that just gets mixed up in the spinach, you know what I mean? Like, if you think about all the frequencies that are going around, and all of our thoughts are probably frequencies too, in God's eyes. Otherwise, how can he hear us all, right? How can he know every thought? Like, the only way that's possible is if he's literally able to read every frequency at the same time, which is fascinating. Man, I can't wait to see that in action. But anyway, just saying, but it all comes back to God, right? It all comes back to why and who God is. Like, when you talk about the law in this world, like when you talk about the government and the laws that they use in order to oppress us, all those laws are based on the Bible. And people don't, I think that's great. When we learned that the other day, that blew my mind. I did not realize that was actually true. It never occurred to me that, because I keep forgetting, because there's so many people out there saying the opposite, that I keep forgetting. It's almost like it's being washed away from my memory too. It's like I forget that these things are true, and I can go back and prove it. And it's starting to get to where the translations are starting to get weird, and I can't even do that sometimes. It's like, well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Now I'm starting to question it. It's like, something's wrong here. Like, why are people that know the truth about the Bible, once you understand the basic premise of the Bible, there really is no decoding to do, is there? I mean, think about it. Once you understand that God is trying to reach out to you, your job here is to test and understand what the world's all about, and then to teach other people likely, so they can find their way to Christ. That's what your point is here. That's the only thing you're here for. You're not here to have sex and have fun and get married and party and all that. It's not why we're here. We're here to learn. We're here to learn a lesson. We're here to, whatever that lesson is, or why ever God wants to do it, it doesn't really matter, does it? The point is, that's why we're here. And it doesn't, and we can avoid it all we want, but it's inevitable, right? We all have to face who made us. And if we don't face who made us, I'm okay with that too. If it turns out that it's all over, you know what? I don't have any problems, because I'm actually a decent person because of the goodness in me and because of the God I believe in. And if that turns out to be wrong, then all fucking well. The only thing I have to lose is my own conscience, right?
And when Juno's
So,
talking
what do I
about
have to
UFOs
lose?
now, he
But
can't get him off of it.
I'm going to treat everybody's, and I'm just going to bite everybody's head off and take, and burn everybody. Then I'm just going to be a horrible person. And when I die, I'm probably going to be lonely and a miserable person. Plus, I'm going to be out of a job because I'm going to die, and then I'm going to be thrown in the lake because I don't believe. And that's crazy. That makes sense.
Yeah, all of it made tons of sense, dude. It really did.
I know
But
it
it was
did. You
up.
know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make sense why people would pick the wrong way. It don't make sense. I get it. You don't like it because God's better than you and he's smarter than you, and that makes you feel inferior. But you know what? What's the big deal? Someone had to be smarter than you or you wouldn't exist. So what the hell? It's like, why the attitude? Why is it like, well, I don't want anybody to tell me. I get it. I don't like to be told what to do either. But God doesn't. He just tells you what you're supposed to do, and he gives you the choice to do it. And it's you that makes that decision. And that's what it's all about.
And that's Brian's 10 minutes, boys and girls. Awesome. I've been timing you.
It's on now. It's on.
You-
So going by. Little punks on their bicycles are scoping out the neighborhood.
Oh, damn it.
On going, little punk ass motherfuckers.
Go infrared on them.
Oh, I got ammo now. I ain't messing around. All I gotta do is get nearby them. They're gonna be sorry they messed with me.
All right, I'm gonna look over the last what you should know from
What you
Mr.
Oh.
Don't Fear the Truth.
Mr. Dingling.
I don't know his name. I
Duffy.
just know he has a channel. Well, it's not Duffy. It's about Duffy. But
Oh, I see Duffy on the screen. That's why I'm saying.
yeah, this is for Don't Fear the Truth. Before they go down there, he's just letting you know they're blowing more smoke up your ass. Here we go.
And coming in 2024, we are working on something massive, which we think will finally put this flat Earth idea to bed for good.
It's not. You can't fucking all of them. Never gonna.
But first, we will be announcing the golden ticket winner live.
Go ticket.
Means there's one golden. Can you
Why does it
imagine the
look
nerve
like
of
he
that
has
guy
like scruff
trying to
marks
fool the
on
whole
it?
world?
Doing something.
What the? Are you talking about the show or the circumstance?
Talking about Duffy's face.
Dude, I saw him up close. He doesn't look that bad. He's just small.
I'm just saying, like, he just has this way, this look about him. I don't know. The more I look at him, the more I think about who he is and what he's saying and the lies he's telling. He just becomes uglier and uglier to me. Even though he's a decent looking guy, he looks more ugly. The more lies that I find out about him and the more shit he comes out of his mouth, the more uglier he gets to me. And it's creepy because he's, like I said, he's just a little short, little guy. I mean, there's nothing, you know what I mean? He's not intimidating at all, but yet it's the shit that comes out of his mouth that makes him so offensive looking. You know what I mean? Even though I don't know how to explain. How do you explain that? Like,
Well,
you know
I'm going to tell you. Right quick. Remember the little video we watched about the more evil thoughts, the more evil you become, and the more you look the part. It's the thoughts that you embody. Yeah.
It's the poison in your brain. Yep. You're right. I know, because I'm going through a stage right now where I'm angry and I'm upset and I'm hurt and I'm confused and I don't know. I can't really blame anybody because it's just part of life, but I want to, and so my mind's trying to like find something to take it out on, or what. I don't know. I'm going through this frustrating part of life. I'm sorry.
Get the punching bag out again, dude.
I know. I need to get out and start walking and start being positive in the neighborhood again instead of just always chasing people away. It's like I need to be out there during the day talking to people.
Don't be shooing the rats off. They're going to come get cheese no matter what.
If somebody's just homeless or whatever, I'll help them out. I'll even help them. I'll give them food, clothes, whatever. I'll help people out if I know you're just legitimately homeless. But if you come around my neighborhood and you're stealing from people in my neighborhood and you're dragging garbage all over the neighborhood, you're not going to make friends with me. You're going to make enemies of me because that's not the way you should do things, period. Regardless of whether you're homeless, that if you did that and you were my neighbor, I would have a problem with you and I would still be on your ass because it's not right to do that, right? It's just not.
I don't do that to my neighbors. No.
What you doing, kid? Oh, okay. Checking.
Yeah, nothing like the weekends, huh?
Yep. You need to go to bed soon. You know that, right? It's late. You got school tomorrow. Okay? You don't? What do you mean?
Today's Saturday.
Is it? Or is it
12 hours ago was Saturday.
I thought it was Sunday already. My bad. What is?
Now you're gonna get.
It's Monday, right?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, I thought it was a day earlier, and then I lost a day somewhere. My bad.
You lost it at the lake, dude.
I thought yesterday was Saturday. I did. I thought today was Sunday. My bad.
Nice.
Oh well.
Let's get back to what you should know.
Okay, yeah, what you should and shouldn't know.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play some music to kind of
Ding,
set the
ding,
tone,
ding, 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 ding,
and then I'm
ding,
just
ding.
going to remove you guys one at a time. And the last person that remains is the golden ticket winner.
Well, the guy in the guy in the first and the third from the top there, he's too heavy to go on the plane.
Well, Crumb should go.
The first gal on the top from the left, the second one to the left, she's too old to go. She probably wouldn't be able to stand the cold. Neither would any of these skinny fuckers around here. Probably the only guy that would actually survive would be the guy in the top middle. He'd probably be the only one that actually survived the trip, but they probably won't let him go because he probably weighs more than he needs to.
Well, they're not all in here.
He'd be the best one to go, right? If you had to go to the snow in the middle of nowhere with no bathroom and I think I'd probably pick that guy. You know, he's got lots of calories to go for him. He's got insulation. He's going to survive, right? If there's anything to survive anyway.
You know, Josh Monday's in here too, right?
But would I pick the skinniest, youngest looking girl? No, I wouldn't have. I would have picked the biggest.
You know why he did?
Well, of course I know why he did. It was because he wants to give the young people.
No, dude, he's busted.
Oh, you know he wants to plug that, but that's beside.
Yeah, no, but he's busted. He's been busted plugging that, dude. That's what I'm telling you.
Already?
Yeah, more than once, dude. So yeah.
Wow.
He
just made this video a couple days ago, didn't he? Yeah, he don't waste it, does he?
No,
so what's his wife think about all that?
I don't know, but his wife was his secretary that he cheated on his wife with. That's what I'm trying to go with.
Oh, so she's I get it. So she's from the same church then.
Yeah, I got to meet her, dude.
Is that why some of the backgrounds look similar? Like they're in like the game room or something, or in the study hall at the bottom of the church, or in the basement of the church somewhere? I don't know.
I don't think. No, this doesn't look like anything in the church. And I think Crumb would have made it, and Brian down here, and Josh Monday's here, and he's a bulky boy.
Yeah, I know. Even Jeff Schmidt is a big dude. I mean, he looks like a biker type, or maybe. But I'm just saying, if you were going to pick someone that was going to go do something that could be dangerous and cold, I would have picked the healthiest men, the young, healthy guys that were slightly overweight, maybe. Just out of thoughts, like we're going to be survival. But but it's obviously just a contest. So.
Yeah. So
it's
the
all
whole thing
who
is
wins, and
it's reality TV.
Special, and she was probably always meant to win, and she knew it. That's why she's her fake ass. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
Oh, and she started shaking and almost peed herself. Yeah.
Oh yeah. She probably did have a little big O right there in the living room. But.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to it.
But why? But why though? You're the only one going to be on the plane with all these dummies that you don't even know, going to take you somewhere and try to prove something to you so you can go back and tell all your flattery friends. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. It's like the dumbest idea in the world, bro. It's like something that a 5-year-old would plan.
She's got her own Twitter group, dude, or something.
5-year-old baby, like. What the fuck?
Well, they're out there debating flat Earth, from what I understand.
It's so
they're legitimate.
Shallow. Yeah. It's just not even. It's not even like. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, oh my God.
All right, now just feared it had to speed it up, so he got bored with it. Let's check it out.
So he just couldn't help. See, this is what I don't get about bad people. Why, if he wanted to just do some girl, why didn't he just do the girl? Why do you have to include her? Why do you have to mingle? See, this is what I'm talking about. How Satan works, right? Is he does this where he manipulates you by putting the girl in front of you, having her flirt with you, and next thing you know, she's giving you the signs like she thinks you're possible piece of whatever. And next thing you know, he's doing something dumb like this, and he's ruining his whole career and making all these people look stupid in the process. All because he wants to plug some young girl that's secretary in his. It's just dumb, bro.
Hey, Scott.
That's probably what the truth is, right? It has nothing to do with anything else except that.
Well, dude, he's covering his ass by doing this if he's gonna, hit that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, yeah, he has to be able to get on the plane with her and then be forced to be on the plane with her for 2 weeks or 2 months, or stranded in the middle of nowhere in the freezing cold. Got to keep.
We had to keep you warm. Yeah,
right. Got to keep.
You got it.
Warm. And she's not very heavy. She's not big enough to. So you're gonna have to keep her away. So yeah, you're gonna have to get The cheek, of course. And then, of course, what happens in Vegas, right? Or wherever the fuck it goes.
Antarctica,
Probably
dude.
Vegas. Probably some, building in Vegas somewhere.
Well, if you're camping out in the Antarctic,
The outskirts of fucking
we
or
were
somewhere.
caught out in a blizzard. We had to go,
Right, yeah.
pedal.
A blizzard in the desert, yeah, of course.
Well, I'm talking about, they're going to Antarctica. They're not going to the desert, dude.
Right, sure. Yeah, no, they're not. They're gonna put her in a fucking bus, and they're gonna black the windows out, and they're gonna take and drive her in the middle of fucking nowhere somewhere where it's cold. They're gonna convince her that she's in Antarctica. She's not going there. Come on, man. Why would they spend that? It literally costs like $300,000, just minimum $300,000 to go to Antarctica, just if you planned it as a trip. That's not including all the other shit that you have to pay for and be responsible for in case there was delay or anything. You have to pay for every night that you stay there. You have to collect everything you bring with you. There's all these stupid rules that are impossible to follow unless you hire literally a crew of slave drivers to force people to follow you around and pick up every hair that you drop. It's ridiculous.
Well, dude, it's a party spot, dude. Actually,
and then
they got bars and all kinds of
company
stuff
that owns all these touring companies. They're all owned by the same guy. It's just ridiculously dumb, bro. It's a
Let's get back to her.
It's just like going to Legoland. We all know that Legoland's just made by Legos by a bunch of people. There's no Lego people that come on, man. It's just it's dumb.
Dude,
it's like,
dude,
get out of here with that, man. Pizza's
I worked on the
some pimply dude in the back room. Some 17-year-old.
Yeah, I did. I worked on it.
So did I.
I helped build Legoland. Yeah, I was digging ditches out there, dude. Putting water lines in. Yeah,
wow.
At the water park. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah,
we're going there next month. Or 2 weeks.
Really? Nice.
Yeah, my grandson's gonna be 6 now.
Nice.
He wanted to go to Legoland, so that's where we're going.
Why not?
And just so you know, that costs almost as much as fucking Disneyland, bro. $120 a person to go to Legoland for one day.
Right.
That's
I'm going to try to play this again at some point.
Well, you don't have to listen to me. You can just mute me if you want to.
No, I'm not going to mute you.
I know. I'm just saying, if I carry on and we can't get to the show, then just mute my ass and tell me to shut the fuck up. I mean, it works.
I'm going to give her. It's our show. So yeah, you're making valid points. All right. Well, here we're going to hit it. Ready? Now there's Josh right there. You think he can make it? I would say so.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like I said, there's a couple guys there that would have been my choice if it was about that, but obviously I would not pick some young 17-year-old or 18-year-old girl that's barely got. I mean, she's got maybe a 1% fat to body mass ratio. I mean, come on, she ain't gonna survive in a damn refrigerator, much less a freezer.
Yeah, true. You see, it came down to Cassidy and Elizabeth, so you know why that is. Look how similar they look. He's like, I want which one they gotta pick.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Well, definitely not the old gal on the top, Shawana or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
Although she's pretty, I'm sure she was great when she was younger. But I'm just saying, yeah, obviously it wouldn't have been like the big buff guy that with the macho guy that could actually do the job. It couldn't be the biker guy that's actually tough enough to come back with a real story and not get sold out. Don't pick the dudes that actually have a heart and actually might have the passion and not lie their ass off when they come back. But some young girl that's looking to make a career for herself, she's too easy to fucking lie to. Come on, bro.
Yep. And all you gotta do is wave some of that green in front of her face.
Pick someone that I know. Pick someone that we all know that's definitely skeptical. Like someone like me, I'd be the better judge because I'm so damn skeptical. I'd probably call flat earthers liars. I'll call anybody out if they're not telling the truth because it's just how I am. But
we know Josh. He comes on the show, dude.
I know, but you do see what I'm saying though. The point is, I'm being honest about it. Like, what would I do if I was going to set this up? I would make sure that none of this could happen. I'd make sure of it, bro. I'd have lawyers in the background to make sure this didn't get smeared as me trying to get laid by some young girl. But he just did it deliberately. It's like they always
right in front of your face, yeah.
And then they make it sound like later on when he's explaining why he cheated on his wife, it's going to be some dumb reason like he was in all this crap. Even though we know that was his plan all along. The whole thing was about getting this girl in his sack with him, or getting her out in the middle of nowhere in the snow, right? Whatever.
Look at the look on his face, dude.
Obviously he's eyeballing her, going, "I can't wait to get her, pick her, peel her banana or whatever." Whatever you want to call it. I'm trying to be nice here, but it's like, that's what he's
Nice.
thinking. You can tell by the little smirks he's making. He's eyeballing that shit. He is. I'm doing it, so what? I can't help it. I know he's doing it because I'm doing it.
I think he made the wrong choice. I would have taken
He
Cassidy.
did. I would have took the older gal. Yeah, I would have took the older one. But that's just me.
Yeah. All right.
Young
Now let's get back to it.
isn't always the best choice.
No.
Trust me.
Yeah. Oh, me.
Good luck, girl.
I'm breathing her.
And we have a winner.
Oh, yay.
And look at the smile on his face. Look how excited she is. It's going to be exciting when I spread those. Yep.
Thank you, DFP. Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
Ruby's almost flopped out if she had any. And then her glasses just vanished and disappeared because she probably did lose it and have a little orgasm right there on the carpet. But
She threw him on the floor, dude.
they cut that out. Yeah, I know, but they cut that part out. She was like, "Oh my God, I want to blow you." And she probably said something inappropriate.
I don't know if she said all that, but that's
Who knows?
look at that
It
smirk,
was
dude.
comic
Look at
gold.
that.
I
He's
know.
like,
Like I said,
I got
the ugly, disgusting smirk on the fucking demon's face. It's like, oh, you can see Legion right there and smiling.
He's like, I got this in the bag, the duffel bag. All right.
I'm not joking around. I'm dead fucking serious, bro.
No. Here, let's hit it.
Everybody, I won't let us down. I'm here for the truth. I promise.
Pinky promise.
Poppy, you know you can't go back on a pinky promise.
I'm here for the truth. I promise.
Oh my God, I'm gonna faint. I'm gonna faint because I get to go to fucking Antarctica with some dumbass that wants to sleep. Oh boy.
Well, there's money to be had eventually. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Well, the money's going to be in all the people that show up at his church because, oh, look, he's the glorified God of fucking flat earth proof. Oh, can't wait to meet this guy. Let's go to that church, Mildred. Bullshit.
Juno's funny.
I bet you money this motherfucker is just some dumbass on the street who's obviously a snake, probably in the process of getting thrown in prison, and the three-letter agency probably is funding this little fucking shit because they, here, before we send you to prison for life or whatever we're going to do to you, we're going to put you on this little rant. We're going to give you all the funding you want to just go crazy and make flat earth go look bad. That's what it looks like to me. It's just literally they just find some asshole that hates our guts and like McToon, and they just fund his ass. They give him money, they give him his internet, they give him whatever he wants to get him going. Give him his hackers and whatever he wants to make everybody miserable so he can screw everybody just because he's an asshole.
Well, you remember what Netanyahu said earlier, though, right?
We didn't, then they can just deny. They can just plausibly deny it. They weren't involved. It wasn't them. It was some kid they hired to do the job.
Yeah. You remember what Netanyahu said earlier, though, right? He said,
a bitter son of a bitch that lives in his mom's basement,
Well, I'm talking about Netanyahu, the man with money, and the prime minister of Israel said he's going up against the flat earth to begin with.
No, he said the flat earth society. He didn't say the flat earth. Because he knows that.
Yeah. Yeah, when he brings up the word flat earth, people automatically put us in that group.
Well, I know 3 million people that'll make a phone call and send him a letter, and that I guarantee you, just 3 million letters is going to be enough to convince you to shut your mouth about that.
Uh-huh.
You can hate on the flat earth society all you want. All those idiots believe we're an upwards flying whatever, pizza sauce, whatever. I ain't into that, but whatever. But, I mean, I see it as you're attacking me because you're saying, flat earth is on there, but I mean, the earth ain't flat. It's the fucking water that's flat. So there is no argument here. I don't need to argue it. The fucking truth is the truth. I don't need to pretend that it's the fucking, it doesn't need to be pretended. I already know it's a plane. I don't give a shit what you guys think. I already know the truth of it. It isn't a matter of me knowing and you knowing. It's a matter of you accepting. It has nothing to do with reality or truth. The truth is it's fucking flat and you know it, right? And everybody fucking knows it. But yet there's these people on the TV that are getting.
Let's get to the meat of the matter, though. Let's dig in further in this video. They want to show there's no midnight sun in Antarctica already. We already know that shit.
Even though we could have just called some dude that lives there right now and just had him videotape it for us. what the fuck?
Yeah,
are
we Saab said that several times, hasn't he?
It's like, dude, it'd be a lot cheaper to just get somebody that's a fan of the show and get them on there to get out there and take a video for you. What's the big deal? But if the video existed, it would be all over the internet. Trust me. It would be news on the. It'd be on the local news. It'd be on every channel. Flat Earth is destroyed. We got proof. It never happens. It never will because it isn't true.
Yeah,
that's all there is to it.
That is true. All
So
right, let's play some more of this.
You can't make something that's not true. You can snowball people into believing it because it's what they're forced to believe, but you can't make it really true. It doesn't happen that way. There's always going to be evidence everywhere, just laying there waiting for somebody to stumble on and find.
That's what I'm going to look at now. Ready?
With the walruses and things like that. And obviously to cross the circle, which would be the 60-degree point. But when it comes to the midnight sun, you'll only find that in the Arctic.
In the Antarctica, just curiosity.
So normally because of the sun, that basically goes up and north, and because Antarctica is basically in the southern point of the continent, and when you discover the seventh continent, the sun literally does only come out a very small part throughout the day, where it's mostly about cloudy and rainy and very cold, where in the Arctic you'll get a much more amount of hours of sunlight, and basically in the Canadian Arctic it will be much more ideal. And
That's a wasteland, dude. That's nothing but flat ice for miles and miles and miles. Simple.
because of the time frames and the weather conditions down south, you won't be able to actually get a full 24 hours of sunlight. It's very, very seldom where you'll find that in Antarctica. Antarctica is more of basically the seventh continent, so that you can say that it's the last continent on the Earth, where in the Arctic there's more of an itinerary thing to go through, and it's more ideal for warmer weather conditions opposed to Antarctica.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, as the Earth, you know, being a globe and it's got equal tilt, you know, all year around, I would think that both Arctic and Antarctic would have the 24-hour sun. But you're saying that's not the case. So the Arctic's the best, is the only one to see the 24-hour sun.
Well, there you go. Now you got your answer. See?
Yep.
Yes. I'm 100% sure about that. When it comes to even our expeditions that we do offer, if I look at Antarctica, it's basically we have, like I mentioned, to the peninsula and back. Then we have to South Georgia, and then you go to the peninsula and back. And then there's another one where we have the Epic Antarctica, where we'll basically go to South Georgia, Falklands, and we'll go to cross the circle.
Across the circle, huh?
Yeah. It's just they're showing you here.
And then you'll go to the peninsula and back.
Basically how the circle works.
And even that doesn't have a special one where we will have the opportunity under the midnight sun. We will actually have that full view of the sun throughout the whole day. There's only partial amounts of times where you will have sun, but not for the full 24 hours.
Ever, right? Ever in Antarctica? It's never like that?
No.
Okay.
Never like that.
Well, I'm convinced. But we should take a trip down there, right?
Well, I mean, if I was skeptical, I would say I need to hear more than one person say it. But yeah, I need to hear a couple more people say the same thing. But it'd be convincing enough for me. I mean, just like when the pilot used to tell me that, well, when we get to altitude, we just fly in a straight line to the next airport. We don't really, it's really easy. We use the navigation that we have, and it tells us where we're at. And then we get to a certain place, we can send the radar down and we can bounce it off these towers, and that tells us, triangulates where we're at, and we can line up properly, keeps a straight line. It's basically what they told me every time I asked them that. I don't know how many times I flew to Missouri and back California. Just saying, it's just what people know. People know what they know, and there's no hiding the information. It's just, we get to altitude and we fly in a straight line. Sailors are the same thing. We plot our course, and there's markers, there's buoys all over in the ocean that tell you where the shipping lanes and all that are, so you know where you're at. Basically, it's not like you're just out in the middle of the ocean. There's nothing. There's buoys. There's all kinds of markers. There's pylons that you can. There's radar bound. There's all kinds of things out there to keep you from getting wandering off into the hard part of the ocean. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's not like you just go out there and there's just nothing. There's like lights and things that guide you to go where you're supposed to go. It's not that difficult.
Yeah. Well, like Clark did this already, and he went down and he went past the Falklands. He went beyond there, down to the 75th parallel almost, and they went even further inland after that and explored mountain ranges, and they just found this huge landmass, and that hasn't all been explored. I think that somebody should actually put a valiant effort in, and there's a couple of
the only way we'd be able to
countries that have.
explore that is if we had drones that could fly the distance. I don't see any other way of doing it because of the military protection and that kind of thing. The only way you'd be able to get around that is if you had small craft that stayed low to the ground. That's the only thing that makes logical sense. But then again, I'm not even sure that'd be convincing either. I mean, you can fake that, I guess, but I mean, that to me, that seems to be the only way you're going to get out there. And that's only if it's not stormy and it's not freezing your drone or whatever. But there's things that can fly out there, but it's mostly things that aren't human, you know? So if you were going to do that, I think you'd do it with robots and things. You wouldn't do it with people.
Well, they had a thing called Operation S. It was after Bird, and they took giant airships and they were building landing spots and bases.
Right. Right before they blotted out the sky and everything and hid all that information. Yeah, they were using Zeppelins and stuff, weren't they?
Yeah,
they still use them.
Yeah,
they still use them.
They weren't going directly south. They could only go so far, and then they would have to.
Yeah. They couldn't fly anymore.
Yeah.
And there was airplanes crashing into the dome too, from what I heard. I don't know if it's true, but I heard he lost.
I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah. I heard that he lost so many planes that the government actually had to send him a whole new platoon because he lost so many planes. They kept crashing into the dome. And that's how they figured out that it was 13,000 feet from the edge. Is that they couldn't fly any higher than any lower? You know, they had to fly lower than that, otherwise they kept crashing into it. And that's weird, though, right? Like it makes you wonder what that looked like. What did that look like? I wonder. I do wish I could go there and see what really. That would be awesome. And fly a drone right over the edge of Antarctica to find out how big it is. Measure it with some kind of way, you know, with light or whatever. By flying over it, I don't see any other way to do it. That'd be the closest kind of measurement I would be acceptable for me, because you can't really drive it and measure it by hand, so you have to do it some other way.
Yeah, the Russian, I think it was their military were down there with icebreakers last year.
And no, I don't think you'd only need a compass, Jono. I think you'd need more than just a compass.
Oh yeah,
you need a compass and a lot. I mean, maybe only a compass if you were in the shipping lanes, but once you get out of the shipping lanes, yeah, you'd be in trouble with just a compass. You're going to need more than that.
You need landmarks. You're going to.
I'm only guessing. I don't know. Maybe there is some kind of electronic device that will track you the whole and all. I don't know. Maybe there is, but I'm not aware of it. I think even ship captains on cruises, even though they're following shipping lanes, they still have to know what they're doing. They have to know, you know, where to put the ship and all. There's lots of things that has to be known. So it's not like just by accident. It doesn't sell itself. Let's put it that way.
Further down, they go to McMurdoch and they ask people there if there's a sunset. And later on in this video, and they'll show you how you can get your bearings with the sky.
Right.
He walks you through the whole 9 yards, man. He's telling you that they're not telling you the whole truth. There's not exactly a
because they don't want you to be able to navigate once you get down there. So that's why they just keep that secret.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure our militaries are pretty well invested there too.
Yeah, and of course the military knows how to do it, but they also have cheat sheets. Like they have machines that tell them they're in the right place. They don't have to necessarily navigate like old school. But that doesn't mean that it's not being computed somewhere in a computer and still has to be done. It just means that they're not having to do it themselves because they got a computer to do it for them.
Yeah. Well, they already have it mapped out, dude, for the most part. Obviously. A lot of it. Yeah. Juno said head east. So let's go. We're heading east.
Oh, yeah, you just go around in a circle. But
yeah. Oh, as Flat says, he get up there with a pilot in their.
You know what I wonder is
C-130.
If they could
keep going.
These rockets that these guys made, this Go Fast rocket they made, the one that went up and it like despinned or whatever they call it. Remember that?
The brakes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I want to ask is, what was the distance from the ground? It was like 70 something miles before it did that.
73.
Right? Okay,
Yeah.
so 73 miles. Okay, so if you figure if it can go 73 miles, that's not far, but I can only imagine that if you built a rocket slightly longer and bigger, you could probably go even more, like maybe 200 miles before, and you could probably not fire it straight up, but maybe straight level, right? Like with the surface of the Earth, if you wanted to. It would probably take more energy, but you could, right? Or you could get it at an arc where you could. So why couldn't you just send a rocket straight from South America or off the tip and just send it straight south, and just make sure that it's guided by whatever, that make sure that it keeps going directly away from north, and just wait and see where it ends up and videotape it until you run out of signal. I mean, that would be the most
Warner von Braun did that, dude.
Right, but he did it by taking people over the ice, though. But
well, no, Warner von Braun, they shot a V2 rocket from Chicago to New York. They covered that distance, and they did it in a parabolic shot. And they photographed the whole thing. That's where a lot of those photographs that you have came from.
Right. Yeah.
The V2 rockets. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, a lot of those high altitude. Yeah, exactly. And I believe the rockets are there. I believe they can go up there, but I don't believe there's people in there. None of that. I believe they're all unmanned. I believe that doesn't make any lot. Why? I mean, when you think about it, just the insurance alone on putting someone in something that literally has the potential to blow up every time you take off with it, I don't think that you would have an insurance company that would cover that kind of thing. I don't think you could have employees without an insurance company to follow that. And I just don't think any insurance company would go anywhere near that. Maybe if it was definitely faked and it was just a big, big show, then it would be different. But I can't imagine that there'd be a company or any insurance company that would insure it. Like, imagine the insurance company that had to pay for the supposed people that passed away in that supposed rocket, right? Imagine just that by itself, what it would have looked like. But we never heard nothing about it, did we?
No, you did.
But they all had insurance, right? Why wouldn't you? If you're going to literally give in your life for something, why wouldn't you have insurance? So that insurance had to pay out, but no one ever heard anything about it. Why? Maybe because it never happened, huh?
Could be. But the thing is,
when you die, everybody has to get a death certificate, just like you got to get a birth certificate. So because that's true, there is no way around that. There's no legal way around that unless you don't exist. Okay? The only way you could do that legally is if you didn't exist on paper at all, and then you could avoid that. But that's the only way, right? So if you have that birth certificate, there's no way when you die that you can cover up your death. It doesn't work like that. Even government people that die, even presidents that get murdered, they always have a fucking death certificate, bro. Why don't any of these events that supposedly happen have death certificates? Why do they keep claiming that they're hidden for the protection of the people? If your husband is the president or your family is the president of the United States, right away that's a risk you're going to take, that your loved one could end up not alive, right? Am I wrong? Yeah. So why would that be such a shock? It doesn't make any. See, none of this stuff makes logical sense. Not in the sense that it's real. But when you start to look at it and you start to think about it, you're like, well, wait a minute. How would that work? Well, it doesn't work. But they try to make it look like it does, don't they? Those sons of bitches.
You're way off topic, but it's a good idea.
I'm saying but it's the same thing with everything, bro. It's always like this. It's always the same compartmentalized bullshit where nobody knows any of the information. And once you finally figure it out, you still don't know all of it because you don't really know why they were doing it that way. You just know they were, right? And so you have literally no information, and you have to assume it's just all bullshit. And so it always leads down a road that takes you off the path from where you're really supposed to be, which is not fucking science. I get it. I want to know these things because I want to be able to share that and be able to convince people when they ask me about why I believe what I believe. I want to be able to share that with them, especially the ones I care about. But I can't make them do it. And that's why
you got to do it for yourself, man.
That's why I don't waste my time. I put the word out there, and if you want to come to me and ask me, I'll help you. I'll lead you down the path. But I can't make you believe something. You have.
Can I get something in right quick? Hold on. Yeah. Read what C. Lightning says. Timeanddate.com shows you. I can't pronounce it properly. Argentina. Ushuaia. Argentina in December has a 17-hour day. That doesn't add up at all. That's in there.
17 minus 24 is what? There's still 24 hours in a day, as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
So
like
if it's only 17 hours, then obviously
Yeah.
it's not 24 hours. So there you go. There's your
It's like
answer.
a 13-hour day or 13-hour night. Yeah. I'm not looking for an answer.
Well, no,
I'm
what
just
I think
saying
what
it-
he's saying is that according to timeanddate.com,
Yeah.
Ushuaia or whatever Argentina in December has a 17-hour day. So, and
Yeah,
that's like, I'm assuming that's the tip of Argentina, right? The tip of the
Yeah.
South America or whatever.
Yeah.
Or Little Italy, what do they call it?
Argentina is not Italy, but yeah.
Yeah, but there's some place down there in South America they call Little Italy. I don't know who the hell calls it that, but somebody, I think it was Bird that called it that.
I've never heard that one before. The only thing I've
Whatever
researched is like the
dumb nickname
Falklands.
is.
Yeah.
Whatever the dumb nickname. There's a nickname for that little town down there at the end where they, right before they go to Antarctica, they always go down to South Africa to get there for some reason. Never Africa. I don't know why.
South America, you mean?
Well, I guess supposedly South America goes farther south than they claim because obviously, I mean,
yeah.
Because isn't Africa like, isn't Australia like below Africa before you get? I don't even know. Like I'm trying to imagine what it would look like.
Do you understand why it doesn't add up? Really, like it doesn't.
Well,
the
yeah,
distances
that's what
don't
I'm.
add
That's what I'm trying to say. Is like just looking at all this stuff and trying to. I mean, we're trying to explain it in a way that makes sense, but that might not be possible because it's really not. It's not supposed to make sense. It's not supposed to. I mean, everything's so backwards and upside down. How would you ever find out the truth when it's the actual truth is probably not even known by anybody in the club, right? They just think they know the stuff. They don't really know. They only know enough to make them think they do, right?
Ryan, where'd you go?
I'm here. I was taking a break. I was taking a minute.
Good. Thanks.
Video or something.
Yeah, I want to see what they're doing with the declination here on this 360-degree circumference. They're trying to show something with the sun itself, I think. Let me give it a try.
Well, the 24-hour day alone destroys the idea that we're on an elliptical orbit around the sun. I mean, it's dead in the water just by that alone.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that kill it. I just want to see where he's going with this.
And no, for those of you who think that if it's only 3.5 hour, 23 and 7/10 or whatever an hour, it doesn't make any difference. It still wouldn't be facing the right direction.
If I am on a rotating platform, the platform's rotating, and I have a cutout palm. I put 2 palm trees on that rotation circle, and I'm standing on that circle. In front of me, I have a moon, and to my left, I have the sun. So from my perspective, as that platform rotates, what would I expect to see? So we're going to put a camera by this man.
What's great is we can test this by putting cameras all over the place.
Yep.
And we can learn from this.
Which we should already have, right?
Right. So if I'm rotating,
I'm pretty
to
sure
my
we
left,
do.
Watch.
They're everywhere, dude.
And didn't Japan or China hack all those
The
cameras
motion
so we
of
can
the
pretty much see anything we want to see? We just have to get the right info.
So the platform would swing out.
I know there's a
faster.
network you
Your
can
speed
get
cannot
2
be the
cameras.
same. You would see the moon 3 times.
You think that's
When
how
you
they figure
start,
out where we're
as
at
it
and what we're
swings
doing?
by, you'd see the sun twice.
If they need to or they wanted to, they could.
And the moon, you would
Pretty-
see it once again. As
Well,
it
you know,
swings
the
past
personal
when you
tracking
end.
device that is
But
the
look at the motion
personal
of
marker, a cell phone,
the
is
land
pretty
mass.
much the only thing they need, right?
Its speed
For
isn't
now, yeah, that's
constant.
an
The
easy way
speed
to
of
find a
people
person.
can slow down.
And I don't see them getting rid of that
Now,
cell
if I
phone
rotate
thing or
in
even
the
making the
opposite
internet
direction,
not possible until we can
from your
either connect
perspective,
to it with our brains
the
or
land
without
mass
computer,
must push
right? Then they
sideways,
can try to snatch it away from us.
then
But
push
until then, I don't
backwards.
see how that would be possible. Otherwise, everybody just give up and go back
So
to
the
what they were
speed of
doing
the
before,
veget-
which is living their lives and not worrying about dumb shit on the internet, right?
Oh yeah, I'm trying not to worry about dumb shit on the internet all the time, but it seems like it keeps coming up. It does.
I know, but
constantly.
like, think about it. If I wasn't sitting here all day on the internet worrying about this and that, I would actually be out doing things like I'm supposed to, right? Like, I do realize that some of this, a lot of the time that I spend on here is a big waste of time. It really does seem like it anyway.
Well, I'm not trying to waste time here. I'm learning. They're showing basically what parallax is in a rotating reference frame. I think is what he's trying to aim at. He's trying to show you it wouldn't appear like it does now. But you don't sit there for 12 hours and stare directly at the moon to see what it really looks like. Most people won't get this, I don't think, or the sun for that matter.
Well, like I said, I mean, the moon and the sun alone prove what we say. It proves it beyond the shadow of a doubt. Because when you look at all those places and you look at the angles of light, you see that the sun does not cut. The sun does move around over the top of the earth. It is on a flat plane, and it is just getting far enough away to where the light doesn't actually respond to the atmosphere. It doesn't light up the sky. You just don't. I mean, people just have to understand that light is a full thing. It's a spectrum. You can't see it all. You only see a small portion of it, right? You see like just this one little spectrum of color, right? That's it. That's all you can see. All that other light is completely blinding, and it's everywhere all the time. You don't see it. So it might be actually possible that there is light all over the earth at all times. We just can't see that light. Do you understand? So the truth is, you can't. So when you start to look into the truth about how light perpetuates and all that, you realize that we don't know any more about light than we do about anything else in this world. We don't know shit about it. So basically what we have is a bunch of theories and ideas and assumptions and a bunch of conjecture, because all these different scientists have different ideas about how it works. They got string theories, they got warping time and space theories, all this crap. And it's all based on mass and all this other garbage that really doesn't make any sense in our real lives, right? Like when you go around and do your everyday things, you could live out your entire life and never come across a point where you needed to know that information. But for some reason, we deem it necessary to understand it and to use it and to somehow understand it so that we can see other things. But it's like, how would you even know what you needed to know if you didn't know it, right? See what I'm saying? It's like, it blows my mind to think that if we are brainwashed, which I'm positively sure that there is technology in the television that's doing that. I'm positively sure that's true. I can't prove it out exactly, but I know it's true. But the reality of it is, who does it affect? How many people are affected by it? I don't know. I really don't know. But I know that somebody somewhere does know that information. It has to be known. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted their time with the business plan, right?
Yeah, I think the moon and the sun are two of the biggest mysteries in the world, but it's obvious.
If we were on a ball, we'd be able to prove that the moon was on this side and that side. We'd be able to prove all that. But because we're not on a ball, we can't prove that. There's no evidence for it. Everybody that sees the moon and the sun sees them in the sky at the same time as everybody else. That's just how it is. There is no argument about that. Even though everybody will argue and say, oh, no, that couldn't be. It's only because they can't accept what they don't understand. And they obviously don't understand that we live on a plane. It's just a big circle or whatever. Who knows what the actual shape is? It's just like a big plane. It's a three-dimensional.
There's not a shape.
It's like an atrium. You know what I mean? It's like we're in a giant glass bottle, and the bottom's dirt. It's that easy to understand.
And you wouldn't be able to live without the atrium. Yes, I know.
Right, but see, the whole idea of it is that yes, it could be that where we're at right now isn't exactly the whole thing of what God created. Maybe the devil took and put us all in these little capsules and made us believe that we're in God's creation, when in reality we're in a smaller version of it. You see what I'm saying? So maybe if we got out of this place, we could see that there's a lot of other domes all around us, and there's people in each one of those too. Who knows, right? It's still up in the air. But until we actually get the evidence and show, and we figure out all the science, and we can actually use that science to look at what the earth is and measure it in some way that's physical instead of just assumption, then we're never really going to know where we're at and what we're doing here. But I think why we're here is completely opposite to what all this is going to do for us. Because it might be convincing for you and all that, and it might help you find God. But if you already found God, flat earth might not even be something you need to worry about, because it really doesn't affect you, right? I mean, how often?
I don't know, man.
How often do you, like, lose your mind because the earth might be flat or it might not be? I mean, I don't. Until I got involved with all this, I really never thought about it. So the reality is, I could just be wasting my time.
You're not wasting
like reach people's hearts to show them the truth of something. You have to show them real, true evidence, because people don't just accept bullshit. So you have to show them how you got there, that's why you pull them along with you.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been trying to do, and I'm trying to pull everybody along with me. The idea that the earth is a flat plane, and you navigate it with the sun and the moon and the stars, keeps you from being lost.
Yeah,
You
no
understand?
shit. Right. And so, yeah, there's obviously you can't go around that without
You need
faking
it.
like having computers to do it for you, and then you just don't have to think about it. Right.
Yeah, it's easier to do that way, but I mean, originally that's how we found our way around.
Yes.
That's where the term "lost and saved" come from. You get where I'm coming from? You understand?
Yes,
What,
lost
and
it.
I think
That's where the whole idea came. Yeah.
yeah. So the idea, if you don't know how to navigate, or I
Yeah,
use the stars
if you
on a
don't
regular
understand,
basis.
yes, you would be lost at sea. Exactly. So
Well,
that's
not just sea, dude. I do it on land. I use the
I know,
stars.
but you see where, but I see the metaphor what you're talking about. I'm just
Yeah.
agreeing.
Well, it's not just a metaphor. I'm talking literal. I
know, but I'm saying that's the funny part is that there's more than one meaning for it. There's duality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is absolutely.
There's polarity. That's
There's
why I
always
like that
duality.
song because it talks about polarized.
Then you like Slipknot. How about that?
Everybody knows if everybody gets too evil, the world will be a horrible place to live. So, but at what point do people's minds break and go, "Wow, the world has gotten really crazy and really scary. Maybe I should stop thinking these crazy things, and I shouldn't just believe in the craziest thing, the next thing that comes on television." But no one seems to be snapping out of it. It's like they just get more and more.
Well, we're losing the crowd, dude. Everybody's going to bed. It looks like.
And the more you fall asleep, I don't know. For all I once all our minds are changed, we don't know this. Maybe we're the one God threw. Maybe we have something to do with it. I don't know. There's all kinds of crazy ideas to be true, but whatever's true, God is always there, and He's always the powerful one. And whatever it is He wants to happen will happen, no matter what we say about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking through this video right here, and I mean they're
hope
showing.
it makes sense to me, and that we're all happy about it at the end. That's all. And then it's not a waste of our time.
I think somebody's coming in. Hold on.
Oh, awesome. Somebody wants to talk with us. I hope it's possible.
No, there isn't. Hold on. Oh, it's Michael Kahn.
What's up, Michael?
Say hi. Hold on. I'll let him in. Hey, Michael. How are we doing tonight?
Morning.
Yeah, morning.
Michael, how are you, buddy?
I'd just pop in and say hello.
No, thanks, dude.
Were you listening in, or you just came in?
I've literally just turned it on, but I see you watching Rory's part of that video.
Yeah, we're digging through a little bit of it. Yeah.
Basically, me just rambling on about what I don't like about it. That's basically what we're doing. You know,
everything in society too. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, if it looks bad, I'm calling it out. That don't look right.
I like this part, where he talks about movie set models.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
I haven't got through that part yet.
They're always flat, aren't they? Interesting.
It like follows like what I always say about Lego. Like nobody when you buy a Lego set, it comes with a flat base what you build on. You know, you don't get a curved board to build your Lego on.
Well, it wouldn't make sense.
It would be hard to build on.
Legos are flat.
Exactly.
When the Legos are level. I mean, even Minecraft players know the earth is flat. Come on.
I think inside computer programs are flat, aren't they?
Yeah, they have to. Until you zoom out, then you have to create the effect of a ball because it doesn't exist.
This is a bit of an argument I've been having with a troll over the last few days, like, you know, banging on about Google Earth, like.
Yeah, it's like, dude,
when you zoom out, you get the cartoon part, but when you zoom in, you get to flat Earth, flat measurements.
You just get a flat overhead map. It's that simple, and then you get 3D now because they get all angles. But I mean, that's really all it is—a downward-looking map.
Yeah, I was kind of watching them build that thing too over time.
I thought it was interesting how they put it all together. I really did. I thought it was pretty fascinating.
Yeah, but they still put it on a ball. That's what I don't get.
I understand that, but I'm saying it's still the work they did on it was awesome. It is pretty awesome what they did. But
there were guys driving around all over the place, just taking pictures of like neighborhoods, landscapes, and I was wondering what they were doing. And I asked a couple of them, and they were taking pictures for Google Earth.
Yeah,
I remember the
hired local kids doing it.
The planes fly over all the time too.
So nothing to do with the ball at all.
Because I always look online every once in a while. I'll look on my map just to see what the overhead looks like, to see if my pool's still there, because they haven't updated since I had the pool, and it's been a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. So I'm still waiting for them to update it. But I know they do it every so many years. They update it, and they put an updated picture in. So But it's
Well,
not like
Google's just government, dude.
It's like
That's all
once,
it
it's
really
like
is.
once a year, once every other year, whatever it is. But they do keep up with it.
Yeah, I think Google was just funded by the Fed. They
Well,
got
of
a
course.
budget. Yeah.
Because now they got a picture of everything from the sky, and they just got to update it every so often, and they can basically see in the dark. Basically, they know basically where everything's at, and they don't necessarily have to know where you're at there, but they still know where everything is supposed to be. And I think that's important as we when we look at things like 9/11, when we look at things like that, just things that are that large, just not existing anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like when you start to think about what kind of I don't know what kind of spiritual energy or whatever did all that. I don't think it's just physical, but that's just my opinion. But I'm saying when you think about something on that scale, it makes you wonder if there isn't something bigger going on out there, like behind the scenes. And like I said, spiritually, obviously, that's really more powerful than you even imagine. That's what scares me, is that what they're telling us is like, oh, we got these little powers in this, but what if there's really like this huge thing where all of us have this ability and only some of us still have that ability to channel it, right? And so we might live in a world where the reason why we can't get to those people is because they've created a place for us to be, and we can't get to them, right? We could never get to them because there's this ice wall there that blocks us. But I don't know. I guess because anything's up in the air, it's just it's fun. It really is. It's fun to go down that road. But I still think that no matter how you really look at it, it's going to end up being a deception in some way or another, because it's taking you away from God. It's taking you to that point where you're trying to decide whether or not you have your faith, or whether you want to believe in the science and the things that you're learning about the world. And I think that's always going to end up being a deception at some point, especially with people that are not perfect. I mean, we have carnal mind,
Ryan, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, because God made everything, and I keep it, and enjoy it to some
And we're not
degree.
doing a very good job either, so we need to step up.
It's not us. We're not the problem.
I understand that, but
yeah.
I think
the problem is the people running the show, dude. That's the problem. It's all the scientists and all the universities and all the consensus beliefs that they have that ruin everything, and they push fear down your throat constantly.
Yes.
And whether you bite on it or not, man, I don't choose to do it.
Like telling us that the North Pole's frozen when it turns out that it's not.
Yeah.
And they did. They showed that for years.
I had that exact argument with that same kiddo I've been arguing with.
Really?
I said, "What if you Google's Earth's an accurate representation? Why is there no ice on North Pole?" And they were like, "Oh, well, that's because it's summer." But I said, "Well, then you don't know what you're talking about.
It's
Because
the
if you
ocean.
have a look,
Yeah. The ocean.
There's always ice, even in summer."
Yeah. Right. It's supposed to be an ice cap because it's a globe, That's
right, exactly. It's going to be this big view. Yeah, right.
You just can't get through to these people. It's like,
and their minds bend to the most insane things just to try to believe it and keep a hold of it too. It's so crazy. And then when they do finally start to realize it, you can kind of see it on their face where they're like, I've seen it before, where like we'd be talking to somebody and all of a sudden they just get this weird, like scary look in their eyes, like they just realize they're wrong. And then after that, they're not the same people.
They just come, like, when you're dealing with these online people. I'm not about people in real life, but when you're dealing with these, they just gloss over that you've just handed them their ass, and then they come back with another question, and you'll hand their ass with that one, and then they'll come back with another. There's never no acceptance of any kind of defeat from them.
Yeah, there's never saying, well, you're right. The 3 things that I brought up to you, you've basically proven wrong. Maybe you're right. They don't even give you that. They're not even like nice about it or even like polite. It's like,
no.
It's disrespectful from the very start, and then it's insults at the end. If they can't convince you, then all of a sudden you're just a horrible person.
I usually have a couple of days arguing with them, and then I ban them.
You can take so much. You think you can help them, and then once you realize it's just not happening, you're just like, fuck it. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, like when Veritas came on the show, the first thing I asked him, or actually told him, was, I never get a concession with containment. And he just like this, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I know. It's like, well, I didn't have a paper prepared to talk about that, sir, so I can't say anything. You can tell that you're obviously taking your orders from somebody else, dummy.
Well, it was McToon. He went back and cried to him and Craig.
Hold on, let me print the script out real quick. Okay.
You know who's orchestrating that? Those two
I don't
boys
remember if that guy
really...
that came on today was I think he was a flat earther, right? It turned out he was a flat earther and he was going to bring some evidence, but
I was like, at first I thought he was a baller, and I thought he was gonna I thought he was printing out his script. I was gonna start giving him crap, and then I started thinking, I was like, well, wait a minute, let's see what he's got first. So I've done that before, where I jumps down somebody's throat, and they're like, dude, I'm not a Glober, bro. I was gonna bring you, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry. It sounded like you were about to rip somebody,
And about Dr. Buzz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was splitting hairs over verbs and their meanings. That's all he had. Okay, I'll see you guys later.
It's like a trait in it of people, like they think they have something and they just hold on to it, similar with Dell and his Upwards Earth, he's got this idea into his head and he just can't accept that he's wrong.
Yeah, I don't like accepting when I'm wrong, but I can identify it. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I will, because I know it's the only way to show that I'm real, right? If I don't share the truth about myself, then I'm just a fake, right? I can't be fake. People don't accept that. I wouldn't. So why would I expect anybody else to?
I can tell you, you're not fake from here, dude. Honest. So take it out of your mind. I like your analogy where you say God's sitting behind the earth kicking it like a football.
Because he is. He's sitting up there laughing like, you guys are crazy, man. When you guys realize what's really going on, it's all going to make sense in it. I can see that I have this thought in my mind of God sitting there with this thought in his mind of when you finally realize everything that's going on in the world, when it all finally fuses together in your brain and you go, bing, God's going to be standing there looking at you like, what do you think? I always imagine him that way. Like he's excited about you getting to see everything unfold and then talk to you about it. It's almost like that's what I expect to be at the end. It's like God's going to have a conversation about the whole thing, your whole experience, and why you did what you did, and where you went, and why, all that. It's like that seems like the more logical explanation for it. Then, God's just going to say, look what a bad person you were, and the devil's going to be there pointing out all the shitty things that you did. Well, of course he is, but I'm already saved, so why would I?
Have you ever studied the book of life, and all your deeds are written down in that? Have you ever heard that before?
I understand that, but it says that Jesus came to save me from those sins. Therefore, they're covered, right? I won't go to hell for them because I believe in Christ. Mm-hmm. Right?
In what book of the Bible is the book of life mentioned?
I'm not sure it is it?
Is it?
Life? Oh yeah, it's in Revelation, but I'm not sure where else. I'm sure it's in probably maybe who was it that got eaten by the lions or whatever? Daniel, maybe Daniel, because I know there's a lot of prophecy in there, but I know Revelation, but I'm not sure where else. Maybe in some of the other prophets.
That would be a good thing to do a show on. What do you think, Michael?
That's the only one.
What on Book of Life?
Oh, I'd love to do Revelation. Or is that be interesting? Well, I mean, I guess a lot of people would say, well, the Book of Life is metaphorical, but no, I don't think it is. I think God does track everything. I mean, if he literally divides the cells in your body, each one, if he's involved in that, then I think he does probably know everything about you and what's going to happen. But
I'm going to do a quick search.
It's not the same as your body, though, either. So there is a separation between the spirit and the physical body. So,
all I know is you want to be making sure your name's in it.
Yeah. I mean, I would hope that it already is, but I mean, if I thought it wasn't, I'd probably seek out whatever I need to, right? The last thing I want to do is be standing at the pearly gates not knowing whether or not I'm going to get saved or not. That's what I just don't want to be. I'd rather either know it or not know it, but if I don't know it, then at least I can accept it. But if I already know it's true and I've got evidence of it based on what my life and things that happen to me, then I don't have to be afraid anymore. I already know it. It's apparent, even though I can't prove it, but it's apparent to me. It's my witness. I understand it that way.
I'm doing a YouTube search for it now. I'm seeing if there's any mention of it big time. Let's see.
That's what I suggest is I could look it up in
the Book of Revelations is where it's mentioned, from what I can tell. It's in context. I'm gonna look it up right quick. Let's pop it in here. All right. Take a look at what this guy's doing. That came up in my mind when he brought that up. We get total victory in Christ, according to that. So, Let's play him. See what he says.
So, what is the Book of Life? I've been asked multiple times to explain the Book of Life. And does this imply that those not written in the Book of Life
He's
will
really
be
loud.
annihilated
Turn
or
it down.
some idea like that? No, they are cast into the so-called lake of fire. Let's take a look. First, the
Whoa.
Book of Revelation is a highly cryptic
What is
and
the lake of
metaphorical
fire?
book, so we need to allow the portions of Scripture that are stated clearly to guide us in interpreting this book.
Now, what did he say? Let's go back a little bit.
Meaning that hell may not actually be
Yeah,
a
no
burning
fire.
place. It might just be a place where God throws you back in and lets you figure it out one more time.
Oh, so it's endless hell. And I don't.
Well, I
think
don't
that's-
know.
I think it means that like you just don't exist to God anymore.
But would that really be a punishment?
I don't know. I think it might be actually if you were connected to your creator.
But I think
Be a
banishment
punishment.
from God's light
Wouldn't
would
it?
be the worst. Just be endless, just floating into
Yeah,
nothing,
that's-
with no light, no nothing. That would be the most horrible thing, I think.
That would be the abyss, the void. That's what that would be. That would be like you would be
But just
not
being
connected.
destroyed and not exist anymore, that wouldn't be so bad because then you could just, then it's over, right? You don't exist.
Well, that's-
then there's no more sin. There's no more pain. No more guilt. No more nothing, right?
That's
You
the
don't-
atheist. That's what they want. They want not to exist anymore. When
Yeah, I
they're
guess
gone.
you know what. Now I see where you're going with it. Now I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so it's their own confusion about it that makes it seem like as if they're just doing it wrong when in reality they're just confused, right? I guess.
Yeah, I want to hear what he said.
Book of Revelation is a highly cryptic and metaphorical book, so we need to allow the portions of Scripture that are stated clearly to guide us in interpreting this book.
That's a good idea.
The book was written to 7 churches
I
in the
don't- I don't
first
get the
century
connection there.
undergoing tribulation. The book needed to be written in a cryptic manner in case it was intercepted by the authorities who were persecuting them. It's noteworthy that the 7 churches appear to be Jewish congregations who would have understood the cryptic language of the book. The Apostle John wrote, I, John, your brother and partner in the tribulation. They were in tribulation at that time. And the book of life itself is not that mysterious.
You're
This
alive,
comes
you're
from the book of Psalms, chapter 69. Let them be blotted out of the book of life and not be written with the righteous. And the context of the book of Psalms 69 is that we're actually reading a prophecy of our persecuted Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We read, Scorn has broken my heart and has left me helpless. I looked for sympathy, but there was none, for comforters, and I found none. They put gall in my food, and they gave me vinegar for my thirst. Psalm 69, 20, 21. In the context of the book of Revelation, John is suggesting that the persecutors of the newborn church will not be written in the book of life. John wrote, If anyone was not found written in the book of life, he was cast into the lake of fire. Revelation 20:15. The meaning of the lake of fire I have already expounded at this channel. See, refined in the lake of fire. What is the second
Just
death?
stop it a minute,
and
Rod.
proof.
Yeah.
It's interesting that it said was.
Yeah, it did. So
That would suggest all casting into the lake of fire has already happened, wouldn't it?
yeah, that would. So would that give like credence to like the little season maybe?
But what about the eternal thing? What about the thing? Doesn't it say in there somewhere that our spirits are eternal? Or is that only when we're saved? I mean, I don't know. I forget sometimes. I don't know.
It's only eternal if God allows it to be. Like it
Right,
says
yeah,
in the Bible,
right.
Beware him
If
who
he doesn't
can
know you,
destroy-
then then he would. Yeah, exactly. I mean, use that metaphor.
Beware him who can destroy body and soul.
Right, which is God.
The second
right.
death. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And in other words, he could just blot you completely out of his existence. Right, he could just take you out.
Yeah, if he created you, he can completely
Erase you.
obliterate.
Right,
you.
he can just erase your sorry ass. Exactly. Good point.
So he's going back and he's making reference to videos we haven't seen. So this is going to be like patchy as hell.
Well, no, but I get where they're coming from, though. I mean, I've watched a lot of study about Revelation, especially. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm an expert or nothing, but I used to listen to to Revelation every night when I sleep. I'd listen to the Bible tape over and over and over every night. So I know it quite well too, but doesn't mean I understand it any better than anybody else, but still, I know a lot of it.
Yeah, if you're an outsider and you hear this kind of stuff, you think that they're just protecting the church from evil. As you say, your name's not written in the book of life. Our God's going to throw you into a lake of fire kind of thing. They don't, the heathen nations don't see
Well, yeah, because
the
they're
same thing.
assuming that all these people that are up there on the pulpit that are claiming they're godly are actually God's workers, and they're not necessarily, right? Yeah.
What we have to be careful of is like God don't put you there; you put yourself there.
Yeah, he just gives you the power to do whatever you're going to do.
Well, don't get
Because
lost.
Satan's there somewhere
Let's put
trying
that
to
way.
feed it too, like the CIA or whatever. They're like, here, let me give you some money for that.
Now let's see how farther he goes with this. I don't think he's going to get too deep with the book of life. I only seen 2 references to it so far.
Proof. Jesus is a universalist, linked in the description. In summary, the lake of fire is a parallel metaphor with the furnace of fire found in Matthew 13, which is a refining metaphor that originates in the Old Testament. We read, the crucible for silver and the furnace for gold, but the Lord tests the heart.
I don't see the connection. Do you? Anybody?
I think what he's saying is it's kind of like we're being proofed, right? That's why we're here. We're being tested, proofed, or whatever you want to call it. We're being purified, or we're being singled out as either a chaff or the wheat, right? So because we're all being tested for that, we're gonna end up at some level of that, right? And the people that have given up on God and forgotten about Him and just gone their own direction, those are the people that God won't remember, because obviously they don't have Him in their mind. Like whenever I think about something bad happens, I always look right to God. Or I get mad, I blame God, right? It's always God. I always think of God almost first every time. Whereas
I think you're missing where I'm trying to go with it. Like I don't see the testing of your heart as a reference to
being
the
burned
lake
in
of
fire.
fire.
You're right, but I guess because of what's his name, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, or whatever, they got put in the fire, and I guess that's where they're going with it. They're comparing.
Or neither. It's not even a reference to it.
But
They're
that was a different analogy, because it was talking about how God has control over everything, and that no king or no man is going to make God's work not work, because God is powerful, right? Like,
I think you're missing the point that I don't take Daniel as an analogy. I think there were 3 Hebrew children that were cast into a furnace. He's taking it as
I agree.
an analogy.
I agree. But I'm saying even if we looked at it that way, it's not. Sometimes I forget. You're right.
Michael, do you got any take on that? Do you see where I'm coming from?
I do.
I don't see the connection there.
My mind's not functioning yet.
The coffee's not saying.
Go make a coffee.
I think there's something to be learned here. I'm just not sure what it is, and like how valuable it's going to be. But obviously we are all confused about it, so we should talk about it.
The thing is, like, to just off cuff it, like, and misrepresent it, like, I'd have to look into this and study what he's actually talking about first.
Yeah, he is going off the cuff, it seems like to me. He is making a reference to a furnace, to a lake of fire, from just different stories, and he's making it kind of allegorical sound.
Right, yeah. You're putting the allegories together and then trying to make sense out of it. That's not necessarily going to work, right?
No, you actually taking real-time stories.
It could work, but I mean, most likely
mixing it with a parable almost about a furnace in your heart. I think it's nonsense. Let's see what else he's got to say.
Proverbs 17:3. The lake of fire is the crucible metaphor found in the Old Testament, mistranslated. There never was a lake of fire in all Christian history before William Tyndale mistranslated the passage. For example, in the Latin Vulgate and the German Luther Bible and the Wycliffe Bible and others, it was always the pool or the basin of fire and sulfur. And this is because the Greek word limne is a contextually dependent word. Per Liddell Scott Greek lexicon, it could mean a marsh, a pool, a standing water by the sea, an artificial pool, or basin. It is the definition of limne as basin I want to draw your attention to, because a crucible is a basin.
And it's made out of fire. Let's put it that way.
The American Heritage Dictionary provides that a basin is an
lake,
open,
not a
shallow,
bed.
usually round container, especially for holding liquids, a hollow vessel for various forms. And
you see what I'm saying? I think he's stretching this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing what's his name was doing yet earlier today on the show. You know, that other guy was
Similar, very
Yeah,
similar.
He's
Yeah.
he's reading more into it than that's there because he's trying to like satisfy something in his own mind. Obviously, he's wanting to prove something that he wants to believe in. And I know how that is because I've done it many times where I just look for anything that kind of like supports my bullshit idea, and it just looks bad. It does. It ends up going nowhere, but you know, that's what it looks like
but
to me. I could be
I don't. I
wrong.
don't come on. I don't come on the people's shows and tell them that they need to refine their argument.
I've noticed this with people who get into studying Hebrew and that, like they start to get this ego that they know more than your average man does. Like, and I don't think scriptures are meant to be like that. You shouldn't be boasting in them and be proud of it. You know what I mean? It should just be easy to understand.
They're there to admonish the brother, and that's what it's for.
Yeah.
It's
That
not
was
there
my
for
point
you.
last night. You know, I have an English Bible. I don't speak Hebrew. Should I have to learn Hebrew to understand Bible? I don't think
No,
so.
I don't think so.
No.
Because
I
I
know
think
enough.
the message is very simple in the Bible. I think it's just we make it more complicated than it needs to be. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, this seems a little flaky though. Let's see what else he's got to say about it. It's just translation from what I'm getting out of it. He's not really making the connection.
Well, so far
various
I've
forms
only
of
heard
material
him
used
saying
for the
that he
art.
thinks this is this, and he's making this connection, which is
between
fine.
a furnace, basin, and a pool.
Right.
Yeah, but it's still a lake of fire, basically. Yeah, but Tisdale mistranslated it because he just wrote down what he saw.
And manufacturers. And you need to understand they didn't have the word crucible, so they had to spell it out. In the American Standard Bible, Proverbs 17:3 translate the concept as the refining pot. The limne of fire and sulfur is a refining pot or basin.
In other words, you get turned
What
back.
drew my attention to these translation issues were comments from these.
You're not going to make it out alive. Let's put it that way.
I'll say it seems to be supporting the stuff we're talking about rather than what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. But
He's trying to avoid the lake of fire, dude.
he's trying. That's
He's
great.
arguing
but
against it. Like, I think he's claiming that the lake of fire is something that like purifies you.
Right,
rather
meaning
than-
that everybody's going to go through and come out the other side all kissy and good. Yeah, I don't know about that.
It's going to purge you with fire. Yeah, of course.
I wish that was true, but I'm not sure. Yeah,
I think it was pretty explicit. If your name's not found in the book, you're going to get cast in there. That's
Well,
what
look
it
at
says.
it this way, right? Do you think that he's willing to give Satan another chance? Because I don't think so. That's
No.
why he gets cast into the lake of fire. If he were to be cast in there and purified, and come, that means he gets another chance. And I don't think scriptures speak that way.
Yeah, that worries me because if God forgives Satan and then he gets released or he gets saved, then that would kind of be. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it would fit together with everything else in there. Seems like that would just totally blow everything else apart. Like,
yeah, you don't think God
good's supposed
can
to
make
win?
it?
Evil's supposed to be destroyed at the end, not the other way around.
You don't think God could make another minstrel that could actually take Lucifer's place, and has by now?
Well, no, that's a whole nother argument, though, right? Yeah, obviously, evil won't be destroyed from the earth. It's just Satan himself because he's the one that's been up to it. But I don't even try to pretend to think I understand that. But I'm based on what I know and what I feel. I'm just assuming it based on that. But I really don't know. To be honest with you, it's a good.
Well, they call it original sin because he embodied it. I think he perpetuates it.
Well, he wanted to be God. That's different than.
That's kind of exalting yourself above God. That's
It
naturally.
became proud, didn't it?
Yeah. And pride is what he pushes now. Be proud of yourself. Be proud of it. Yeah.
That pride and that boastfulness made him blaspheme, because then he said, "I'll rise above the stars of heaven. I'll be like God.
I'll turn all your subjects against you." Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He went further than most of us wouldn't have gone that far. We'd have got mad and said all the stuff, and then we'd have went home and got over it. Right? We would have moved on, or just whatever.
It sounds like he had a death wish to me. Like, I'm going to get up there. Yeah.
Makes me
The
wonder
guy who made this
more to the
place.
story, though. Doesn't it make you think that there's like something missing there that we don't understand about him and why he was made and why he's here and all that? But I don't know.
There's other books. Yeah.
If you imagine that, like, a third of angels went with him, he must have been wherever the I mean, I can't even understand how heaven works or whatever. Like, but there must be in a position where they congregate together, and you can imagine Satan saying, "Come on, lads, you don't believe this guy.
Have you
You need
looked
to
at this
believe."
guy
You know what I
lately?
mean? Like, it must have
Yeah.
been working lies amongst angels in order to get some to go with him.
He convinced
Angel's
1/3.
right there above your
That's
head,
a pretty
Michael.
good. That's a vote right there. Like, we're in. We'll do it. We can pull this off. Watch.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just pretty good undertaking, man. So the thing is, I think that our Father, that would be God, I guess, would probably already have known that this would have happened.
Well, yeah, and
That's
obviously
why
he knew we were going to be doubtful and we were going to have questions about it.
He had to have known Satan were going to do what he does, like, because he knew it's beginning from end.
Yeah.
He had to know it, but this is where people don't understand that, like, God don't make automatons. Like, he even made angels with free will.
Right,
So,
yeah.
you know,
Exactly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fall, right? Exactly. They had to make it on their own. It didn't happen because God made them or it was set to be that way. It was possible, but we all had the choice.
No, he has a master plan that actually is prepared for this stuff. That's why
Being here might already be a death sentence. I mean, maybe we're only here because we were cast into some lake and we're being purified. I don't know. I mean, the possibility. I mean, I don't think that's true, but I'm saying, I guess it's a possibility. I don't see where it says it in the Bible, but it is possible. But logical? Nah, not really. Right?
For what it's worth.
I mean, I'm just saying that because I don't want people not just against everything that's just against the Bible, because some stuff does make sense. But
it gets deep.
I'm always going to stick with the Bible because the Bible's never done me wrong so far, and so because I'm going to try to stick with that. It's just how it is.
It gets deep because there's also like a suggestion that you're like predestined to be saved, and that almost contradicts like free will. But
I think that's an exception too, though.
I'd explained to me like that they like run side by side, and it's really hard to get your head round. Really, I'm not even.
I think
I'll butcher it.
Well, we're trying to explain something spiritual in physical and understanding.
We just can't fathom how God works. Like, so it's very simple for him, but to us it's a mind bender. You know, it's like these earthly things that we have nailed in his mind. Oh no.
Yeah, like
can't be broken, like, you know what I mean?
But we think everything has to have a mother and a father. What? Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's natural, dude.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying nature. But beyond that, like, we understand that if somebody was able to create us and put us here, or however that was done, that person obviously is way beyond our intelligence level and has power over us. So we kind of have to submit to that, right? I mean, it's kind of logical to look at it that way, right? Like. And if God does love us and did give us free will, then obviously he gave us the right to be who we want to be. And so we get to choose for ourselves. But that doesn't mean that he's just going to change the rules at the end and say, oh, I want to save everybody. No, he says, I don't want anybody to be lost by the way, or anybody to fall by the wayside. But if anybody denies me, then I'll just pretend like I don't know him. Why would I waste my time? I understand that. It makes complete sense. I don't think that's a rotten thing or an egotistical thing at all. I think that's the way it ought to be. That's what good and
it's got to be a test for God to be able to search everybody's heart to find out whether they are worthy. I think because like
I wonder the same. Yeah.
If any evil creeps in, then it's back to square one again, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's like it's all gonna happen again, and then you've got like this recurring loop that you can never get out of. Like
the vicious cycle.
Yeah, I don't want to get caught in it, and I think it makes us stronger, and that's what he's looking for. He's looking for a good-hearted, strong people.
It always seems like it's gonna take us out, but yeah, it does end up.
But like the biggest part is you have to come to God. You have to accept God. He can't force himself on you.
Yes, exactly.
That's the main point.
So any doubt in your mind can be a bar between you. Yeah, I believe that too. I feel the same way. Yeah. And the Bible talks about this over and over and over again. So it's not like we don't have something to tell us what to think.
Let's hear what this scholar's got to say a little bit more. I don't know if he's going to really.
Everybody thinks they know everything nowadays, though. It seems like it's getting that bad, right?
Yeah.
But I know something different. It's not in there, but I'm going to make it.
The internet helps with that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to hit play right quick.
It's crazy.
Early Greek church fathers who understood the lake of fire as the crucible metaphor from the Old Testament They were reading the original Greek text in their native language, and that made me sit up and pay attention. Origen gave a detailed explanation of these metaphors of fire and punishment in response to criticism coming from a secular philosopher named Celsus, who accused the Christians of representing God as a merciless tormentor descending at the end of the world armed with fire. What is remarkable is Celsus is clearly pointing to the apocalyptic vision of John in the book of Revelation, the end of the world. Origen then responds to Celsus using the gold and silver refining metaphor. He said, "Our God, accordingly, is a consuming fire in the sense I have mentioned. He shall come also as a refiner's fire to purify the rational nature from the alloy of wickedness and from other impure matter which has adulterated, if I may say so, the intellectual gold and silver." Origen in response to Celsus. And linked in the description is an essay on various arts.
I know what's going on. Yeah, it
Yeah,
is equivocating the refiner's fire.
Well, I get where he's going with it, but I don't think
it's not.
It's not.
Like it's Holy Spirit in it that dwells in you and makes you be that better person. That I think that's the refining thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like a fire.
That's more like Pentecostal outlook on it. Like the fire from the Holy Spirit purifies your soul and guides you through the life that you're in. But they're going with philosophy here. They're not even taking it literally.
That's what I was
at
just going to say. Is it's definitely philosophy, and it's scary that they're
I like
talking about it.
because I spent a lot of time with Jehovah's Witnesses, and I see that these cult claims all attack things that the truth parts of the Bible. Like a Jehovah's Witness will tell you that hell don't exist.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's what I'm going with. They're going with this too. It's like there's no lake of fire, no hell.
Destroy his creation.
No, it's like it's the allegory he's looking at is purifying his creation with fire.
Right. Yeah. No, I get where he's going. He's trying to force recreation or whatever the hell it is, reincarnation. I know where they're going with. That's why I say it scares me every time because I know reincarnation is not true. It just isn't. I mean, I don't remember exactly how that convinced me, but I'm convinced now.
Well, I want to look at this document he's got up here now. It's in Latin, so
you don't come back. It says in the Bible, you don't come back. You either go to hell or you go to paradise. That's it. Period. There is no other place to go.
Yeah, this is an encyclopedia of Christian art.
Wouldn't like reincarnation be purgatory? Like can you imagine having to keep coming back to this crap hole?
Yeah.
But what is purgatory though? I mean,
well, it doesn't sound good.
Ask Dante.
I think
that's not even
it. Is it?
Hell before the judgment, right? It's what hell would be like before the judgment happened. Because after the judgment, most of the bad people will be thrown into the lake of fire, and there won't be hell, right? So it'd just be empty. Well, so see what I'm saying? See how it can matter why that's different.
Well, Michael just touched on purgatory, and purgatory is not even in the Catholic Bible. It's
I know, but
in Dante.
But I do get why. But there is a reference to paradise, which is a place in hell that Jesus supposedly prepared for you, so that the people that believe in Christ don't have to suffer hell until the judgment.
That's not Catholic, dude. That's in the Hebrew. The bosom of Abraham. That's in.
Have you read? You've read Enoch, can't you? Where it describes.
I've read some, but I haven't studied it. No.
It describes something like 3 rooms for dead, one for believers, one for non-believers, and one for evil people.
Right. Yeah, and they can see and the bad people can see the good people afar, supposedly. Well, but there's only one reference to that, though. So
in Enoch, it also describes Abel as being in there, because Enoch says, "Who's that spirit that's shouting?" and that, and Angel says, "Oh, that's Abel."
And he wants to get Cain. He's looking for him.
Yeah, he's still. He's probably still down there reeling about being murdered in the field. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you? Yeah. I mean, I want to ask this because I think this is an important question, even though it doesn't really have anything to do with anything biblical necessarily. But do you really think that when you die, you're going to be angry with the people that you dislike? Do you really think that you're going to hold some kind of resentment towards them people once you're dead?
You mean a grudge? Yeah,
I'm not. Once I'm dead, I can't fucking wait, bro. I can't wait. I don't know why you wouldn't be excited about it.
I never said I wasn't. I'm just saying.
I'm not in a hurry to leave here, but I'm saying I'm excited about being able to talk to God and Even though I know I could still
The
do
only-
that here, it's just
The only way I'd think you'd hold a grudge against somebody for taking life or whatever, it would mean that you didn't want to leave this place, you know. Yeah,
And I think, yeah, you have to
you
let
value this creation more than being with God.
I know, and that's
That'd be the only
the
reason.
thing, bro, because we get real attached to everything.
Well, yeah, wouldn't that be a grudge in itself? You actually hate your creator.
But
enough
when you
to
think
love the
about that, when
creation.
you see this from the outside, from people that don't believe in Christ and all that, you understand why that seems so odd to them, right? Like why God, like when you look at it that with that analogy, how it doesn't look right to them. You know what I'm saying? Like
I
you see what I
understand
mean,
putting
though? It's like
myself in their shoes.
it's
Yeah,
just
I
enough
get,
to make you go, no, I don't know if I want to believe. You know what I mean? There's something there tingling in your brain telling you, no, that's not right. Something's not right about that. You know? Maybe that is the Holy Spirit.
It's just
Maybe
based in fear to
that is
begin with,
maybe
dude.
that voice in my head is the Holy Spirit. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder because it tells you know I think of all kinds of crazy things to do during the day that I should do, but somehow I don't. Maybe the Holy Spirit is in me and I didn't even realize it.
It probably is, Ryan.
I find
What I'm
myself
trying to say
guilty
is,
about silly
yeah,
stuff.
their whole religion is built on a sphere to begin with. The
Right,
heliocentric Copernican Catholicism is based on the fear, and they want you to work your way through a fictitious place called purgatory, which
yeah,
is
all that. Yeah, I know. You're right. It's slavery.
so. Yeah, they live in fear. That's why when they
You
look
ever
at
get
you,
there, instead of just having to find your way, you have to pay your dues. Yeah, it's like
no, it's not anything what a creator would do to his own creation. Yeah.
well, if he was going to do that, then why did he give us free will? That exactly. One can't be without the other because one manifests something completely different, and the other one doesn't make any sense at all in the argument. So it just,
Well,
I don't
just
see
think about this for a second. If God is put free will in you, isn't that God in you?
Yes.
And it'll lead you to the right choices, like to God Himself. It attracts it to you.
But wouldn't that kind of already be laid down the similar that God will always make sure you find your way, though? But if you don't,
Yeah, he gave you an
if you don't want
instruction
to
book,
find him,
dude.
then I don't blame him for not worrying about it. I mean, that makes sense.
He gave you an instruction book to go along with your free will, right? Think about it. So you got everything you need. It would be your fault.
Actually,
if
he
you
gave
don't.
me into it. I've known right from wrong since I was very little. Even though I fought against it and rebelled against it my whole life, I've always known what was right and wrong. I've always known at that moment when I was going to do something, that something was going to. It was very rare that I wasn't aware of some kind of traumatic thing coming about because of the things I did. I almost always knew better. So I can't really sit here and stand on a horse and say, you can be perfect and you can no, because it's not possible. But that makes sense because how would I mean? I know it doesn't sound logical, but to me it makes sense that you'd be put into a situation where you had to decide, and you couldn't avoid being bad, so you're forced. So nobody can be better than. So in other words, you can't finish this life and be Christ. You can't be Christ. So that's never going to happen. So the path of Christ is you finding your way to Christ and finding that acceptance in God. It's not about, you know what I'm saying? So in my mind, regardless of whether it's a metaphor in your mind, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me because I know it's true, right? It's been revealed to me in my life. I've seen the power of God. I've seen crazy stuff that you can't explain. The only way you can explain it is there is such a thing as a good being that cares about us and that does and gave us that right. And he did it because he knew it needed to be there for it to be right. That's the only reason why.
Well,
and so it doesn't make sense.
Take a breath. Take a breath.
This right, what you've just said, Ryan, right, is why I don't believe God would save Satan, because all the things that you've just talked about, like, we know right from wrong, but we still do it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's because sin was brought into the world. Is it our fault? No.
No.
Right. That's why we were able to be saved from it, because we didn't buy into it. We were put. It's a reckoning of someone else's mistake. Therefore, that's why we're able to be saved from it, because it's not fair. And see, that's where, to me, that's where the connection made, and that's where I became more a believer and less of a doubter, because that makes sense to me. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, wrap your head around this one. What did Christ say he was again? He's the way, the truth, and the life.
Right, exactly.
And there's no way to who, but by him. So that would have been the whole point to the fulfillment of the prophecy. and the fulfillment of the law was to give you a way to God.
Because you got put here against your will, basically. That's what I'm assuming. That's the reason why.
I don't think it's not your will. God gave you a will to make a choice whether to go there or not.
Yes, I know, but I'm saying, maybe it's just a difference of word.
You're kind of going down the reincarnation. Like
No, I'm not. No, I'm not trying to. But yeah, I know you're right. It's that fucking programming. I'm trying to beat it off with a stick, but I can't. I'm not trying to say that there's reincarnation because I don't believe in it at all. Trust me, I don't.
There's only one Ryan. There's only one Roger. There's only one Michael, and you have a guide to the world and the world you live in, and you recognize sin, iniquity from just and lawful, and one's natural, one's unnatural. You make that choice to cross to one side to the other. That's the way I look at it, and it all falls on you. Just suck it up, man up, and just take the right path. It's pretty simple.
I've been thinking a lot about this. There will be much weeping and gnashing of teeth. Like while we watch all these people be judged, it's not gonna be a great thing. It's gonna be horrible.
Well, that's what Satan's fighting against, though. You think about it. If you built a kingdom here, and the maker of the earth that you're on has a plan for everything, he's going to do everything to derail it from here to there.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. That's why it's kind of a given that life does what it does. You know?
Do you know what weeping and gnashing of teeth means?
I think I do.
Imagine you being thrown somewhere where you right don't want to be, and you're crying, and you're
crying,
and you're like, why?
Yeah, why? Yeah, why is it's not fair? It's not fair, but it's been revealed to you a million times, over and over and over. It's not something you can avoid. You can't. There is no excuse, right? I know that. I know that in my heart. There is no excuse. I can't excuse what I did. All I can do is apologize for it and ask for forgiveness. That's the key to it. You get it? That's the key. Open the door.
So the best way to not sin is to learn what sin is, right? When you say that would be the best gauge to learn with.
You can't avoid it, but you can sure do a lot better at it the wiser you get, I believe. I think I've gotten better at being a better person. Yeah. Maybe not the best. I mean, I haven't
not just a better person, just avoiding the consequences that go with sin itself, right?
Yeah, that too, right?
And it would prepare you for
either or, else. Right? I could either or I could do a little bit of both. Yeah, you're right.
And Barbara's here.
I wouldn't be able to distinguish the two.
Hi, Barbara.
Yeah. So, I mean, in some sense, I know that evil is necessary. In some sense, at least in this world. I'm not sure about the one on the other side, but at least in this world, it makes logical sense that we have to have duality in everything. Otherwise, we just don't. It's not logical like symmetry. We know everything. There's just things about the world that just are, right? And it's like when you see something that stands out that is different, it's obvious to you. It stands out. That to me, that's what the Holy Spirit is. It's that common known sense that guides you to know what's good for you and what's not. You can just kind of tell, like, feel it out. You know what I mean? It's testing things, but it's also having tested. You have wisdom, right? You know when you feel something out, if it starts acting weird or if it starts quacking like a duck and sounding like a duck, then it's probably a duck, right? You know what I mean?
I would agree with you there. Yeah.
I think things are a lot more obvious sometimes and we make it more difficult, but
yeah. So would it be a good deterrent to be told about what would happen to you in that process? Wouldn't it be
I think it's important that you know that God will separate you from himself. Yes, I think that's very important. And I think he should do that because if the goal is that you were given free will to decide and then you had both to choose from, and we all know we've been given the common sense to understand what the right way is. So why, if we didn't choose it, then we deserve it. We deserve the bad thing that happens to it, right?
Well, back to weeping and gnashing of teeth, I think that's enough explanation to know that it's not going to be out that you want to find yourself in.
Right. Ain't a holiday.
No. But I'm saying I imagine it being, devastating, obviously. But I just imagine it being a little bit different than what I've been told. I don't think that it's going to be all horrible. I think there's going to be all kinds. I mean, when I review my life, I think of all these great things that where I did great things and times where I failed. But all those things together make me who I am. So in a way, I'm thankful for both, even though I don't like evil. But I have to accept it, right?
Barbara's kind of pointing out kind of the hell that she's been through. like with the medical industry and stuff. So it's basically it's would dare say Talmudic
Just
practices
imagine
that
there
actually
being no
torture.
warmth, no light, no comfort, no love, no nothing, just emptiness and cold. And just imagine that, like the opposite of everything good that feels good to you. Imagine that being ripped away from you, but still being conscious somewhere in limbo. That would be the worst suffering.
That would be hell, right?
Watching everyone else having a good time while you're just you're separated, right? That would be the worst. Yeah.
Barbara's asking about showing her OBS or Chromium, Roger. Do you know how to use OBS?
I've never used it. No.
No, I've tried to use it and I can't.
I don't know what Chromium actually is, but it's probably along the same lines as
Chromium's
OBS.
a version of Chrome in it, I think.
Chrome, yeah, I think it had something to do with Chrome.
That's not actually Chrome.
Yeah.
Like a rip-off version of it or something, I think.
Could be. Well,
I think she's right though. Separation from the beloved Father Jehovah would be the worst thing I could possibly ever imagine. And I've literally lived through hell medically, so and I think she's probably right. She's been through all that suffering on the physical side. She's like being separated.
And again, that's why I think Weeping and Gnashing of Teeth covers it all, because it covers everything: fear, pain, anguish. You know, it covers every emotion.
It's
that's
the
not
worst.
nice.
The worst, yeah. Because there's no fixing it. You know, once you've set your ways and you've gone down that road and you've denied God all that time, then yeah, you know. What I mean, I hate to say it, but yeah, I would be upset too, and I'd be upset for people that I love that are going to suffer from that because they didn't listen and they didn't find it. You know, it's horrible.
I've been trying to touch on it. Like, what would cause you to weep and gnash your teeth? It would be like the
Watching
worst.
other people that I love destroyed because they didn't listen, because they wouldn't love God. Yeah, that's terrifying.
Well, I'm just thinking about you personally. Like, it would have to be almost a pain you can't get out of.
Yeah, it would be something like my life is completely ruined at that point. Yeah, the lowest level of depression. Oh yeah, all that. Right.
Well,
yeah, like basically my life being ripped out. Yeah, ripped away from me. I can't even imagine it. That's a horrible thought. It's horrible.
Yeah, I want to go back and see what else he's got to say here, right quick.
Sorry,
And it describes ancient gold and silver refining techniques that use sulfate of copper and iron, yellow sulfate, and just straight up sulfur. And the author believes that these processes date back to the ancient Greeks and Romans. In Homer's Odyssey, 800 BC, it describes sulfur as an element that, quote, cleanses all pollution. So it's interesting that you can actually purify gold and silver with it too. So the question was, what is the Book of Life? To be in the Book of Life means you're not an enemy of Christ.
Yeah.
I watch a channel, it's called Street Tips, and he refines gold. And I didn't ever know this, but to get your purest gold, you add silver to it.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah. Usually Quicksilver
the
would
mix
be
of the two makes it bond better, and it makes for better, clear, more pure gold.
It separates all the impurities. The silver will pull it off of it.
Right.
It
aligns the crystalline structures, I believe. It's some kind of magnetic. I don't know. Maybe there's something to it. But yeah, you're right.
It's a good channel.
There's more to it. Yeah.
Look for it, Ryan. It's called Street Tips. You should find
Street Tips.
Yeah.
Like street, street.
All one word, Street Tips.
All right, I'll check it out. I will look it up. On
YouTube, I've seen ore processed. It's quite the. It's tedious. Let's put it that way. It's hard to get gold out of it.
On some of the videos, he gets a piece of carpet that comes from a jeweler's, and he incinerates it all, and then gets alt powder and manages to separate gold from all.
Street Tips. SREETIPS.
Yeah, Street Tips.
Okay, yeah. All right,
well, if you get it, put the link in there.
Got it. All right, yeah, I'll post it. Hold on. How do I wait?
If you're interested in.
Metallurgy. Yeah, I am a little bit. I've always wanted to know some. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I watched a couple of New Zealanders actually do that with the scrap gold, and they'll make bricks out of it. It's not as pure as it should, but I mean,
how do you share somebody's actual thing in not one of their videos? Do you have to pick a video, or can I just share them?
When you first click on it, it should be home page.
Yeah, just grab the home page.
Are you on phone?
Yeah, I'm on a phone. Yeah.
Then if you go to his channel about it, it should give you channels
Description and link, right? Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, I see it now. Okay,
Yeah.
I got it. It's okay. I see it now. I got it. Thank you. I didn't know that was there. I had no clue that was there. I swear, I had no clue that was there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
Copy that.
Yeah, there's a New Zealander that I actually subscribe to. He actually goes through scrap yards. He'll pull just all kinds of weird metals out of scrap stuff, and he'll separate all of them. He'll make them into bricks and polish them up, and he decorates his house with them. Pretty much. He can get enough brass or copper. He can blend them together and make it. He can polish it to almost look like it's gold. He's like, here you go. It's a fun little project, but he uses crucibles all the time and Quicksilver to separate a lot of his stuff too. All right, the link is in the chat.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it.
Good channel. I've been watching him for years.
No, it's good to hear that somebody that I know where your morals come from. So at least I know that your compass is in the right place because I fear a lot of that because a lot of its metallurgy is into you know what I mean. There's a lot of people into other stuff that get involved with that and they try to lead you out with it. And I'm not into that.
You want to take a look at one of his videos right quick since we're here?
Yeah, why not?
They're quite lengthy though.
Well, yeah, but we can get an idea.
Yeah.
Of what we can learn.
I'll see if we got a short one. It's 44 minutes, 40 minutes, and
I think he's probably gonna. But I mean, it might give you an idea of what he's. I mean, obviously he's talking about purifying metals and smelting and this kind of stuff like that.
There's a couple here. There's one for 15 minutes. Let's try that one.
Monotonic gold. Monotonic would be pure, right?
This is impure silver shot.
No, but monotonic gold would be solid gold, right? Like pure, completely pure gold and nothing else in there.
That would be almost
monotonic would be one element, right? I'm assuming that's what it would mean, right?
Yeah, it has these silver cell things that just literally grow silver. It's weird as hell.
I've heard of that.
I've seen that before.
I've heard about it. I don't know if it's. I don't know. I guess it grows, and why couldn't you grow metal? I mean, it is a crystal, right? It does grow.
It pulls it out of the saline solution they were putting it in. I watched it happen a couple of times. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I've seen the chemical process where they take a bunch of microchips or whatever, and they melt them down chemically, and then they rebond the metals back together, and they get gold at the end. I was blown away by that. Man, it seems like a lot of work though, just for a little drop of gold.
Yeah, it says here, look, my 6-liter silver cell, the beast, it's massive.
Yeah.
Whoa. Let's take a look at this guy. Ready?
When I replaced the plug-in up here on the wall, lo and behold, my freezer started back up. So I've got some ice in here. And I think what we'll do is go ahead and continue with our impure silver shot, melting the cement silver into impure silver shot now that I have some ice that I can use for that process.
So, Michael, do you think he's going to grow silver out of this, or
you think he's just freezing tap water?
If you go to the one, I mean, they're probably too long to watch now. So, but if you go and watch it after its show, and look for the one specifically about his silver cell.
Right.
Okay.
It shows you how to make them and that.
That's pretty neat.
I was just wondering how we got from weeping and gnashing of teeth to gold.
It is a bit crazy, isn't it?
I don't remember how that happened. I think it was definitely Barber's fault, though.
Is it Barber's fault?
Well, the guy whose video was
I don't remember how we got there, but
refining and that.
Well, yeah, it was about
crucibles, lake of fire, and that has nothing to do with this.
But that gold, Well, no. Anyway, yeah, maybe there is some relevance, but maybe way deeper in the conversation after we mingle it all together.
And personally, in my mind, silver is more valuable to me. I'm not really that fond of gold. Gold's kind of cool.
Silver.
Yeah,
it looks better, I think.
It does too, and I don't even like the white gold. It's just kind of off to me.
What if we've been tricked though into thinking that gold is the better one when it's really not? You know.
Yeah.
What if there was another element that we didn't even know existed that they used all the time? We just weren't aware of it.
And like there's medical benefits, isn't there, from silver? Like it's anti-germs or something.
No, I've taken colloidal silver a couple of times. It did help when I have problems. It's pretty good. You can actually just ingest it like it is, and put 2 or 3 drops in water.
And then there's all folklore into like silver bullets and stuff like that, and silver affecting vampires.
Well, I mean, obviously,
werewolves.
I know that's just made up stuff, like, but these things have a root. You know, these ideas.
Yes, obviously, there's something. Yeah, even if it turns out to be some silly wives' tale, there's always a story behind it.
Well, old wives' tales says if you get a pike on your eye, a sty or whatever you call them over there, you rub a bit of gold on it.
Grandma used to tell me if you ever got wet and got out of the shower and didn't dry off right away, you get sick, and that's not true because I do it all the time and it doesn't hurt me a bit. But
Barbara said chromium, not gold.
You're gonna catch a cold every time, boy.
Yeah, that's funny. I don't know what's chromium to gold. I don't know, what is it?
Chromium?
Yeah.
Chromium is what they use on cassette tapes and laser discs and different things like that. It's they use it in the atmosphere too. I think chromium.
I thought chromium were an app.
I thought it was too.
Browser or something.
Well, no, I'm sure it is, but
I think she's making a joke out of it, man.
Chromium has got. Well, I'm sure that chromium is probably a word that's used in somewhere. I mean, even though we call it silver, but there's all these different chemical names for different types of silver. Like let's say you have citric acid, and then you've got citric acid that you put in an oil base, and you call that something completely different. And then there's all these things where you have one single item, but you call it something different based on how it's dissolved or what chemical base it's in. It doesn't make any logical sense. It's all chemistry, but I understand that it's necessary. But does it make any sense to me? Maybe. But, I don't know all the chemical processes, so I wouldn't know. But I know, like, if I take a block of rocks and I heat them up, that if there's any metal in there, it's probably going to pour out of there if it gets hot enough, right? So, I mean, that's how we figured out we had metals, and then, of course, it went from there. But
should we play this or not? What do you think?
I think he's right. I think it might be something more that you want to do on your own. So it's going to explain more about gold and things like that. But
yeah,
I don't know if
let's go back.
Anything about what?
Let's go back to the Book of Life and let's watch the rest of that guy. Right?
I watch a lot of crap on YouTube, me like.
Yeah, no, I hear where you're coming from though. If you're curious about it, then there's
I'm gonna hit the play button. Right. Let's see what he's got to say about the Book of Life now. It's down to the end of it.
So I'm waiting for the Breath of Life first. That's what I'm waiting for.
You have it, Ryan. You have it all the time.
I realize that, sir.
What's happened?
I don't know, but I think Roger's not aware that it's not playing.
It's not playing, Roger. Are you not sharing?
Am I playing? Yeah, I got you. I didn't share it.
No, sorry.
Hold on.
I don't know how to say it right. I
just say it out loud, man. I'll go back. I forget it just doesn't share right away.
In the Book of Life. Give your life to Christ today, and you will be. God bless you. Thank you for listening.
That was a way to finish it up. Didn't really go into anything else about the Book of Life itself, did it? Disappointing.
So earlier on, I mentioned like there's you've heard of predestination, haven't you?
Yeah.
So are we already in that Book of Life?
You're
already decided.
No,
but
already
decided it will be saved. No,
time has already ended at some point, right? We're just living in it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It might have already ended for all we know. Maybe we're just maybe we catch up when we die. I don't know.
Flat Soyage is coming on in 30 minutes. He's throwing an interview out there, premiere.
Oh yeah, it's Dev's
Jesus Freak.
Yeah, Jesus Freak.
Nice. Well, I might want to get off here. We've been on 3.5 hours now, almost.
Yeah, we always seem to do that. Even though we don't necessarily get through the conversation that we were working on, we always have very interesting conversations. So I like it either way.
I prefer shows that there's no specific.
Yeah, me too. Because it seems like you learn more and when you're allowed to just go wherever.
I think to let things flow naturally seems better, you know. Like you drift from one topic to another. I don't think that's bad.
No, I don't either. Not necessarily, but I know how it can be frustrating to people that are like having things physically in order. I get that.
Yeah, but that's part of the indoctrination thing, isn't it? You know.
I'm learning every day more and more that yes, you might be right about that.
I'll do what I want, me, Ryan. Not in the satanic version, like, but I'm not like a follower of groups, you know. Never have been.
Me neither. Even though I probably sound like it sometimes because I do, you know, at times have the same thoughts. But I mean, I guess we all go down that road. It's how you come out on the other end. I guess it matters.
Wow. No. What do you think? What do you want to finish off with, guys? Any ideas?
How about some Bible scripture?
Bible scripture? Which scripture you have in mind?
I don't know. Anything in Revelation is good at this point, isn't it?
Revelations? I don't know.
Which verse is it that talks about the 24 elders circling around a rainbow around the mercy seat and all that? What's that one? I forget. That's one of my favorite stuff.
That's in Revelations? 24 elders?
Sure. I think it's 12 or 13. I don't remember exactly where, but I should know by now. I should memorize it all, but I don't have it right with me.
Oh, we get the rainbow right beside us here, don't we? Right on the globe.
It's specific. It says that the throne comes down out of heaven and it's surrounded by a rainbow with 24 elders encircling it. And there's more to it. There's more to it than that. But I love that. I love that.
This is New Jerusalem, is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, well, maybe.
No, give it a look up.
Give me a second. I'm working on it.
This is the quietest it's been in a long time.
What time is it for you guys?
Oh, it's 4:33 in the a.m.
Wow.
And
How do you stay up so late?
Well, I'm usually up to about this late, and then I go to sleep because PJ's been keeping me up doing his show in the
Revelation 4:4.
4:4? That's not too far in. So that can't be New Jerusalem.
And 5, 8, and 10, 8 through 10 as well.
Is it where it describes that rainbow as like emerald color in that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. I don't remember a rainbow specifically being mentioned in the book. Let me look at it. Revelations.
But I'm pretty positive that I'm not wrong about that. That's why I always thought it was funny that Michael's character has a rainbow hair, because I thought maybe it had something to do.
That's what's stuck in your head, huh?
That's a clown wig.
Yeah. I understand that.
It's Bobo.
I always thought maybe there was more meaning to it than just some bodiless brain target.
I just typed in wig on Canva, and that was the first one that popped up.
I need a rainbow wig for this.
The guy underneath is the Black Knight from what's it called?
Monty Python?
Yeah, Monty Python.
The Life of Brian?
Yeah. That's it. So now you know, Ryan.
It's the throne. It's in the throne room. I don't know if it comes down the earth or not. Let's take a look at it. Go into the Bible Hub.
A few people have done videos saying like, I don't even know if it's that scripture, but there's one scripture where it talks about throne room and this like emerald rainbow around it, and I've seen people do videos talking about northern lights regarding that.
Oh damn! I didn't realize I was muted. Sorry. Okay, here it is. Ready?
Okay.
Verse 5:8. The four beasts fell down before the Lamb. The whole church of God and all his children in heaven and earth acknowledge that Jesus Christ is alone worthy and able to unfold and execute all the mysteries and counsels of God. And it goes on. And I don't have the rest of it. Dang it. I thought it was going to give me the whole thing. But it says that the golden bowls of incense held by the 24 elders symbolize the prayers of God's people. This is what it's saying it means. I'm not sure what it means really, but the verse is part of John's vision of heaven's throne room, where the Lamb takes the scroll of God's judgment and is praised by all in heaven. And then it says that in the midst there was a throne, and the throne had a rainbow about it. That's exactly how it describes it. I'm just trying to find the exact part that says that.
It's not in all versions though. I'm looking through
Maybe
it.
not, but maybe not. You might be right about that, but I do remember, like, I know if I could find my damn King James, I could show it to you because I know the part. I've got it marked out in there. I circled it 5-6 different times. It's one of my favorite spots in the Bible, and I've always wondered. Like, I used to wonder all the time what it meant. Now I'm starting to think I'm starting to get it, but obviously it's tricky.
Pretty, also pretty.
But it just talks about that the throne comes down some out of heaven, and it's surrounded by 24 elders, and there's a rainbow about it. I don't know exactly what that means, but I've always tried to figure out what does it symbolize. Obviously, I don't think it means that there's literally going to be a throne that floats down out of heaven with a rainbow and a bunch of elders. I don't think that's what it means. I think it's a metaphor, but what does that mean?
I've just done a quick Google search.
I don't know.
The emerald rainbow around God's throne in Revelation 4:3.
Okay, I need to go back because I'm looking at now. We're getting to the 7 spirits and the 7 candles in the
it's
4,
after
5.
That. Somewhere around in there. Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it? It's cooking in. Oh, sorry, it is very interesting. Shouldn't have said the F word.
No, it's all right. It happens, man. Luck happens.
Yeah. I shouldn't have looked up meaning. I should just for Revelation 5. Then I can just read
the King James says it's jasper and sardine.
Right.
Stone.
Which means what? Green and what?
I think it's red, isn't it?
Yeah. Just like Northern Lights.
Just like Christmas light. Just like Christmas light.
So you say God's maybe in the north, wouldn't you?
God's above, isn't he? Like, I mean, I tend to think maybe I know a compass points like horizontally, like that don't mean to say north's pointing up, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's a horizontal reference. It points to the mountain in the north, supposedly.
If there is a mountain in the north.
Well, this is a different way it's explained, but it says, when I saw the right hand of him who sat on the throne.
I do know, like, I do know it's not pointing upwards towards God, like.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe he's like the great attractor, you might say.
The scroll and the lamb. Then I saw in the right hand of him who sat on the throne a scroll with writing on both sides and sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a mighty angel proclaimed with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to break the seals and open the scroll?" But no one in heaven nor earth or under the earth could open the scroll. In other words, from heaven, hell, and see, there's 3 places. And it says, goes on, but no one in heaven or earth or under the earth could open the scroll or even look inside of it. I wept because no one was found who was worthy to open the scroll or look inside. And then one of the elders said to me, "Do not weep. See, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has triumphed. He is able to open the scroll and its 7 seals." And that's a good thing, I guess, because that's when all this stuff starts going down, remember? And then I saw a lamb looking as if it had been slain, standing at the center of the throne, encircled by 4 living creatures and the elders. The lamb had 7 horns and 7 eyes, which were the 7 spirits of God. Okay, that's a good question. Maybe we should be looking into that. What are the 7 spirits? Okay, and then it said
that's been a good question for
all
a while.
The earth. He went and took the scroll from the right hand of him who sat on the throne, and when he had taken it, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb. Each one of them had a harp, and they were holding golden bowls full of incense, which are prayers of God's people. So this is all symbolic, obviously. But I've always wondered, what the heck are they talking about?
Bible tells you what 7 spirits.
I know it does. It does. But I'm saying, like, when I first read this, I was like, I thought it was fascinating. I was like, oh, there's all these guys, things floating around in the sky, and it just sounds like craziness, right?
Well, like I'm looking at the literal version right here in 4:1, and he says, "Come up here," is what he's saying at the beginning to see these things that are behind the door. Yeah. Right. So it's obviously up, not north. It's
I agree with that. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure who said that or whatever, but yeah, I agree with
you. I've never heard of the Berean literal Bible before.
This is NIV that I was reading out of, but I didn't look up KJ. I know the King James version says it differently, but
yeah, well, this is different from the King James too. It's called it's spelled Berean, literal Bible. I guess it's considered a literal translation, and it's not much different from the King James. It's just it takes out was out of it, King James added was to it. There's like a lot of added words to it. If you want to go literally to the Bible and to the English translation.
I think the verse that I'm looking for is the Revelation 4:4, not 5:8. So I'm in
4:4 now. I was there a second ago. I'll look at it again. 4:4 wasn't quite what I don't think what you're looking for,
because
it does mention the 24 elders. I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
But I know there's a version, I remember it very, very well, that it talks about there was a rainbow about the throne. I don't know what that means. It was over it or around it. I don't know. I don't know exactly. I don't remember exactly that, but I do know that it said there was a rainbow about the throne.
It's Revelation 4:3. I've already told you.
But if it is there, like, it's another Mandela for me.
No, it's 4:3.
Because I remember it being in there because I remember asking my mom, my stepmom about it.
Ryan, calm down. It's not a Mandela. It's in 4:3. I read it myself before I got the 4:4. Yeah.
And he that sat was to look upon like Jasper and Sardines, and there was a rainbow round about the throne. There you go, bingo. See, told you.
Yeah, we read it already. So Michael just read it. Yeah.
So what is that? Right. What does that symbolize? And round about the throne there were 4 and 20 seats, 24 seats, and upon the seats I saw 4 and 20 elders sitting, clothed in white raiment. Now I understand why they were wearing white. I understand a lot of things, but I don't understand. Is this symbolizing the 24 things in your body? It's talking about cell division. Is it talking about that, or is this talking about just some other stuff that I don't get? I've always wondered that.
Well, you got to understand there's 2 tribes, right, in Israel, yes. Right? Okay. And then they have 12 judges for each tribe. I think it's representing like.
Is that like the way like our court system worked? That theirs worked that way, right? Basically,
you're getting the idea. That's where we got our court system from to begin with. We got it from the Hebrews. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what does it mean? So what does it mean for something to be and round about the throne were 4 and 20 seats and upon? And what does it mean? What does that mean? To me, that's curious to me.
I just explained it to you. Okay. There's 2 different tribes of Israel. They have 12 judges over each tribe. What does that add up to be?
24.
12 and 12. Yeah, there you go. Now, and you look at Reuben and his breastplate. What is in his breastplate? Gemstones, all the gemstones, all the colors of the rainbow. Well, how many colors are in the rainbow?
I don't know. 7?
Man, you're getting there.
Well, I don't know if that's true. That's what I got told, but I mean, for all I know, there's 5 billion of them. I don't know. I've seen a lot of colors, bro. I mean, but yeah, there's basically 3 colors, but technically in a rainbow there's 7. There's red, yellow, green, blue, whatever.
Across the spectrum, yeah. You're getting it. But they match the stones, the precious stones.
Yes, they do, and they also match the things in the sky. Yes, I get that. But right. That's why I'm saying that it's so confusing, because it matches up to more than just the one thing. So the metaphor is extension of, there's more meaning there. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that there has to be meaning, but I'm saying because I see that, it makes me want to look at it more in depth to see if there's more there, like if there's more to be revealed there if I just pay more attention and think about it, and eventually it'll all come together, right? But that could just be my mind tripping.
Chewy caramel and ice cold.
Like you're talking about sea of glass and all this. I mean, all this stuff doesn't match up. To me, it doesn't match up with families, but I mean, I guess it could.
It's nothing to do with family, dude. It's about heaven.
Bloodline. I know. It's about
bloodline. Imagine a crystalline dome over the top and you're on it. That's
a crystal.
Yeah, no, I completely I do see it. That's what I'm saying. Is it does make sense in the physical sense too. That's why it doesn't make sense to me why they use the metaphors of rainbows and shit. Why, like it's like mess me up. I hate that. It's like I don't get it because the words aren't describing what it seems like it would make more sense if the words were different, but they're not, and so it's frustrating. It's like why is
think about what happens to light when you shoot it through a pure crystal. It becomes a rainbow.
Yeah, I do see that, and that's why that's part of the reason why I believe that the sun isn't really where it is. But like I said,
yeah, but you can't explain it to a modern day atheist or a scientist because they want to tear it apart just about like you did. They got to see a million different colors. Like,
well,
really?
Yeah, I mean, that's what my heart wants to tell me, but I know that's the physical world. That's the man. That's men. That's men's thought. That's men. That's my selfishness coming back. I realize that beyond my selfishness, there's good in the world. So therefore, good exists, and I can't sit there and deny it. That would be dumb. I mean, that would be like That'd be like dominoes saying that they don't believe in tiles, you know, or believing in dots. You know, it doesn't make logical sense. Mickey Mouse can't exist without Disney, right? Like we all know that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like one doesn't exist without the other. So why do they do it that way? I don't know.
So that you think like for instance like inside the crystal dome that things like noble gases exist and they get excited by the actual sun being passed through the crystal, and that's why you get blue sky. That's why you get white clouds. That's why you can see color around you. You follow where I'm going with it.
White is
Just
all
like Michael's head, but it ain't a globe.
But the thing that I don't get about light is why is it that we use color when we talk about light when we know that that's not really true? Because color is like paint. When you mix paint together, you can't mix blue, green, and yellow and then get anything but a dirty fucking brown, bro. It doesn't work like that. So when you tell me that, all light bounces off something and it's all white, if you see all the color, it doesn't make any fucking sense at all. It's not logical at all.
Right.
But
Calm down.
that is kind of how it works.
I got a channel you need to go watch. Go over, watch Pete and Peter. They actually do a good job explaining how light gets divided and how you
mean
see
watch
color.
Pete?
Yeah, watch Pete.
There's only one Pete, guys. Come on, let's try to be serious. He's
Now
very
you're
good at
joshing
it,
us.
but it's the same.
Yeah, he even looks a little
It's
different
funny,
than the
though.
other
I'm
guy.
getting a kick out of it.
It is.
Watching him make expressions to his other self is pretty funny. But
Where do you stand on this, Roger?
What I'm talking about right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where it's obvious. It'll smack you in the face, but yeah, there is a.
it does. Doesn't it?
It makes sense.
I
And
think
that's
it'll
how-
be revealed. I always ask God, at the end of the day, I always tell God, I know you're going to reveal it to me eventually. It's just going to take time. And I know I'll get it when you're ready for me to. So I got to have faith. But sometimes it gets frustrating because I want to know right now, damn it. I want to know what this means. What are you trying to what are you teasing me with? I know it's something good, but show me. Just reveal it, damn it. Patience. I don't have that. I'm not very good at it.
Michael, what do you think about it?
Yeah, what do you
Me?
think? Yeah, what do you think?
Definitely the same person.
Yeah.
Definitely.
He's good if he is, dude. That's what I
But I
got.
don't like. I never watch them, so I don't know if you see them both together or not. Like I'm making a baseless claim, really. But
I made
that's
the
how
first,
it seems.
the first thing I said when the first video showed me, I said, that's the same dude. And I
Yeah.
said, I bet he never sticks his hand over and makes contact with himself, but he does look at himself and make comments. And he's quite good at making, like responding to himself. But I can tell you it's not. It's just one dude.
I think.
Yeah, well, look back at their old intro where they come in, they did the karaoke, and singing and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you can hear the voice is exactly the same. I mean, I listened to his voice quite a few different places, and it's exactly the same voice. It's exactly the same. There's no difference in the voice. At least the computer can't tell.
So, just to go back on subject, what do you think about an actual physical dome above us and how light works?
Just quickly, I want to go back to Pete and Pete. What time span is there between videos that are put out? Because if there's a lot of time in between each video, would
Only
suggest
a few days.
it's
Only
the
a few
same
days to grow
person
up.
and
Crazy
it needs
figure.
that time scale.
Well, right now they're going about every 2 weeks to 3 weeks. They'll put
Yeah,
out a video.
it's enough time to grow the beard out, record that part, and then shave it and do the other. Yeah, definitely.
It could be. Yeah. So back to my question.
I don't think there's any doubt in my mind, though. He's
Yeah,
definitely.
they're into mine, Ryan. To be fair, like,
God, you're still on Pete and Pete. I asked a question.
like
So
a
what do you
dog with
think
a
about
bone
it?
on this one, Roger.
You want to know, don't you?
Where are you? Oh, now there's
Just
actually. Oh,
wanna
you're
know.
actually still wondering? No, I know it for sure.
I've
right?
had people make fun of me for stating that he's the same person. You stupid.
Yeah, I want to know. Well, they're making fun of me too because I don't. I agree with you. I think it's the same dude. Obviously, it's the same dude. Twins don't have the same voice. I'm telling you. I know a few sets of twins, and none of them have the same voice. They always have different voices. They always have different tones. They always smell different. They're different. Trust me.
They smell different.
Yes.
I don't
Do
know.
they?
I've been
How do you
sniffing
smell
from-
them? how do you do
Yes,
that?
I did smell them. Yes, I did. You bet your ass I did.
I don't bet my ass on
You
anything.
always smell it. You always smell, bro. You always. Very important.
Oh,
And
what did
I'm
Barb
sure-
say here?
I'm sure that my mom taught.
Thought you had a
would have
question,
taught my
Roger.
sister the same thing.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to know, what do you think about light traveling through a crystalline dome and how it causes the
Well, I think it
You
could.
broke up then.
Me,
But if the sun
especially
is
with
inside
containment.
here with us, then
No, sorry.
You broke up then, Roger, so I didn't hear it.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
My bad.
It's hard to talk over the monster sometimes. I was asking, what do you?
Mute me.
I don't have a mute button right here just yet. Hold on. Let's see. I got to figure out how to mute people.
You'd have a sore finger quickly.
Yeah, it would be really hard, and it'd be an hour-long mute. Nice. No, I actually do think there's a crystalline actual containment we're in, and that would explain a lot of phenomenon, like the colors and the gases and the way they react every day. I think God would make it.
Haven't you watched Flat Out Truth's videos on why there's different colours in the sky and that?
Oh, I've seen a couple of videos like that done by a couple of people, and they do explain it quite well how the gases get excited.
But that don't necessarily need a crystalline dome structure to cause that.
Yeah, but I mean, it would explain a couple other things if you.
Because in my understanding in scripture, when it says sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, don't actually mean they're actually inside it. They're in with us. We're in firmament in a way. You know what I mean? And if you look at old Hebrew cosmology diagrams, it shows stars and then a solid barrier above stars.
Yeah, I actually do believe there's a solid barrier above it, and I think there's something in between it because I've done a couple observations here in Colorado Springs after a blizzard or two. It cleans the air out so you get a clearer view of what the sky looks like, and Colorado Springs is a little higher than we are here. So I got a nice clear view, and it does appear to seem like there's like lines between the stars, almost like it was like almost a structure.
You mean like a background?
Yeah, maybe a background. I can't really. I didn't have any optics to work with to get a good look at it. And we're going to go do a GoFundMe, and I want to get a pair of Celestron binoculars, and I'm going to go look at them.
And there is a picture painted on it.
I don't know if it's painted.
I won't bother getting binoculars. I just get a telescope.
Well, maybe not painted, but
I have a telescope now. I've looked through it. I've looked at like Mikey Smith's stuff, and he gets clearer looking shots sometimes than I have done with my telescope.
But you see, when Mikey's on, I know the binoculars, but he's only got his camera filming on one side, so it's just a telescope.
Yeah, basically.
You know what I mean? I don't.
But I want to see it with both eyes. That's what I want to look at.
All I know is when I used to look through my
Tiffany blue. Wait, what? Tiffany blue head has been missing from rainbows. Tiffany blue.
Who blue head?
Mandela effect. Oh, Tiffany blue. I didn't know there was such a thing. Thought it was Tiffany pink, but I don't know.
God.
I don't even know what Tiffany is. I thought it was like some stupid brand name that's really expensive and outrageously priced.
You've never been to a Tiffany store?
Obviously,
there are such places.
Obviously, I go to Walmart, dude. That's where I shop. I don't care.
You can't shop at a Tiffany store. I can't shop. They have everything locked up, and it's
even if I had all the money in the world, I still wouldn't shop at those expensive stores. I really.
I couldn't. Dude.
I might buy my cologne from them because they make some really good cologne, but.
And when I went to Vegas with my youngest daughter, and the first thing she did is, I want to go to the Tiffany store. I walked in, looked at everything, saw the prices, and walked right out. I didn't touch anything, dude.
Well, they had prices. If you go in shops in London, they don't even have prices.
I think Tiffany likes to brag about how much
they
charge
you just have
for
to
their
guess, and you just hope you can afford it.
Well, I got told if you need to ask what price it is, you can't afford out in shop.
That's when I would have shook his hand and said, "You're right, sir. Have a nice
day. Bye-bye."
You're right. I'm in the wrong freaking place at the wrong time.
You know, down Oxford Street in London, like.
And then I've never been there. I'd like to go.
Horrible.
But what I was trying to say though is like the color of light and the color of reflective light is a completely different thing. Like when you're talking about, like the color of the light, like if you say like a frequency of light, like you see, it's a completely different thing. So
when they say that they can look at the color of the light coming from space to judge what elements it's made out of, you know that's complete horseshit. There's no fucking evidence for that at all. Matter of fact, I'd be very surprised if there was even any evidence to support it. Even if you microscopically made it into a gas, it probably would still not even make the color. I think it's all crap, garbage, horse pucky from hell. But that's just my opinion.
Well, I think the light and the heat from the sun excite most of the colors, and anything reflective is going to be lighter and fade because
Well, what about all those
lights
colors you can't see?
What about them? I'm not worried about them. They're colors I can't see.
They're still there, so that means that the Earth could be lit up at all times. You just can't see the light, right?
Explain the big spot of gravity that's above us.
Imagine that. Imagine that. That's how much we know about light. That's how much we know.
We know enough.
Yeah, we know just enough to know that we don't know shit. I mean, it's there sometimes. Sometimes it's not. Depends on if you're looking at it. Sometimes it splits into lines. Sometimes it don't. I mean, what else is it besides a mystery? I mean, it's a mystery.
I don't particularly need to know all them things.
No.
I mean, like, you know, I know enough. I know enough to know that I've been lied to about shape of Earth. I know enough that it led me to God. I don't really need to know what sun is, what it, you know, don't really interest me. I think that's a fleshly pursuit.
I've heard Michael. I think you've done sun gazing before, right? I did it for like a year or so.
Yeah, I did it, and it started flashing black.
Yeah, and it looked purple black to me when it did. Especially after it got high enough and got close to me.
Freaked me out, mate. Proper freaked me out. Big time. I thought I was losing my mind.
But do you know why it does that?
No.
Oh, please tell us. You know all about light.
And light is clever clogs.
It's because the sun is a point of light that is reflected. It's not an actual physical thing. It's just a point where the light happens to.
So we're gonna have to do a demo here one night. You're gonna have to show us how it works.
I have no idea how it works.
Can't really explain
That just makes the most logical sense. If I had evidence for it, I'd be showing it to you, and I'd be telling you you're wrong. But I can't do that. I wish I could.
Yeah. All right, guys. You want to say goodnight?
You can prove most of what we talk about, like, because there's really no way to physically prove it. But it does seem to make more sense in a logical, like, form, right? Like when you look at it, like the way scientists look through things when they're not lying about things. You know, like cause and effect. You know, like not bullshit. Cause and effect. Like if I got bit by a dog, obviously there was a dog somewhere, right? We got, you know, there's bite marks on my leg that look like a dog bit me. So obviously I got bit by a dog. We're not going to argue that no, that wasn't a dog, or maybe it was a fox, right?
A raccoon.
Yeah, we don't like. Come on, you know, like there's ways we can figure this out. But I'm saying it's not necessarily as important as the fact that I got bit by somebody's animal, and you know whatever needs to get done needs to get done. But regardless of how it happened or whose dog did it, it still happened, right?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. So cause and effect.
I was showing you how Kamala does everything. She just talks her way around in a circle, and then when she comes out, she has never really said anything except we were doing this and we were doing that, and then we were going to do this and we were going to get happy about it. Yeah, amen, viva la, doing whatever she said.
Michael, be glad you're not over here, dude. It's going to get weird. I'm pretty sure it's pretty hard over there, though, from what I understand. But it's more to do with the church, I think, in your side of the world right now.
I don't know what's going off, mate. Comes and goes, you know. It comes in little spurts and little flows.
Nothing
like
going on that we're imagining all of it.
The biggest issue here is this Islamist business.
Wait, they come knock.
Trying to get Sharia law passed in England and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, they tried to do that here for a while too, I think, and that didn't pan out too well for them. Infidels, we are. They got to get rid of us. Yeah.
But guess who wins in the end?
What you have to realize is they want everybody up in arms, you know. So,
well, they've managed to convince me to do that, but now that my arms have went up, now it's time to put them back in my lap and figure out what to do, right? Like I'm about solutions, not just waddling and salsa. knowing that I'm screwed over. I want to do something about it. I don't just want to sit here and grovel. I want to do something, change the world.
So when are we going to hang all the politicians again?
I'm not sure the answer, but I mean, if that's what we need to do, then I'm ready for it. But I mean,
I know I'm not going to do it. No,
I wish.
Careful, like people have been getting arrested for
I'm not
inciting
threatening. Yeah, I'm not
crime.
threatening nobody because I don't think that's
I
the
got you.
answer. Honestly, my honest answer is we need to reform it, not destroy it. Destroying it would just make it worse because then we'd have to start over with something new, and we might not be as good at doing it as they did. But
we've tried reformations before. That didn't change anything that I know of in the long run.
Okay, so what would your solution be for
My
us all to be
solution?
free again and have our own freedoms, just like we should have, and not be oppressed by evil? I don't think that'll ever happen, will it? Because that's why we're here. So
The problem is man can't run this world. That's why Christ needs to come back, because he can run it.
Yes,
You
I
know,
agree.
Man can't. So
Night, Barbara.
We should never be in idea that men are going to change things.
No, but I
Right.
do. But I do believe that our hearts could change and we could make the world a better place. Maybe not ever fix it, but we could slow it down the process.
Well,
That's what Christ's coming back for, isn't it? To make it better. You know, I don't see how men are going to.
I guess I see your point. You're right. I mean, it was finalized when Christ came. I give you that.
The guy who made the place can set it straight.
Make it more important, I guess.
The guy who made the place will set it straight better than any man that was created by him. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't think if I was going to create anything, especially just keep me company, that I would give it enough power to actually take my seat and become me. I mean, that would be silly.
It's very silly.
Yeah. I think it's good to put yourself in his place while he was here, and to see the world through his eyes would be really an awesome thing. And that's why I think they wrote the book to start with, right? So you could see the story of Christ and what he did for you.
Because it's beautiful, yes, exactly. That's the whole idea of it. It's just to present that there's a truth that you can be saved by believing. That's
it's kind of more so than works, but you got to have works though. And you got to apply it in your own life.
Yes, you have to have broken and screwed things up and then repaired them. Yes, I agree.
But remember, you're not perfect, right?
And ergo, that's why you're evil, and that's why you can't avoid it. Because otherwise, you'd have people saying, "Well, I never broke any rules. Why are you throwing me in the lake of fire?"
The crucible of fire. Sorry.
But I followed every rule you ever said. I never killed anybody, and I never did. Oh, I only broke one rule, Lord. Why are you going to get? Well, that's not fair. Well, yes, it is. You knew all the rules. You knew all 10 of them. Maybe there was 20, but either way, you didn't follow them. So, I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna get a song out and we'll play out and go home, guys. What do you think? Oh, I'm already at home.
I'm so tired.
We're all at home, aren't we?
Yeah, I hope so. If not, you're out and about.
It's 4 a.m. here. I'm tired. Trust me.
It's 5:04 here, dude.
It's lunchtime for me.
Well, your day is just beginning, sir.
No, not yet, dude. My day starts around Flatsoids time when I wake up.
On the weekends, mine starts whenever I get up, but on the weekdays, I have to get up.
Isn't that nice?
I mean, take the kid to school, but
you can just wake up on the weekends and do it.
I don't get a lot of sleep on the weekend. Well, if I do get sleep, it's during the day.
Nice.
You work 7 days, Roger?
No, just 5.
5?
Yeah, I do 5 8-hour shifts, 9 hours sometimes. Then I get 2 days off, and I got to babysit half of that time.
So you work 7 days then?
Yeah, for the most part. I got one solid day almost where I get catch up on things.
Harper says Trump's doing tribunals now, which makes sense because they're trying to make him look like the savior.
Well, praise Trump.
And yes, the devil always eats his own.
I'm telling you now, that guy's Antichrist. I'm telling you. I'm not joking. I've been saying it since he first popped up.
There's a lot of people over here that are backing him up, though, man. Believe it or not, I get a lot of.
it's easy to want to like the guy because he's a businessman and we know he makes good money, but he doesn't necessarily do it the right way though. Right?
That's how Antichrist described, though, isn't it? Like a charismatic world leader, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If we're going to believe that we're in these end times, we have to be on the idea that this incarnation is walking Earth already. It's got to be.
To and fro. To and fro.
Now let's go to my playlist here. I downloaded a whole bunch of stuff just recently.
But it would be nice to know what we're up against, though. But I guess it doesn't. It's not necessary, but it would be nice.
It's not going to be any different, man. It's same old.
You got a point, though. I mean, that's sometimes why I get why people just say when I try to talk about the truth and the world and all that, and they just be like, I honestly just don't care. I don't see how it matters. I already believe in Christ, and they tell me that all the time. Like, I already know Christ is real. I don't really need to know the earth is flat or not, do I? And I said, well, I guess technically, if you look at it that way, I guess you're right. But
other people do, you know.
But, you know,
that's other people.
All things, and your part of your job here is to seek knowledge and understand things and know things, not just believe them or trust them.
Remember what I said about being lost earlier, right?
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I guess you could be lost in searching for information, but I really don't see how that works. I think.
Why would you want to be lost here, though? That's what I'm saying.
Find the truth, right? You're going to eventually find it if you keep looking for it, and he'll set you free at the end. So
I can't get lost here, Roger. It's too small.
No, it's hard for me to get lost because I know the area so well. I mean, I
can't imagine being in that part of the world. It's I've seen it before. I grew up watching it. Yeah, the UK.
I imagine the same things, though. You know, when you watch all these films, and I like to see all these American films where you're all at high school and it looks a right laughing. You know,
it looks a what?
Looks a right laugh. Like
it's a right laugh.
School life portrayed to us in UK, your school life in the States looks so much fun compared to our school life.
Oh, really?
Believe me, it's not fun, dude.
It's not fun, bro. Trust me. It might look like it because we portray it in movies to be fake as hell, but it's not.
It's a little different, man.
Basically, it's just like your high school. High school for me was between trying to find some girl that would even look at me funny, look at me with any kind of thing, and then fight off all the boys that wanted to convince me that I was the biggest piece of crap in the world, and they wanted to make sure everyone knew that they were better than me. It was the cross between those two, and then me actually wanting to learn whatever they had to teach me, right? And I had a problem with all three of them because not only they were not teaching me everything, they were holding shit back and they were lying to me. But then I had all the kids at school picking on me because I was asking those questions, and they don't want to sit in the class an extra 5 minutes to talk about something like that. They want to go home and get high and chase girls. So, no matter what I did or how I acted, I was always offending someone, right? Because you're in a school of 200,000 people, it's hard not to, right? So I just didn't get along, and I didn't want to be there. I dropped out of school because I didn't care. I didn't think there was anything there they could teach me that I didn't already know. I already knew the world was lying to me. I already knew people were fake, and I already knew most of my, my siblings and the people my fellows were all assholes. I mean, all they cared about was being better than me and making me look stupid, right? That didn't make any sense to me. I don't know why. That makes sense to everybody else, but it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why do I care?
My school.
I just want to fit in. I don't want to be best. I just want to fit in. I just want to be normal. I just want to be accepted like for who I am, and not be told that I'm
my school were mainly made up. There were a few brick buildings, but most of the classrooms were like crappy porta cabins with no heating on. Like you'd have to sit with your coat on in winter to do your lessons.
That sounds rough.
When I was
horrible, man.
When I was in grade school, it was that way. Like they had heat, but they didn't have air conditioning. So in the summer, it was smothering hot in there. And a lot of times we'd go outside and learn in the playground because it was so hot in the schoolroom. But they had heaters, so you wouldn't freeze to death. But now they have air conditioning. Man, it's ridiculous. I was like, man, that's bullshit. I should have never had to grow up in an air conditioned school, bro.
I've been in schools that weren't heated, had old radiator heaters, and they didn't do the job. So yeah, you'd have to sit in there with your coat on in the middle of the school just to stay warm.
In the classroom, but I do remember being, oh my god, hot, and just unbearably hot.
Like we had to wear uniforms as well, like trousers, shirt, tie, blazer, Girls would
Yeah,
wear
some schools here do that and some don't. It just depends.
girls would wear skirts, tights,
Right.
a blouse, and like a cardigan.
Well, the reason why, yeah, and
but
here
girl-
it's getting bad because kids wear whatever they want to school. and it's
But girls weren't allowed to wear trousers in winter, you know.
Right. Yeah, I know that's ridiculous. Right.
I can remember when I was at school, they actually went on strike. You know, all girls in school just went and sat on field and went on strike till they let them wear trousers.
Well, I think all of us men have probably figured out now why they wore dresses. Correct.
Yeah, when I went to private
So there was a
school,
good reason for it. It wasn't just because we wanted their feet to freeze to death. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it wasn't nothing to do with us. I guess you can blame everybody else, but
yeah. When I went to Catholic school, we had to wear a uniform. We had to wear the same thing every day, and the girls wore skirts just like that too, plaid.
yeah, the plaid skirts and which I always thought were way underdressed for girls because they were always shorter, but at least you couldn't see it.
So wearing ties is horrible. Like when I was a first year,
clip-on ties suck.
Like big.
Oh, yeah.
No, we just wear proper ties like that.
Well, I did too, but I'm saying that everybody else
But like big kids, bullies and that used to grab you and grab your tie and pull it as tight as they could, so you could never get it off.
Yeah,
you'd have to like cut it off with a pair of scissors. I went through about 100 ties. This one kid even got my tie on school bus coming home, tied it to one of the seats, and I couldn't get it off, so I was tied to the bus seat.
I find it hard to believe that somebody that looks.
I don't see that, Michael. I see you getting mad, dude.
Ass kicked, but I guess it in every walks of life, no matter how big and tough you are, somebody can kick your ass. I guess it doesn't matter, does it?
You get bullied by big kids at school.
And after I got big enough where I could kick people's ass, they still wanted to fuck with me all the time. I still had to beat them off.
I never backed down from a bully once ever.
I did. I had to, man. There was a lot of bullies that were way bigger than me, and I just talked a lot of shit. That's why I got.
That's how I got so pretty, dude. I promise you.
But you know what? I almost every time I got beat up, it was because I was defending somebody else. Almost every time, it was some other kid was in there getting beat up by a bully, and I go in there and I go like, "Fuck you, punk ass! Why are you picking on a little kid for, man? Why don't you pick on someone on your own side?" Okay, you dumbass. And then of course, next thing you know, I got a fat lip. Like my fault, but oh well. Fuck that.
Yeah,
shit.
I was in seventh grade. I got
the seventh graders beating up on the first and second graders. It's like, dude, get out of here, man.
When I was in seventh grade, at the end of the year, I had one bully. He just called me out. The entire school showed up. We were behind the art building behind the school, and I got my ass handed to me, but I kept coming back though. I was busted up, bleeding, lip was swollen, nose was broken, but I kept going. And after that, he was my best friend, dude, for the next year over. So I think some bullies respect you if you stand up to them.
And let me guess, you thought he was just the greatest thing since fucking sliced bread, huh?
Not really. It's just like nobody fucked with me. Though.
So your feelings about him didn't change at all. He just decided that you could probably kick his ass now, and that's why he didn't fuck with you no more.
No, I think he gave me props for fighting him, man. He just like he wasn't expecting it, I guess.
But thank God that everybody in the world doesn't fucking expect that from us, huh? Because if it would, then there'd be a lot of fucking bloody noses. But whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that shouldn't be a pecking order. I'm not saying none of that. I'm just saying I think I just don't agree with it. I think that fucking pecking order, manly, dumbass bullshit is the reason why we're all fucking running around like monkeys, bouncing our heads off the fucking concrete. It's because we're fucking knuckle dragging. It's dumb.
Knuckle dragging.
Grow up.
There's a lot of it.
Everybody's always bitching about, oh, fucking evolution's true, but their brain hasn't evolved. It's fucking gone downhill. It's going backwards, bro. They're all, oh no, we're smarter now. We've evolved. Bullshit, man. You get dumber every year.
Whether you believe this or not,
everything's pointing the other direction and everybody's going the wrong fucking way. It's like, don't you see the fucking arrow over here, guys? Like, nope, we don't see it. We're going this way. Okay, bye. See ya.
I'm gonna need a mute button. All right, you want to go home, go sleep.
Yeah,
we've been going for 4 hours and 10 minutes now. Okay, and we still got 6 people watching, believe it or not.
10 minutes too long.
10 minutes too long. Yeah. I'm gonna play a song out.
All right, and I'm gonna cut out. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. It's my bed.
Okay.
Night, Ryan.
Love y'all.
Night, Ryan.
Thanks, Michael, for coming in. It was nice having you back.
Oh, it is.
Appreciate it.
It is. All right, I'm gonna play it. Later.
Nice.
That was beautiful. That was.
Yep.
I'm getting echo. No, I'm wondering, your day's just getting started, ain't it?
Echo,
Is it?
echo, echo.
Echo.
I'm halfway through it now.
Oh.
Nearly,
By the time,
nearly half
You
12.
want to see echo? I'll show you echo here. Let me join in with my other phone and let's get some reverb going on. Let's get some pretty awesome.
It's absolutely dismal
So,
here as
yeah,
well.
yeah. It starts doing that.
Yep,
shit. It's pretty
I know the feeling,
It
Michael.
makes like
I know the feeling.
sounds like a bird. And it's creepy, bro.
Right, come on, fellas, let's go.
All right. Night, guys.
Otherwise, we'll just start talking again and be another hour.
Yep.
I want to nip out and see what Flatzo's coming in.
Shut up and go home.
I told you to go home. I got to close this down.
I'm out. Later, guys.
Right. Later, Michael.
Bye.
Bye. Good night, everybody. Thanks for showing up. I had kind of a good time tonight. It was beautiful, I thought. I hope you did too.